Prologue, 1893. She is dreaming. Mama and Pappy are smiling as the train rolls down the track. Mama is so beautiful and happy. Strands of her golden hair have fallen from her usually well-kept bun. She looks over at Pappy. He smiles lovingly at his wife and brushes a wisp of loose hair out of her clear hazel eyes.
"Jobeth will be so surprised,"
Pappy says in a faraway voice. His dark eyes twinkle, full of life. The conductor is walking up the aisle. "Mama, Pappy, run! Get out of the train!" The conductor is an elderly gentleman of about 70 years. He is dressed in black trousers and a matching black blazer. A black cap rests comfortably on his balding, pale head. His shiny black shoes stop at Mama and Pappy's seats. "You are running out of time! Run! Run!" The conductor tips his hat and smiles at Mama, his lips becoming smooth and unwrinkled.
"Is there a problem?"
Pappy asks curiously. The noise in the train is getting louder. A baby held to a plump breast in the next coach cannot be quieted and continues to cry in protest. The baby's fists are balled up, and its face is scrunched up in anger, fighting off some menacing creature no one else can see. The conductor places a blue-veined hand on the red velvet seat. Blood seems to billow around his knobby digits. Mouth gaping open, he looks out the window beside Mama. "Hurry! It's almost too late! Hurry! Get out! Mama! Pappy!" The noise is increasing. The baby continues to cry louder and louder. The mother, frustrated, makes noises into the wiggling baby's red face. She cannot understand her child's behavior. Two gentlemen in dark suits look up from the card game they are enjoying. They turn toward their window, mouths open in surprise. Or is it fear? The noise in the coach is getting louder. There is an odd odor clinging to the air, a sweet, sickly scent, the smell of doom, the smell of certain death. "What is the problem?" Mama asks. Concern creases her smooth brow. She stands up in her seat and glances around frantically. Pappy reaches for her arm to soothe her. The conductor raises his old hand. It is shaking, and blood is streaming down his arm, sliding into the waiting hole of his sleeve. His rumpled lips flap up and down like sheets on a clothesline. He defiantly shakes his raised hand at the window. Droplets of blood sprinkle Pappy's clean white shirt and Mama's hair. They do not notice the blood. They are looking at the old man's fixed gaze. "Mama! Pappy! No! No!" Terror fills their eyes. Fear permeates the train, emanating from every passenger. They are going to die. They will die horribly, and they know it. Mama looks at Pappy sadly and clutches his hand tightly.
"I love you, Constance,"
Pappy says above the whirling noise. "I love you too, Michael," Mama mouths, her voice almost lost among the jumble of other petrified voices. "Jobeth," Mama chokes out. A tear rolls from Pappy's dark eyes as he embraces his wife.
"God help her,"
Pappy breathes into Mama's hair. He buries his face into her shoulder and squeezes Mama tight, knowing it will be the last time he will ever feel his wife again. Suddenly the train is lifted off the tracks. Screams echo through the compartments as the occupants are tossed around like misfit rag dolls that a spoiled child no longer wants. The hurricane sweeps the train into its vortex like a toy, crushing the conductor, crushing the card-playing gentleman, crushing the now silent baby. As quickly as it began, it ends. Everything is silent. There is no noise to be heard, except the crackle of flames starting to grow from the engine. The bodies of the passengers are twisted and mangled together, indistinguishable from one another. Blood flows freely from wounds and misshapen bodies. Mama is there. Debris and blood blanket her midsection. Her leg is twisted at an impossible angle. Pappy is nowhere to be seen. Her eyes are closed. A choking sound gurgles out of her bloody throat. Her fingers reach out into a mushy mass of severed arms and legs, reaching for someone who is not there. She searches in vain. Her broken fingernails dig into wet gore, aching for a comforting touch. She feels the reverberations of thunder rolling in from somewhere in the distance, shaking her to her core. Mama opens her one good eye in panic. It rolls madly around in its socket, searching futilely. Mama sees it coming directly toward her. A fiery ball of angry orange rolls quickly over the train. A wet bubble of a scream squeaks out of her blood-soaked throat just before the inferno sphere of death consumes her. Part 1. In the Beginning. Chapter 1.
Wake up, Jobeth! Wake up!
Something is shaking me, the girl thought. She opened her eyes to the threatening pull. Glaring down at her with steel-gray eyes was Mother Tommelina, a large woman who could never have been thought of as anything but homely. Even as a young woman, she had been nothing to look at. She had narrow eyes and no eyebrows or eyelashes. Folds of skin between them made them appear even closer together than they were. She had a long, crooked nose, courtesy of her charming husband, Father James. Tommelina Johnston, at the age of 52, had not had an easy life. At 25, her father forced her to marry 40-year-old James Johnston. As he sent Tommelina on her way, he said she should count herself fortunate that anyone would marry her ugly mug in the first place. She went to James Johnston, a man who repulsed and sickened her, married him, and bedded with him begrudgingly, always with bile in her throat. James Johnston, who found Tommelina unattractive, took amusement in sexual pleasure over her distaste of copulating with him. This caused him to frequently lift her gown and fondle between her frigid legs. If Mother Tommelina refused Father James, she would face even more pain. The humiliation. A black eye or a broken nose. Once, he even broke a couple of ribs. With time, Mother Tommelina, who had never been a warm person to begin with, became a bitter old woman. Her heart filled with hate and contempt. Her thin lips were usually pursed into a pucker. The beginnings of a road map of wrinkles covered her face. Her gray hair was always pulled tightly back from her long, thin face, so tight that it seemed the roots would pop out and all that would be left was a handful of a scant bun. Mother Tommelina savagely grabbed the girl lying on the cot and dropped her like a lump of coal onto the cold cement floor. Jobeth felt no pain as she fell, only shame. Shame for the wet spot between her legs and on her nightgown. She had wet herself again. Her mind started racing with other things to come. He would come now, and she feared him much more than she feared Mother Tommelina. She closed her eyes and swallowed. How did she end up here? How did she, the daughter of Constance and Michael Roberts, end up on a cement floor, soiled and humiliated, awaiting a beating by people she had never even imagined could be so cruel? A lump formed in the back of her throat. Jobeth had once had such a good life, a happy life. Why did it seem a lifetime ago? The hurricane. It all started, or ended, depending on how she looked at it, with the hurricane. Her parents had been killed on their journey home after a getaway in Louisiana. Despite being far from home, Constance and Michael needed the vacation. Jobeth had stayed home because she had not wanted to miss school, and she felt her parents needed some time alone to heal some wounds. 6 months prior, her younger brother Paul had been killed. As a rambunctious 8-year-old, he had been the apple of his parents' and sisters' eyes. Jobeth's parents had given up all hope of ever having another child after their daughter's birth. Each pregnancy ended by the 4th month in a painful miscarriage, sending Constance Roberts sick and depressed to her bed. By the time Jobeth was 6 years old, her pappy had beseeched his wife not to go through with the pregnancy she had just become aware of. "Michael, God's will shall be done. I will not destroy this gift," Constance said calmly but firmly to her panicked husband. "But Constance, if you lose this one, we may lose you also. Is it God's will that Jobeth and I live without you?" Michael asked in despair. "I do not wish to discuss the matter any more. This child will come when it is ready or not, but it will be born when it decides, and not beforehand." Constance stood steadfast, not looking at him. She rarely disagreed with her husband, but when she did, there was no changing her mind. Michael knew there would be no arguing with her, and he feared for his beloved wife's life, hating the child in her womb that threatened her. Several months later, at birth that nearly killed Constance, Paul was born, big and healthy. As soon as Michael's wailing, squirmy son was placed into his arms, all hate he had for the boy left, and love took over. Seeing that her mother wasn't going to die, and that the child she had been carrying was also going to survive, Jobeth quickly forgot about her former feelings and became excited that she was no longer an only child. Since his birth, Polly, a name adopted by Jobeth, was a child everyone, including his big sister, doted on. The little boy with light brown hair and sea-green eyes was aware of his family's affections and knew he could do no wrong. So, often he got himself into trouble knowing he would be forgiven. This was his mindset when he climbed the tree in the backyard of their home. He had been warned many times by his parents and Jobeth that it was too high, and he could seriously hurt himself should he fall. Polly felt he could do it. He had climbed many trees in his 8 years, and this beast of a tree would prove that he was the best tree climber around. He had done well until he reached the top branch. The twigs up this high were brittle, and bark flaked off easily under his thick-soled boots, crumbling to the ground far below. Polly had to clutch tightly to the main torso of the tree several times to balance himself. As he looked up, the tree leaves spiraled up to the sun, letting only glimpses of sunshine through. Triumph filled his heart. The beast had been defeated. He raised his right hand high into the coiled green and let out a victory cry. His hand slapped against a branch. It moved, letting in some of the sun's blinding rays. Squinting, he became temporarily blinded. His hand instinctively went to shield his eyes, causing him to lose his footing on the branch. It happened so fast, Polly never knew what hit him. He never even felt his neck snap, sounding eerily like the branches that fell underneath him as he hit the ground and landed on his head. He was killed instantly. Jobeth and her parents were devastated after the death of little Polly. Although they clung to each other for support, the emptiness would always be in their hearts. Jobeth felt relief when her parents left on the train to a popular resort located on the coast of Louisiana. She had visited there many times with her parents and brother. It was a favored place to vacation in 1893. The dark circles that seemed to haunt both her beloved parents' eyes were just a tiny bit faded. She knew this was just what the doctor had ordered. She had been studying quietly in the parlor, curled up in Pappy's favorite velvet chair, when she heard a knock on the door. Sitting up, she folded her notebook and absent-mindedly placed it on a nearby end table. Shivering and feeling something was wrong, she walked to the door. Rich aromas hung thick and delicious in the air. She had prepared her Pappy's favorite, roast suckling pig with potatoes and baby carrots, topped with a thick, rich gravy. Her mouth began to water with anticipation of her parents' arrival. They were due any time now, and she could not wait to see them. It had been lonely while they were away, and a little frightening at night with all the shadows dancing around on the wall. One night she was sure Polly's ghost had returned to get her, angry because she had not saved him from his fall from the tree. She knew she was being silly, but still she hid, quivering under the covers, fearing Polly would come, his head sitting on his shoulders unnaturally. Jobeth quickened her step to the foyer, figuring that maybe it was her parents so loaded down with parcels that they could not get to the door. She smiled broadly and skipped excitedly to the entrance. Opening the door, her joy was quickly dashed. Isaiah Hyman, the old Jewish man who was her family's closest neighbor, was standing in the doorway. He twisted his yarmulke nervously in his rough old hands, his leathery face drawn and sad. "Mr. Hyman, what is it? Is there something wrong?" Jobeth's heart suddenly began to race. Mr. Hyman was not a man to smile much. He never had any type of expression on his face, only a neighborly wave and a "how do you do." Frightened, Jobeth began to twist her hands together. Maybe something had happened to his sweet wife, Sarah. "Is it Mrs. Hyman?" She reached out and clutched the old man's hand warmly but firmly.
"No, Miss Roberts. Mrs. Hyman is doing well, but I do bring bad news."
He looked down at the ground, wishing he were not the conveyor of unfortunate tidings.
"It is about Mr. and Mrs. Roberts. There has been an accident."
Jobeth could not stop crying. At first, a guttural, deep-wounded cry took her breath away, but as days passed, it lessened to silent tears. People from town frequently came to console the young girl, bringing plates of steaming food, but nothing worked. She sat numb, hands limp in her lap, as each person asked the same questions. "Do you have any other relatives, dear?" In a bleak tone, she would reply, "They were all I had." Concern for Jobeth's welfare soon became eminent. Although she was 14 years old, she could not run a large farm, and it was improper for an unmarried girl to live alone without a guardian. It was unanimously agreed by the town council that since Jobeth had no living relatives, she would be sent to a nearby town to live with a couple who were known to take in orphaned children. The arrangements were made immediately, and the couple was very accommodating in accepting another mouth to feed. Jobeth's father's farm was auctioned off, and his arrears paid off with the proceeds. The small amount of money left after all the debts were paid was given to the couple taking Jobeth in. This was to help feed, clothe, and keep her in school until she came of age. All this was done as Jobeth sat back passively and watched her old life slip away. The house she was sent to was the home of Mother Tomalina and Father James Johnston. From the moment Jobeth stepped into the filthy shack, she relived her parents' death in her dreams. Sometimes Polly was with them, his neck broken and his head twisted and hanging on his shoulders. When she awoke from the depths of her nightmares, bathed in sweat and panting heavily, she saw that she had wet herself like a child just fresh out of nappies. Although Jobeth was humiliated, she could not seem to stop herself, which brought her back to her present predicament, lying on a filthy cement floor with Mother Tomalina standing over her.
"You dirty girl!"
Mother Tomalina screeched. Jobeth tried to get up and run, but she was too slow as Mother Tamalina's strong hand stopped Jobeth in her tracks with a stinging slap across her soft face, sending her sailing across the room. This time Jobeth felt the pain. She brought her hand up to her throbbing cheek, feeling the heat rise beneath her fingers. She quickly wiped away the drops forming in the corner of her eyes. "Get up and strip," Mother Tamalina said in a dry, dead voice as she turned her back to Jobeth. The girl stood up, shaking on weak legs, and stared at the large rump bent over the tiny cot. Mother Tamalina was quickly removing the gray, soiled sheets. "I should wipe your nose in it, you filthy girl." Mother Tamalina hated children and thanked God that he chose not to implant her womb with any of her husband's demon seed. She knew that it was she who was barren and was grateful for it. Guilt filled Jobeth as she shivered and slowly started to unbutton her worn nightgown. She could not understand why she wet herself nightly. She never had before. Her numb fingers slowly worked on her buttons. Staring down at the faded gown, she wondered again as to the fate of her old clothes. She used to have pretty dresses, blue and pink with lace collars, not these sheer gray nighties she wore now. They were so worn from use that one could see her naked form beneath them. Where had her clothes gone? She had not seen them since she came to live here. Mother Tamalina had taken them from her the moment Mr. Hayden had left, after dropping her off, in his buggy. "You won't be needing these high, missy clothes here. You're here to work, not to show off your wares." Mother Tamalina sniffed through her nose that first day. Jobeth had not understood the meaning of those words as she followed the homely older woman down to the cellar, her clothes captive in Mother Tamalina's firm grasp. But they became crystal clear soon after. 14 years old and still messes the bed. Dogs ain't this bad," Mother Tamalina scowled, scooping the sheets into her arms. She turned to face Jobeth, who was still fumbling with her buttons. "Not only are you as dirty as a dog, you are as slow as one, too." A large hand suddenly reached out from beneath the sheets and grabbed the neckline of the nightie. Jobeth's head snapped up in protest, but before she could say anything, Mother Tamalina had ripped her gown viciously off her. She quickly bent down to pick up the pieces of her only night garment and tried in vain to cover her nudity. "Now what will I wear?" Jobeth screamed in her head, not daring to speak her anger aloud. "Humph!" Mother Tamalina clucked, her eyes sinking into the younger girl's naked body. "That modesty of yours will go. There's only one place for the likes of you, and that's the streets." Jobeth wrinkled her forehead in confusion. The streets? What did she mean? Mother Tamalina twisted her lips into a sour pucker. "Don't look so innocent to me. Within a year, you'll be spreading those pretty white thighs to any eager man with a jingle in his pocket. I've seen your type before. You'll end up with a bastard in your belly, not knowing who the pa is or where he went." Jobeth opened her mouth in protest, but Mother Tamalina quickly turned on her heels to leave. She swiveled around suddenly to face the dismayed young girl. "Father will be down to deal with you shortly. I reckon he'll be mighty mad," she smirked. Jobeth's blood ran cold in her veins as Mother Tamalina closed the door. "She will do for a while," Mother Tamalina thought to herself. He would leave Tamalina alone for a little bit, and when he got bored with this one, she'd just find a new one. She groaned under her own weight as she ascended the stairs. She would sleep well tonight. How could she say that? Jobeth's lips quivered. My mama and pappy never raised a girl like that. She clutched her gown around her tiny breasts and went to sit down on her cot. The cold, wet shift touched her flat belly. Goosebumps jumped to the surface of her skin, forcing her thoughts to reality. Father James would be down soon. Ice-cold fingers crawled up Jobeth's spine, and the hair on the nape of her neck stood on end. He would be dressed in his usual trousers, old and faded from years of use. His large, hairy hands would lay the belt that would soon turn into a whip that would lash Jobeth's young flesh. She was terrified of him. He was huge and burly with cruel, beady eyes. Never had she met a man like him. Then again, she had never experienced brutality until she came to the Johnstons' home. Jobeth peeked through the strands of her own greasy hair. She had always been clean, but since she was thrown into this prison for some hidden crime she had committed, she had only been allowed 1 bath per month. "It's too much trouble to waste time pumping water from the spring," Mother Tommelina said. Jobeth was not permitted hot water either when it was time to bathe. It was a waste of cooking wood to heat water for a bath. "We don't have them privileges here," Mother Tommelina would preach. "A cold bath makes for a quick bath, so you can be sure you won't be lazing around soaking in a hot, fancy tub." Jobeth had to admit the old woman was right about that. The water was always ice cold. She would quickly wash the grime off her skin and be out of the tin barrel before she turned into an ice cube. Once, she was the last to take a bath. The water had been warm and greasy from previous people who used it. This disturbed her more than bathing in freezing water. From then on, she volunteered to be first into the tub. It was better to wash in cold water than to bathe in someone else's dirt. She closed her eyes and cowered on the corner of her cot, waiting. The Johnstons didn't have a large house, and with all the children they took in, there was not enough room for everyone to sleep. Jobeth's cot was in a small room dug out in the cellar. All that furnished the room was her cot. The few clothes Mother Tommelina had given her after taking Jobeth's were neatly folded in the corner of her cubbyhole. Her heart pounded uncontrollably as her eyes darted around the gray room. She would never become accustomed to the degradation of being whipped naked. The first time Father James had come into her room a month ago, she was more upset that he had seen her naked than at the beating. He did not seem to care if she was naked or not. He just grabbed her, beat her, and left. Jobeth had cried for hours. No man had ever seen her naked, not even Polly or her pappy. It was just not decent, and she felt somehow soiled from it all. But worst of all was the way Father James looked at her. It was a hungry look, like a fox about to pounce. Bile rose in her throat. Those eyes were far more frightening than the belt could ever be. Father James stood holding onto the knob of the door. Inside was the whore. The whore he must possess. He felt himself harden with desire. Yes, she would be his. He thought of the greasy little wench inside, and a mixture of lust and hate filled him. Scratching his swollen belly, he belched with disgust. All women repulsed him. They reminded him of his mother. His childhood had been filled with humiliation after humiliation by the woman who birthed him. His father would leave her work in the fields, and the nightmare would begin. "James, you lazy good-for-nothing, I told you to get the eggs from the barn." She would yell with such venom, James would duck his curly head down to try to avoid the hard whack across the head. But it didn't matter. Her hand always connected. And if it wasn't her hand, it was something else. Once, she had knocked him out with a rock. As he lay semi-conscious on the ground, bleeding from the head, she calmly stood over him, her dark eyes looking down at his 6-year-old body with disgust, and said,
Get up or just die. I don't care which one you choose."
The memory flooded Father James with hate and anger. He had endured his mother's torture until he was 18. On a cold winter's morning, she had woken him to a slap across the head, and something snapped. He grabbed her hand, and all the anger he had built up inside him broke through like a raging inferno. He saw the fear in her eyes as he effortlessly twisted her arm behind her back. She grunted painfully as he forcefully heaved her body next to his. He said nothing as his hand connected with full force across her thin face. The joy he felt did not need words. She had cried out, but that only excited him more as he plowed his fist over and over into her face. It was the beginning of years of abusing women. First, he found pleasure in beating them, but soon that became tiresome. As his beating became more violent, so did his sexual desire. After a while, his assaults were accompanied by much more. He sighed, thinking about it. They were all the same, just like his mother. His mother had died from his abuse, but he had gotten away with it. Who would have suspected a son of beating his mother to death? He always got away with it, and would again with this one. What was her name? He scratched his greasy head, and specks of dandruff fell onto his yellow-stained shirt. Joe something. Some silly name he had never heard of before. He didn't really care. She would be his to play with in whatever way he wanted. And today, he wanted more than to beat her. He wanted to own her. Father James turned the knob and walked into the tiny room. The girl was huddled into a corner of the bed. She shrank back in fear. The smell of sweat clung to him and consumed the room as he gently shut the door, locking it behind him. Chapter 2. Puffy white clouds floated across the clear blue sky. It was harvest time, and Jobeth was out in the field picking corn with the other children. She threw a cob into a sack and wiped the freely flowing sweat from her brow. Her face was a mass of black and blue bruises. After Father James raped her, he whipped her ruthlessly with the belt. Her entire body was covered with welts, and she ached all over. "I have to leave," Jobeth said under her breath. "I cannot let him come back tomorrow." Visions of the morning filled her mind. She shivered, feeling like she was dipped in an ice pool. The day was sweltering hot, but she felt cold. "No," she said out loud, "I will not think about it." She shook her swollen head back and forth, pressure forming in the front of her skull. The ground swirled before her eyes, and she felt faint. Jobeth closed her eyes and sat on the ground until the dizziness passed, her fingers raking the gritty dirt beneath her. "Oh, God," she sobbed, clutching her arms. Tears fell uncontrollably as her nails dug into her already bruised skin. Droplets of blood pooled around her fingers, but she did not feel it. "Jobeth?" A tiny voice broke through her tears. She wiped wet grime away with her fist and looked up into a small, pale, porcelain face. Shauna had lived with the Johnstons since she was 8 months old. Her long platinum blonde hair fell limply on her face. Her steel blue eyes stood out strikingly against her unearthly pale skin. She would have been a beautiful child if she had not been so sickly pale and if dark circles did not shadow her haunted blue eyes. Jobeth slowly stood up, embarrassed to be caught crying, and dusted her dress off. "Yes, Shauna?" She sniffed, trying to compose herself. She had purposely gone deep into the fields to be away from the other children. The thought of anyone seeing her after what happened with Father James appalled her. Surely they could tell she was defiled. She looked down at the tiny girl. Shauna was so small for 5 years old that it was not easy to see her. "Are you okay?" Shauna questioned and blushed, looking at her scruffy shoes. "Yes," Jobeth lied. "Yes." "You look like you got it bad," Shauna continued. "What?" Jobeth uttered too loudly. Her head snapped toward the puny girl. What if Shauna could tell what had happened to her? Did she look soiled now? She indeed felt dirty and polluted. Jobeth cleared her throat and ignored the images forming in her mind. No one could know what happened in that room. No one. "Sorry." Shauna jumped back, frightened. "Your face," she shuddered. "He must have beaten you badly." Jobeth's hand fluttered to her swollen face. "I'm all right," she said, feeling guilty. The child was as nervous as a newborn colt. She remembered when one of Pappy's mares had given birth to a chestnut-colored colt. She had gone to pet its damp nose, and it had bolted from her outstretched hand with a comical leap into the air. Shauna reminded Jobeth of that colt, high-strung and skittish, ready to leap into the air at the slightest movement toward her. It had never occurred to Jobeth before that maybe the neglect she was experiencing could be happening to the child before her. A sinking sensation crawled up her neck and into her face, tingling her cheeks. "Shauna," Jobeth said, wiping her nose, "I have to go to the outhouse, so tell them that, if anyone asks where I am. All right?" She had squatted down to the miniature girl's level. Shauna lifted her frail face up to Jobeth and fought back the tears welling in her enormous eyes. "Please," Jobeth yelled in her mind, "do not let me think of you. I have to leave. I cannot worry about you." "You know, Mother and Father don't like it when we go to the outhouse during work," Shauna wavered. A drop of salty water formed in the corner of her eye. "I know, but I have to go badly." Jobeth tried to ignore the tears. She would not feel responsible for a child she hardly knew. During the time Jobeth had come to live at the home, she had hardly seen Shauna. Only in the fields and the odd times at the dreadful kitchen table. There, Jobeth and the other children would eat the same watery soup and dry bread every mealtime. Sometimes, if they were lucky, they would be rewarded with a bit of butter and an odd glass of milk from one of the many cows the Johnstons owned. Jobeth's mouth always watered at the smells of roast beef and other dishes Mother Tomalina prepared for Father James. More than once at the supper table, as she stared at their savory foods and ate her soup, she envisioned ways to snatch a leg of lamb or chicken, but was always too frightened of the ever-watchful Mother Tomalina. Maybe at night, when everyone slept, she would creep up the cellar stairs and steal quietly into the icebox and satisfy the constant hunger that plagued the pit of her stomach. But alas, when evening came and everyone slept, Jobeth lay trembling under her gray sheets, picturing the old woman patrolling the icebox with its contents of leftovers. Shauna looked up at Jobeth beseechingly. It struck her that the child never played. This she knew because Shauna was always working. "Look, Shauna, I have to go. I will wet myself and soil my clothes if I don't go. I will be whipped again, and I do not need another beating," Jobeth pleaded. This was her chance, her only chance to leave. Mother Tomalina would only expect to see Jobeth once the sun was down. If Jobeth left now, she would not be missed for hours. This would put plenty of distance between her and the dreaded house. "Okay," Shauna said, head bent low, turning around slowly. Her little frame looked as though it would blow away, like the frail dress whipping angrily around her. Faded and worn, her bony structure was visible through the thin material as it struggled to pull away. She took a deep breath, wincing at the pain in her body, and went toward the outhouse, knowing Shauna would be watching. She must not give herself away by going in another direction. She picked up her ratty sweater, half-eaten by moths, and tied it around her scrawny waist. She had become increasingly thin living with the Johnstons, and the sleeves hung limply between her legs, nearly reaching her knees that a couple of hours ago were viciously torn apart to amuse Father James. She closed her eyes tight, erasing the images of the morning, threatening to play themselves out again in her mind. Run. If she ran, she could escape what happened in the dank cellar. Her feet began to move. The sleeves of her sweater twisted between her legs as the sack dragged behind her. She quickly grabbed corn, rhubarb, and other vegetables growing in the field and tossed them into the bag. Her chest heaved painfully from the effort, and her heart beat frantically for what she was about to do. "I can't get caught," Jobeth sobbed. The memory of Father James' purple snake, as hard as a rock, forcing into her, ripping her, humiliating her, flashed before Jobeth's eyes. She rubbed away tears streaming down her grubby face with the palm of her hand. "I need a bath. Oh God, how I need a bath. I have to get his smell off me. How will I ever get his smell off me?" Jobeth stopped in her tracks, her chest heaving up and down, and clutched her hands to her mouth. "What has happened to me? What has happened to my life? Things used to be so simple." Jobeth sobbed out loud, her tears streaming freely. She felt her heart would break. "Why did you die, Mama? Pappy? Why? How could you do this to me?" she moaned. A grimy strand of hair went into her wet eyes, and she absently pushed it behind her ear. The wheat in the fields swayed in the wind, making rustling noises, startling her. "What am I doing, standing here like a fool, crying? I have to look out for myself now. There's no one for me anymore. I am alone." She stood up and breathed deeply. The autumn air felt crisp as it went into her lungs, clearing them of the heaviness surrounding her heart. Jobeth felt lightheaded as she looked beyond the rows of wheat. Later, she would reflect on everything. Right now, she needed to get herself far away from the Johnstons. She began to run. Jobeth wrinkled her nose as she reached the rat-infested outhouse. She thought of entering the rotting structure with its cold, splintery seats, and decided against it. The smell inside was putrid, and she felt nauseated by the open door's fumes. If she needed to use the lavatories, she would just go outside. At one time in her life, the thought of relieving herself in public was mortifying. But many things had changed since those days. Jobeth never had to worry about being bitten by rats in her old water closet. She and Mama would scrub the privy regularly, dousing it with lye. Using the outdoors as a washroom seemed more civilized than the dangerous, infectious outhouse that stood before her now. "I will never have anything to do with this place again," she said, staring up at the house. She crouched down behind the tall grass. It was not really an appealing house. It slanted to the right. The original house builder, Mother Tomalina's father, had not been very bright and built it in the winter on frozen ground. So every year during spring, the house shifted and sunk down more to the right. Soon it would slip right through to the bottom of the earth, straight to hell, where it belonged. The roof was falling apart and would not be fixed until the cold came, and Father James sent one of the young boys up to patch it. Mother Tommelina was sitting in her usual spot at that time of day, rocking in an old stiff rocking chair given to her by one of the villagers. "To rock the waifs in," the elderly-haired woman who had donated the chair had commented. There was never a waif rocked in that chair, or a child who wanted to be held in Mother Tommelina's flabby arms. She always sat like an angel, how she wanted others to see her. But really, she was a demon, smirking and rocking at the passing neighbors, looking quite saintly as she self-righteously perceived herself to be. That kind, elderly woman, the ladies of the town would say while waving at Mother Tommelina as she sat rocking and knitting away. Mother Tommelina would wave back, giving her best sanctified smile, and continue to knit. "It's too bad about her husband, always in town with heathen women," one would say. "Didn't one of those orphaned girls they took in turn to wicked ways?" The other would say. "I hear tell Mr. James takes a real liking to her. What a shame for poor Mrs. Johnston. She works so hard to give those children a real home." They would shake their heads sadly. To think one of the strays she took under her wing would betray her with her own husband. 2 heartbreaks, turning against God and selling herself to the only man known to her as Pa. It is disgraceful. As soon as they were out of sight of the rocking chair, they would shake their heads and carry on their way, forgetting about poor Mrs. Johnston and her wild husband. Jobeth had seen it before in the store when she had been sent to fetch supplies. The whispers passed from one bonneted lady to the other. She saw the distrustful sneers when a lady walked by with her husband. A protective gasp on their man's arm, as though a mere look from Jobeth would cause their husbands to stray. She had always felt confused by their response. She knew she wasn't as tidy as she had been before her parents' death, but Mother Tommelina refused for other people to see the children in her charge, dressed in their usual attire. The older girls had special dresses, and the older boys had shirts and slacks for such trips into town. Only one boy and one girl could ever be seen in town together, because there was no other outfit for the rest to wear. Jobeth, once thought of as one of the town's most respected children, was now shunned by the townspeople. Not used to this treatment, she sometimes forgot herself and would start a conversation with a girl around her age, only to have a protective mother herd her daughter away from the ragamuffin child. Her ego bruised, she would be brought back to the reality of where she was. The girl she had once been, the one with a mother and father and a younger brother, was dead. Just like her parents, just like her brother. They might as well have all died together. Had she provoked Father James to do what he had done to her? She shook her head and cleared the impression forming again in her mind, and turned from the sight of Mother Tommelina's portrait of a wronged woman. Her eyes searched the expansive area. She spotted Father James in the barn with Dex, a 10-year-old boy who had just come to live at the Johnstons. Jobeth's heart once more began to pound uncontrollably. Her breath came in quick, sharp thrusts, and she realized she was nearly panting. She looked at Dex and remembered something one of the older boys had once told her. When a boy turned 14, Father James would make him pay for his bed to sleep in and the food he ate. Jobeth had asked if any boy had worked for his bed and measly dinner, and the boy had said he'd be 14 soon, and would be gone before he would pay for poorly flavored water and a bug-ridden bed. Jobeth had laughed. The boy, Nick, was pleasant, and she enjoyed having him to talk to. She had been so lonely since her parents had died. What about girls, Nick? Jobeth had asked once in the barn. They had been sent to milk the cow, and she stood behind Nick's bent back as he finished squirting milk into a tin bucket. He stood up and faced Jobeth. She was already 14, so she knew girls did not have to pay for their keep, even though Jobeth felt that her back-breaking work in the fields was payment enough. Nick's expression had become dark, and he had turned away. "Nick," Jobeth asked the dark-haired youth, "what about the girls? Do they pay?" Jobeth did not like the way he clammed up. Nick, a rambunctious youth with a glimmer in his smile, was a boy who seldom kept a word to himself. He turned to Jobeth, his bangs hiding his brown eyes. "They pay, Jobeth. They pay dearly." "What is that supposed to mean?" she responded. Her heart skipped a beat for no apparent reason. She suddenly felt like a trapped rabbit. Did she really want to know what he meant? "They pay with their souls, Jobeth. They all pay with their souls. Leave, before yours is taken too." He turned and scooped up his bucket of milk, not saying a word to her. What he said left her surprised, confused, speechless, and very afraid. Shortly after they talked, Nick disappeared. The day before he left, he asked Jobeth to go with him. She shook her head, afraid. How would she survive out in the world? Now she wished she had left with Nick. Anything would have been better than the ordeal she had endured that morning. Now she would have to go on her own. Maybe she could find Nick. Then she wouldn't be alone. But would Nick want to be with her if he knew what Father James had done? Jobeth rubbed her arms roughly. They ached from her beating and for someone to comfort her and to make everything all right. She was so alone, so terribly alone. Little Shauna's face popped into her mind, small, pale, and so very young. It dawned on Jobeth that Shauna would be the only girl left once she was gone. She shivered thinking of the small, frail girl. Again, she steadied her head, trying to clear her mind of all thoughts. She could not think about anyone or anything but herself and the urgency of leaving. Jobeth turned to depart. She had seen enough. There were no second thoughts. She did not want to think about what lay ahead. She just wanted to get as far away as possible. She swung her bag over her shoulder and started to walk swiftly away from the house. She didn't notice the small figure materialize before her until it was too late, and she collided with Shauna. Both girls tumbled to the ground. Dust flew high above them and fell slowly, like a baby's blanket coming to rest on top of the fallen girls. "What are you doing here?" Jobeth sat up, trying to shake the fear that had jumped up into her throat. The thought that she had been caught would not leave her. She stood up and started dusting herself off with her hands. Shauna mimicked Jobeth, dusting herself off and copying her movements step by step. She looked up at the older girl, embarrassed, clumsily trying to hide a bulging burlap bag behind her back. The small child knew she had frightened Jobeth terribly, and she felt awful about this. "Are you leaving?" Shauna whispered as Jobeth's face drained of blood. This cannot be happening, Jobeth thought. She glared up at the angry sun that was determined to bake them alive. "Please," Shauna begged with desperation, her hands clasped together in prayer. "Take me too." Jobeth looked pale beneath her bruised face, but she was listening. Shauna struggled to raise the sack she held behind her back. "I won't be a bother. I got food, so you won't have to share. I don't eat much, so you could have most of my food too. Please take me too. I is begging you." A tear slipped from her bleached blue eyes, and Jobeth could see something haunted, something she did not want to see. Closing her own weary lids, she tried to block out the little girl's pitiful face. "Shauna, I can't." Jobeth clenched her teeth. She felt awful, and her lips began to quiver as she pleaded with this child she barely knew. Shauna was trembling, ready to erupt into tears. "Can't you see you would hold me back? They would search for you. They have had you for so long." "No," she whimpered, tears rolling freely down her ashen face. Her little hands went up to rub quickly swelling eyes, and her lips protruded in a pout. "You don't know. I'll grow up and be a big girl and he'll do it to me too when I'm big like you. I can't stay 'cause I'll end up like the other big girls." "What other big girls?" Jobeth grasped Shauna's arm, ignoring the child's astonished face. Tall grass swayed on either side of them, and she quickly pulled them both into the safety of it. Time was already ticking against her. If anyone saw the two girls standing and talking to one another, it would be all over for them, and Father James would be back to hurt Jobeth. "What other girls?" Jobeth implored, unable to stop herself from shaking the child by the shoulders. If there were other girls, what would have happened to them? Jobeth was suddenly desperate to know. Nick had said girls paid with their souls. Did he mean what Father James had done to her? Had Father James done the same thing to other girls? "The ones who left," Shauna choked, her head shaking back and forth on her shoulders. Jobeth's eyes were darting frantically in their sockets, causing Shauna to become frightened. Her reaction reminded her of a trapped doe with starving wolves surrounding it, trying in vain to escape to freedom. "They weren't ever found, except that one gal, but she wasn't really found. She just went to town and became—" Shauna looked around to see if anyone else was listening. Seeing no one in sight, she cupped her hands to her mouth and whispered, "A whore." Jobeth pulled back, gasping, and looked at her disapprovingly. Her hand raked through her greasy hair as she absently pulled it away from her tense face. Could the stories be true about the prostitute who had once lived at the Johnston home? Father James' favorite? Is this the girl the town talked about? Their souls. Nick's words echoed in Jobeth's ear. A cold finger rippled up her spine, and goosebumps began to rise on her arms. She rubbed them harshly with the palm of her hands. "But the others weren't found. They won't find us either. Mother and Father never search for runaways for long, only for what looks good in town. When the town folks say it's just another ungrateful foundling, Mother and Father stop looking and get another child. It's the truth." Shauna bent to look at Jobeth eagerly. "What other girls?" Jobeth asked sternly, looking beyond Shauna. "My sister." Shauna became a grisly white, and the shadows under her eyes darkened. She bowed and stared at her worn shoes. "You have a sister?" Jobeth was surprised. As far as she knew, they were the only girls at the Johnstons' home. "I had me a sister. Her name was Donna. Ain't that a pretty name?" She smiled as she looked up. Jobeth forced her lips to smile back. The child was beautiful when she smiled, even with her ailing waxen color. "Yes, it's very pretty. When I have me a baby girl one day, I'm naming her Donna," Shauna said in a faraway voice. Jobeth stood impatiently, waiting for Shauna to continue. "Donna said our real folks loved us. I don't 'member the folks, 'cause I was just a babe in nappies, but Donna 'membered, that being she was 8 when our folks up and died of the fever. They took Donna and me away. Our folks were scared we'd get it. That's what Donna told me." I wish I had known them, Shauna said longingly, picturing parents she never knew. We was sent here after they died. First, nothing real bad happened. Just always working lots, like now. But then, Father started doing this thing with Donna, just like he done with Melody, touching her in places he ain't supposed to. Melody said she was running away, and Donna better get me and her out fast before he come after us. I was just 4 and so scared. A tear started to fall down her white cheek, leaving a dirty trail behind, and her eyes became vacant. Don always said, "Don't worry, Pun, I'll never let nothing happen to you." Melody was 14, and Donna was 12 when Melody ran away in the night. Don't know what happened to her. Time passed, and Father kept looking at Donna funny and touching her. Donna kept saying, "Just a little longer, Pun, and I'll have enough money for us to run away. I don't want us to starve." I knew where she was getting the money. Stealing from people's pockets in town. Could have had her hands chopped off if they'd caught her. Jobeth sighed and placed a grubby hand on her head, wondering where the girl got such an idea. "Don't think Donna was bad stealing," Shauna defended her sister, pointing a chicken bone of a finger at Jobeth. "I don't, Shauna, I don't. She was just thinking about how you both were going to survive." Jobeth had not even thought of money. How was she going to survive? A scream started to build in the bottom of her stomach. How was she going to do this? "One morning," Shauna continued, more tears falling down her cheeks, "he came into our room, wanting more than just touching. Donna told me to hide when he comes bursting into the room. I did, 'cause I always listened to Donna. She was smart and took care of me. Well, he tore her up bad down there, where you pee. She was bleeding all over. I watched the whole thing while peeking from under the bed. He just kept pushing on her. She screamed and screamed, but he don't listen. No one here listens to screams. I wanted to go help her, but Donna looked over at me and shook her head. She whispered for me to stay under the bed. I knew she was afraid he'd come after me next if he knew I was there. So I stayed under the bed and watched." Jobeth felt sick. Images of Father James on top of her, hurting her. Jobeth clutched her head in her hands and squeezed tightly, holding on for dear life, her dirty hair poking out of her fingers. No, she wouldn't allow it. She couldn't relive it. It was best to forget and never think it happened. Shauna sniffed and rubbed her runny nose with the back of her sleeve, her mind recalling the day her sister had been raped. "When he left, I crawled out from under the bed. Donna was bleeding and crying. She didn't look herself at all. She was all white and her lips were blue. Her teeth kept on chattering together, and her body kept jerking. 'Donna, let's go away from here now,' I begged her. I ran to our bed and grabbed the blankets on top. She seemed to be really cold, so I put them over her. She looked up at me all glassy-eyed and told me to be brave and not to be afraid anymore. She told me to get away from here before I got to be a big girl. The money's in the mattress. Take it. Promise me," Donna said, grabbing my hand. "I will, Donna. It's our money when we run away," I say to her, crying. Donna's eyes were open, but they seemed really scary looking. Just kept staring at the ceiling. She wouldn't blink or anything. I begged her to stop fooling, but she never moved. I stayed with her a long time till Mother came yelling at us to get to work. She saw me shaking Donna and stopped yelling. She just ran over and put a hand on her chest. "Get out of here! Out!" she hollered. I didn't know what to do. "What's wrong with Donna?" I asked her. "She's dead," Mother said, as if it were nothing. Jobeth's throat started to close up. She could not breathe. She knew only too well the pain and loss that Shauna felt. I said to her, "No, Donna ain't dead. She ain't. We're running away from you and Father, so he can't hurt Donna no more." Mother got real angry and grabbed my arm, twisting it till it hurt. "You listen to me if you don't want to end up like your whoring sister. Donna had a high fever she couldn't break, and that's what killed her." "It was Father's pushing on her that killed her," I yelled. "He tore her all up and she couldn't stop bleeding." Mother got so mad, she done slapped me real hard across the face. "Those are lies," Mother starts yelling. I ain't never seen Mother so mad before, and I seen her plenty mad. "You listen here, you little devil. I'll kill you myself if I hear those foul words from your filthy mouth again. Now get out." I ran out of my room and hid in the barn. When it went night, I figured it would be best I get back to the house before it got too late, and I got whipped for being out past the dark time. Donna was gone. I never saw her again. I asked Mother where she was at, and she said she was in hell, where she belonged, and not to worry. I'd be there soon to help shovel coal for the devil. Shauna looked up at Jobeth, cheeks all streaked with tears and dirt. A tiny fist rubbed viciously across her little red nose as she sniffled. Jobeth suddenly realized the reason why this little shell of a girl was just that, a shell. The horror Shauna had faced at such a young age had robbed the child of everything. The pain on her babyish face weakened Jobeth's already broken heart. She ached all over from her brutal rape and the new responsibility of this defeated child before her. She could not leave Shauna. If she did, she would never be able to live with herself. The girl would come with her. How she would care for her, Jobeth did not know. But if she left Shauna, she would be as dark and monstrous as Father James and Mother Tomalina. She would never be that cruel to anyone. Never. "How will we survive? I have never been on my own," she whispered, staring across the yellow fields. A gust of wind tugged at Jobeth's flimsy dress, matting her sweaty, sticky hair. "I still have the money," Shauna disclosed softly. Jobeth bent her head down to Shauna's hopeful face. She continued, seeing Jobeth's interest. "I saved it for when I'd run." She bit her bottom lip, making it paler, and looked at Jobeth under light eyelashes. "I even stole some from Father. He thought it was one of the older boys and beat him real bad." She turned her gaze to her battered shoes shamefully. Jobeth said nothing. Shauna's lips collapsed tightly and stubbornly together. "I had to. I'm not bad. And I ain't going to hell, neither. I don't give a dickens what Mother says. Donna ain't in hell. She's in heaven with Mama and Papa. And when the Lord calls for me, I guess that's where I'll be headed too." Jobeth placed a hand on the little girl's bony shoulder. Shauna tilted her wet face up at the tall, stiff teenager. Shivering, she began to tremble uncontrollably as Jobeth gazed at her. "You are not bad, Shauna, and no one will ever make you feel that way again," she whispered. "Let's get the hell out of here." Shauna realized her breath and smiled. She didn't realize she'd been holding it. Chapter 3 Jobeth and Shauna ran with their skirts billowing out behind them and their hands held tightly together, afraid to look back. Shauna kept up the best she could with Jobeth, but Jobeth was possessed to run as far as possible from Mother Tomalina and Father James. She would not stop, even when her face was beet red under her bruises. Shauna was exhausted, but afraid to ask Jobeth to slow down for fear she would be sent back to the Johnstons. She knew Jobeth had not wanted to bring her. There was nowhere Shauna wanted to be other than with the strong girl running beside her. She never wanted to return from where she came. Never. Exhausted, Jobeth stopped, stumbling to her knees, dragging the equally exhausted child with her, both heaving heavily, their lungs ready to collapse. "Look," Jobeth panted, pointing straight ahead of them. The little girl squinted, but could not see anything. Her eyes were blurry from running in the wind. She coughed, unable to catch her breath, and spat out a stream of saliva. "What is it?" It's a pond." Jobeth began to laugh oddly. She started to get up, wiping her sweaty brow with the crook of her arm. Jobeth reached down and grasped Shauna's twig-like arm, lifting the confused child to her feet. She was almost exuberant over finding a pond. Shauna could not understand this joy, as she had never known the need to be clean, having spent most of her 5 years barely bathing. Kicking off her ill-fitting shoes, Jobeth walked straight to the stream and bent first to drink the cool water. Shauna followed. Surprised at how thirsty they were, they greedily gulped water from the pond. "Have you ever tasted water so good, Shauna?" Jobeth spouted between gulps. She cupped her hands together and took large mouthfuls of water, savoring each drop as it passed her lips, the excess dribbling down her chin. "Can't say as I has," Shauna replied. Jobeth turned and smiled at the clean circle around Shauna's lips. Was that color she saw on the child's face? "You know, Shauna, it's not proper English to use words like can't. It is, I cannot say that I have," Jobeth said sternly. If she was going to be responsible for the young girl, she would not have her sounding like an uneducated hick. Shauna's lips dropped into a frown. Her dirty face was streaked with water. Embarrassed, Shauna whispered, "I'm sorry." Shauna looked down at her clean, moist palms. Red lines and calluses from long days of working in the fields glared up at her. She was no good. Jobeth would leave her behind. A painful lump began to push its way into her throat, bringing with it pesky, salty tears to fill her eyes. Shauna bit her lip and desperately tried to hold back from crying. Jobeth felt the heat rise to her cheeks, realizing she had crushed Shauna's tender feelings. She felt awful, like a bully. Couldn't she have just let her enjoy the water instead of criticizing? "No need," she corrected herself, placing a hand on the girl's shoulder. "You will learn soon enough, probably very quickly. You seem quite intelligent. You just need proper guidance. You have never been taught. In fact, when Polly, my little brother, was 5, he did not quite have the understanding you do. So, there is nothing to be upset about." She gave Shauna the best smile she could muster. Shauna sighed with relief. Jobeth thought she was intelligent. She was not sure what that word meant, but it was obvious it was a word that pleased the older girl. The pale child grinned back at Jobeth, her hurt feelings forgotten. Jobeth stood up and reached for Shauna. "Let's go swimming and see what is under all this dirt." "I ain't never swam before." Shauna stiffened. Jobeth was going to be hard to please. "No need to worry. I will show you. But today we don't have time. We'll just clean off," she said while holding back the urge to correct Shauna's speech again. She walked into the water. The child stood on the shore, hesitant to follow. The water felt cool and refreshing. Jobeth sank to her knees, her dress ballooning around her. She giggled out loud and encouraged Shauna to kneel down, too. It felt good to laugh again. Jobeth couldn't remember the last time she had laughed or felt good. Take the sand from the bottom of the pond and rub it on your skin. Jobeth grabbed the cool, grainy floor and started to rub sand roughly on her neck and arms. She sighed and dunked her head back into the water. It tickled her ears, and she felt herself relaxing just a bit. My pappy used to say if you didn't have soap in a tub, a pond and sand will do the job just the same. Will it clean your hair? Shauna asked, rubbing sand on her arms, amazed that it worked. She looked up at Jobeth for an answer. Shauna always liked how nice her hair felt after being washed. So soft and fresh. I don't know. I guess we could try it. Jobeth grabbed a large handful of the muddy substance and plopped it on Shauna's head. She squealed with delight and mashed the sand into her hair. Laughing, Jobeth plopped another handful on her head and ground it in. Like old friends, the girls began to giggle and splash each other. Warmth encased Jobeth's tattered body. Covered in sand, she scoured harder on her arms, legs, chest, and stomach. She wanted to rub the sand between her legs to wash away the filth Father James had put there, but thought against it. She was already very sore down below. Shauna, delighted, closed her eyes and splashed the water with her tiny hands, sending beaded droplets into the air. Jobeth, seeing her chance, quickly and gently rubbed her swollen genitals with her fingers until she was clean. She did not feel clean, but at least the proof that Father James had been there was gone. We better rinse off. The thought of Father James sobered her. How she longed to stay in that pond, but that was impossible. They had come far that day, but not far enough. All right. Shauna splashed water over her muddy arms. I'll just dive underwater and get the sand out of my hair, and then I will help you with yours. In an instant, Jobeth was down beneath the surface of the now murky water. When she resurfaced, she was still black and blue, but at least she was clean. She helped Shauna rinse her hair, and then they both got out of the pond and sat on the grass to dry off. We should eat something to keep up our strength, Jobeth said, combing the tangles from Shauna's clean hair with her fingers. Shauna, who had never experienced loving hands brushing her hair, basked in the glory of her newfound attention. This day would be etched in her memory forever. It was the happiest she'd ever been. She closed her eyes and smiled to herself as Jobeth continued to detangle her hair. She had been secretly thinking of eating too, but was afraid of ruining the wonderful time and didn't dare to ask. What if Jobeth felt she was too much of a bother or ate too much? Maybe she would not want to keep Shauna with her. So she kept quiet. A hungry belly she could deal with. But in just the short time she had spent with Jobeth, she knew she could never be without her. We will eat 1 carrot each and a raw cob of corn. Maybe tomorrow we will find something else to eat. Jobeth stood and returned to the pond where their sack had been left on the shore. She grabbed 2 large carrots and cleaned them in the water. A light breeze caused her damp dress to cling. Walking quickly, Jobeth fretted about where they should go. She could not think of anywhere in particular. Suddenly, she remembered something her father had said to her not too long ago. They were out in the buggy, looking at a fence that needed mending. Jobeth went with her pappy because she enjoyed the ride and his conversation. She always felt so peaceful, sitting beside the father she loved so dearly. The sun began to fall behind the horizon. Polly had been standing behind them, telling tales of fighting pirates, dragons, and wizards. Jobeth laughed as Pappy declared that Polly had the most extraordinary imagination he had ever heard. "Aw, Pappy, it's all just playing," Polly said, not sure if having an imagination was a good thing or a bad thing.
"Look, children,"
Pappy said, slowing the buggy to a stop. The horses stumped their feet in protest and snorted in disapproval. Jobeth and Polly looked where their father pointed and saw the reddish yellow of the sun slowly burning out beyond the valley.
"When I had no place to go, and was in no hurry to get there, I put my sights toward the sun and let my feet carry me home,"
Pappy said in a faraway voice. "You talking about the old days again, Pa?" Polly asked while leaning over his shoulder, his eyes transfixed by the fiery sun.
"Remember that hymn we sing in church?"
Pappy asked as he turned to Jobeth. She looked at him solemnly.
"How does it go again? Oh, yes. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see."
Pappy stared at Jobeth, making her feel that the moment was crucial, something she should remember. "Yes, Pappy, I remember it. It's Amazing Grace," Jobeth answered, gazing at the horizon.
"When I had no place to go, and was in no hurry to get there, I put my sights toward the sun and let my feet carry me home. I once was lost, but now am found. Was blind, but now I see."
Pappy's eyes were kind and warm, as his words were softly embedded in his daughter's heart. They sat silently for a few moments. Polly mouthed the phrases his father had just spoken. He looked in frustration at his father and sister. "Pappy, I don't get it. What does it mean?"
"Well, it brought me to your mother."
Pappy turned around and messed with Polly's hair. "But Mama didn't find you, Pappy. I still don't get it," Polly said, shooing his father's hand away. Michael Roberts looked back at Jobeth and gently took her hand in his. It felt warm and safe.
"One day, you will understand. It is not for me to explain it to you,"
Pappy answered, still looking at Jobeth. She had the strangest feeling he was speaking only to her and not her brother. "I still don't get it," Polly said, tossing a piece of grass out of the wagon. Pappy nickered to the horses and turned toward home, humming Amazing Grace. Jobeth felt it was strange that she would remember that evening. Did Pappy know he would not be around for her when she needed his advice the most? Was Polly never to understand that night because he would never need to? Jobeth watched the dying embers of the sun on the horizon. Night, with all its darkness, would come very quickly. "When I had no place to go, and was in no hurry to get there," Jobeth said to herself. "But I am in a hurry, Pappy. I am in a really huge hurry." She clutched Shauna's hand and began walking toward the sun, singing Amazing Grace softly to herself. The night quickly rolled in, casting eerie shadows on the browning grass of fall. Shauna trembled from the chilling breeze and the scary shapes hovering above them. She squeezed Jobeth's hand tighter and looked up at her face. Was she scared also? Noticing the large frightened eyes searching her own, Jobeth smiled uneasily at the spooked child. "They will know we are missing now," Jobeth thought. "How far have we come? Is it far enough?" She looked down at the exhausted urchin. She looked as though she would fall asleep standing up. Both of them had yet to eat supper. The poor child was probably starving. Jobeth felt ashamed again. She was going to have to start thinking about her young charge. As much as Shauna wanted Jobeth to believe she could watch out for herself, she was only 5 years old. "We won't travel tonight," Jobeth said aloud with regret. "We need all the rest we can get, so we can travel farther during the day." She wondered just where they would sleep for the evening. It all seemed so simple when she decided to leave. Only the drive to escape Father James had occupied her thoughts. Now she was dragging a 5-year-old child into her mess. Jobeth tried to read Shauna's eyes. What lurked behind those hollow dark sockets? She shivered unconsciously. "Jobeth?" Shauna whispered apprehensively. "Are we's going to sleep outside in the night?" "Of course, Shauna. Where else would we sleep?" Jobeth looked around at her surroundings. Shadows jumped like phantoms. Trees hung their leaves low to the chilled ground, reaching for fallen comrades. It was frightening, and Jobeth shuddered, clutching her sweater around her for warmth. She forced a brave smile for Shauna's sake. "I guess we could look for some sort of shelter." Jobeth did not want to admit it to herself, but she too was exhausted. "Just in case it rains or something." Shauna sighed with relief. The night air was chilly, but there was no sign of rain. Jobeth clasped Shauna's tiny pale hand in hers, and together they searched for a place to sleep. It was not long before they found a small, shallow cave beside a narrow pond. They could both smell the sweet, crisp air emanating from the water, and Jobeth smiled, knowing that a swim was a good prospect for the morning. "I know it looks spooky," she said, coming out of the mouth of the cave after searching it first, in case there were any 4-legged guests she didn't want to disturb. "But at least it's a roof over our heads, and we are out of the open." She persuaded Shauna into the dark cave with a stern hand on her hesitant, bony back. "I wish we could see better," Shauna said, walking beside Jobeth into the cave. Jobeth placed her arm around her companion's thin shoulders. "We will sleep together for warmth. Here, sit down." She gently pressed Shauna down into the farthest corner of the cave. It was not very large, just big enough for the two of them. "Use your sack for a pillow," Jobeth suggested as she squatted beside the child. Both sacks were quickly arranged as pillows. Shauna slowly lay down. Suddenly, Jobeth felt exhausted, and the foreign noises outside faded as she cuddled up against Shauna. Heads resting on their sacks of food, Jobeth looked at Shauna, who was already breathing in deep, rhythmic breaths. For the first time, Jobeth thought that Shauna's pale face looked peaceful. Thinking of the events that had transpired during the day caused overwhelming emotions of doom and despair to crawl up Jobeth's spine. The morning images began to rise to the surface of her conscience. It felt like a boulder was pressing against her chest, suffocating her. Trying to catch her breath, she sat up and looked around. Darkness enveloped her, making her heart bang against her scrawny rib cage. "No," she yelped. Shauna frowned, stirring in her sleep. Jobeth clutched her arms around herself and shivered. "I will not. I cannot think about it ever again. I am free now." Absently, she wiped a tear from the corner of her eye with the back of her hand. "I have more important things to worry about now." She glanced at Shauna, who was breathing evenly again. The heaviness in her chest slowly dissipated as she took a deep breath. She blew air out of her lungs, releasing all the pent-up emotions. "I have to be strong. There is Shauna to worry about now." She lay beside the slumbering child and snuggled up close to her small, warm body. Jobeth ached all over and wondered if she would ever feel normal again. "So tired," Jobeth mumbled. Overcome with exhaustion, her eyes grew heavy, and within minutes, she was asleep. She had been dreaming of Father James, naked, coming to her. Then suddenly, she was on the train, walking down the aisle to meet her parents. The baby was crying. She turned to look and noticed everyone looking at her with disgust. When she came to her parents' seats, they glanced at her with abhorrence. "Mama? Pappy? What? What have I done?" Jobeth was confused. Why was everyone looking so strangely? "How could you, Jobeth?" Mama said, turning away repulsed. The back of her head was caked with blood.
How could you do this to your mother and me?
Pappy glared.
Have you no shame?
He went to place his arm on his wife's shoulder to console her, but his arm was only a mangled stump. But Pappy! Jobeth looked around, confused. The woman with the screaming baby avoided her eyes, shielding her crying infant from her. Jobeth felt a menacing breeze and went to wrap her sweater around herself. There was no sweater. She had no clothes on at all. She was standing in the aisle, naked. Red fingerprints covered her breasts and belly, descending low to her hidden mound. Moment by moment, they became redder and redder. She could hear an evil laugh coming up the aisle behind her. The laughter felt hot against her bare back. It was him. He was back again.
Jobeth, you whore. You're mine forever. Can't you see it? My mark is all over you.
No! Jobeth opened her eyes to darkness, which seemed to swallow her whole. She sat up frightened, not knowing where she was. For a moment, she thought she must have died and gone to hell. Then she heard Shauna breathing beside her and remembered the day's events. Carefully, she stepped over Shauna's sleeping form and stood to go outside. The wind nipped at her scantily clad body. It seemed angry at her, trying to blow Jobeth away for all she had done wrong in her life. She wrapped her sweater around her shoulders and gazed across the dark trees. Goosebumps rose on her legs as the wind whipped at her. There was a damp chill between her legs. Where the dampness was a stinging sensation. She touched the wet spot on the ragged dress. Tears gripped her. Suffocating fear caused Jobeth to suddenly want to run away. Maybe if she ran, the nightmare would end. I am safe now. I am safe now. Jobeth heaved, trying to control the shakiness in her knees and the beating of her heart. Could her heart take any more of this emotional turmoil? She removed her dress, repeating to herself that she was safe. Once her dress was off, she repeated the process again until she stood naked in the moonlight, clutching her urine-soaked clothing. Her head hung low as she gripped her clothing to her. She sniffed the air and savagely wiped her nose with her knuckles. As she raised her tear-stained face, she was greeted by a starry night. I will never be frightened again. I will clean these clothes, and no one will ever know what happened. Mama, Pappy, I am no longer the girl you raised, and I have disappointed you in the worst way. The thing that Father James did— She paused, cupping her mouth, the morning's horror repeating itself in her brain over and over again, like some sick glitch in time. It was not something I wanted. I don't know why he did it. She shook her head, squeezing her hand tighter over her mouth, fighting the clenching of her guts and the ever-growing sensation of wanting to run. I will be strong and never again think of this, of him, any of it. Slowly, Jobeth walked naked to the small pond. She crouched down and began to rinse her clothes by the shore. The sun rose and shone in Jobeth's eyes, causing her to squint and shield them with her hand. She sat up, confused as to where she was. She looked down at her thin, naked body. Her bony rib cage glared fiercely up at her. The brisk morning air caused her bruised nipples to stand erect. She winced with pain. Her whole body felt as though a horse had trampled it. Embarrassed that she had fallen asleep on a rock, naked, she jumped up and snatched the clothes she had carefully laid out to dry the night before. They were still damp. The sun warmed Jobeth's bare back. She looked longingly at the stream and turned to the cave. There were no movements from within its dark mouth. Carefully, she put the damp clothes back on the rock. She glanced once again toward the cave and listened for Shauna. Nothing. She slipped into the cool stream, letting the water envelop her. She swam a few strokes toward the center, her beaten body relaxing in the icy water, refreshing her and making her feel reborn. Jobeth became entranced with the swim. She felt like she was being transported away from the world and the responsibilities thrust upon her. She sighed deeply and plunged under the water. Its healing powers encased her. Jobeth surfaced and reluctantly started swimming toward the shore. She would have to wake Shauna and start on their way soon. Even though they had yet to be caught, they were still in danger. People would still be looking for them, and with the seed of freedom now planted in her, she would rather die than return to the prison she had just escaped. She stood up, placing her foot solidly on the sand bed beneath her. Then, kneading water out of her eyes, she turned to face the cave. Shauna stumbled frantically from the cave, fuzzy from sleep and, if possible, paler than ever. The poor girl looked terrified. "Shauna!" Jobeth called out, an arm protectively covering her bosom. Shauna whirled around. Jobeth looked like an angel submerged to her waist in water, arms modestly covering her front. Tears flowed from Shauna's eyes. But when she saw Jobeth, relief flooded her completely. "What on earth is wrong?" Jobeth questioned. Embarrassed, she quickly came out of the water and hastily dressed. "I thought you left me," Shauna said, bowing her head. She couldn't help noticing the teeth marks on Jobeth's breasts and the fingerprints covering every inch of her body. She didn't need to guess what had happened. It was a scene Shauna knew well. She felt sorry for her, but at least she was alive. The ordeal had not killed her, as it had Donna. Beads of water dripped down Jobeth's face. Her dress, which had finally dried thanks to the sun, clung to her wet body. Jobeth wondered again if color ever entered Shauna's face. She smiled weakly at the ghostly child and grabbed her hand. Shauna placed her waxen palm meekly in Jobeth's and gazed up with anguish into the older girl's face. No child should ever have that look, she thought. No child should be this frightened. We are together now. It's you and me, from now on. You don't have to worry about me leaving you behind. I won't do that to you, Shauna. You must believe me. Can you stand being with me all the time? Jobeth maintained her composure, trying to sound strong. Shauna beamed. I don't want to be with anyone else. Chapter 4. Jobeth and Shauna tracked up the dirt road, exhausted from a long day's travel. Sweaty and covered with dust, they stopped to rest, collapsing at the side of the powdery brown road. Breathing heavily, Jobeth wiped her grimy brow and glanced at Shauna. The child lay on her back with her eyes closed, her chest rising evenly up and down. A small hand rested on her sooty forehead. Color had quickly come to Shauna's pale cheeks during their 4 weeks on the run. Traveling had transformed the little girl into a healthy 5-year-old. Jobeth sighed with contentment. She was not regretting her decision to take the girl with her. In the month they had traveled together, Jobeth realized that she needed Shauna as much as the girl needed her. Time wandering in the wilderness had faded the bruised and blackened Jobeth's body. However, the bruises surrounding her heart were still painful and tender. If she had not been responsible for Shauna, she would have given up a long time ago. Despite her exhaustion, Shauna would look at Jobeth with such hope and admiration that she would rather die than disillusion her. So, she trudged on, dragging both weary feet forward, always wondering where they would sleep that night. Since they had escaped from Father James and Mother Tomalina, The girls slept in barns and fields, any place warm and dry. Miraculously, during the second week out on the road to freedom, Jobeth stopped soiling herself at night. Although she still had nightmares of her parents' death, they were not as frequent as they had been at the home of the Johnstons. Jobeth lay down beside Shauna and looked up into the blue sky. There was not a cloud to be seen, and it amazed her again how quickly the sunny day could turn dark and cold. The weather was changing. Winter was just around the corner, and they would need permanent shelter from the elements during the days when the earth would be covered with snow. Once, she thought she had found a place to stay for the winter. It was their third week of traveling, and they had come across a small shack that seemed to be abandoned. There was a small wood stove that could keep them warm through the cold days and nights ahead. It had seemed perfect for their immediate needs. Jobeth happily roasted a rabbit she had caught earlier that morning in a snare that she had made. Shauna sat by her feet, cleaning some wild onions and the remainder of their carrots. Jobeth told Shauna another story about her family, how her pappy taught her to make the traps and live off the land. Shauna listened wide-eyed, envious of Jobeth because she had known her parents, whereas Shauna had not. Jobeth seemed to have endless stories about her rugged frontier father and the woman he fell in love with. She was listening intently to Jobeth's tales when the shack door crashed open. Both girls jumped with a start.
"Hey, you brats! Get out of my house!"
bellowed a burly bearded man dressed from head to toe in furs. Both girls leapt to their feet and clung to each other. The rabbit, forgotten, fell into the fire. Spitting juicy fat, it began to burn. Shauna whimpered, hiding behind Jobeth's skirt. Shaken by the sight of the first person she had seen since running away, Jobeth nearly lost her legs. Bile rose in her throat, and she prayed she would not vomit.
"I says get!"
the fur-clad man roared, barreling toward them. Startled into action, Jobeth grabbed Shauna and their bag of meager belongings and quickly swung them around the man and out the door. The man grunted and bent to remove the burning rabbit from the stove. He ripped off a side of meat from the tender carcass and popped the flesh into his mouth, smiling. He was hungry, and the meat tasted good. She ran with Shauna, clinging tightly to Jobeth. She ran until her lungs screamed out in pain, and the weight of the child's arms around her neck began to feel like a noose slowing her down. Finally, Jobeth stopped and placed the sobbing girl down. Unable to control the churning of her belly, Jobeth turned from Shauna and let go of the yellow, acidic contents of her stomach. She continued to dry heave, her insides contracting painfully, and wondered again how they would go on. Drops of sweat beaded on Jobeth's forehead, and she absently wiped them away with a shaking hand. The world wavered before her. Dropping painfully to her knees, she closed her eyes, willing the dizziness and nausea to disappear. Hiccuping, Shauna crawled on all fours, up beside Jobeth.
"Was he gonna kill us?"
No one will ever hurt us again." Jobeth struggled to whisper and began to vomit the foul-tasting bile again. She breathed deeply of the autumn air, clearing her mind briefly. It had been over a week since they encountered the fur-clad man. The problem of where they would stay for winter still needed to be answered. "Come on, we had best be on our way. We need to find a place to sleep tonight," Jobeth said. Shauna had fallen into a light sleep. She sat up and rubbed her eyes, yawning. Without a word of complaint, she stood up and dusted herself off. She sensed Jobeth was panicking, but did not say a word. Shauna had never been happier in her life. Jobeth showered love upon the lonely child, a love she had only experienced once before with her sister, Donna. But even Donna's love was shadowed by the coldness that enveloped the house of Mother Tomalina and Father James. To remember Donna was to remember how her sister died and the ugliness that darkened their lives. So, she followed Jobeth, trusting and faithful. Now that she had experienced love and felt its healing power, Shauna could not live without it. They walked for what seemed like an hour when they saw a barn and a house up ahead. Most windows were broken, and the place looked ready to fall down upon itself. "This looks like home for the night," Jobeth sighed, exhausted. All she wanted to do was lie down and sleep for an eternity. She had never felt so tired in her life. Slowly, they dragged their battered bodies up the rotten stairs in the front of the house. Brown grass sprang through a hole in one of the steps, enticing an unsuspecting foot to break through. Jobeth grabbed Shauna under her arm to prevent her from going through the decayed step.
"It's scary,"
Shauna spoke softly as Jobeth opened the door. It let out a painfully thin squeal. She hesitantly put a foot forward, taking Shauna with her. The floor groaned in protest. As they walked through the bitterly cold house, their nostrils were assaulted by stale air. Massive dark walls loomed before them, dwarfing the two girls. "It's not eerie, Shauna. Why, look at these rooms. This was probably once a beautiful, rich home," Jobeth said with as much enthusiasm as she could muster. The truth was, if the old dwelling had once been beautiful, it was a very long time ago. Shauna gulped and held fast to Jobeth's hand.
"I guess you're right,"
the tiny voice said hoarsely, her eyes wide with only a hint of the haunted girl. "Of course I'm right," Jobeth said, trying to convince herself as she walked forward. They crept all over the house, looking into spider-webbed rooms with broken floors and corners filled with mouse droppings. Finally, Jobeth opened the door to a small room that was pretty clean compared to the rest of the house. There were 5 dirty straw mattresses littering the floor. "This is home for the night," Jobeth said, crawling onto the largest one. Shauna's mouth clamped tight, looked behind her shoulder at the darkness beyond, and quickly jumped in beside Jobeth. They cuddled close together. The mattress was soft and comfortable compared to the sleeping arrangements they had grown accustomed to. Exhausted, Jobeth closed her eyes and tried not to think about the soft down bed she once slept in another life. It was best to erase the memory of her mother tucking bright, clean quilts around her, quilts she helped make. "Sweet dreams, Jobeth," her mother's soft voice would say as she blew out the lamp. "And remember, God is always watching over you. He is always there to protect you." Jobeth would nod drowsily, feeling happy and content. She had no reason to disbelieve her mama. Life was filled with happiness and love, and life had always been that way. She sniffed. A single tear squeezed out from her closed eye. "Where is God now, Mama?" Jobeth screamed in her head. "Why isn't he protecting me anymore?" Angry voices woke Jobeth from a deep, dreamless sleep. She fought to awake from the darkness that had swallowed her. Shauna was already awake and clinging to Jobeth for dear life. Her fingers dug into Jobeth's arm like tiny needles, forcing her to come back from the darkness of her mind. "It's all right." Jobeth put her arm around the trembling little girl. She was shaky and disoriented. Looking up toward the noise to see what they were about to face, she felt fear. It had been so long since Jobeth had been around people other than Shauna. They had avoided contact as much as possible, hiding in bushes until it was safe. People hurt people, and they could hurt them. A heavy feeling pressed down firmly on her chest. Or worse, they would take Shauna, leaving her alone once more. That was something Jobeth would not let happen. No one would take Shauna from her, ever. She looked up toward the screaming noises with hooded eyes, prepared to defend herself and her charge. Crowded around the mattress, like soldiers at a siege, stood 6 yelling boys and 1 shrieking girl.
"They ain't got no right in my house,"
wailed the girl with jet-black, curly hair that frizzed out wildly around her face. Her eyes were black rubies and seemed to be alive with fire. Her tattered brown dress fit her curvy shape snugly. Her breasts heaved angrily, about to pop out of the extremely low-cut neckline.
"Now, Tamara, this just ain't the way to act,"
the boy receiving her fury fumed. He was an odd-looking boy, about 16 or 17, with sandy brown hair, a round, flat face with green, cat-like eyes. He stood uncomfortably, gangly with his newly developed height, and stared back at the black-haired beauty. Jobeth felt numb. Her muddled brain tried to formulate a plan to grab Shauna and run. She was so tired, defeated. How on earth could she get them out of this mess? Another boy, with hair just as dark as the girl's, noticed that the 2 terrified strangers were awake. Jobeth caught sight of him from the corner of her eyes and flinched back, holding Shauna protectively in her arms. Her heart pounded loudly in her chest, ready to beat out onto the dirty floor at any moment.
"Hello,"
he said kindly, his deep blue eyes penetrating through Jobeth. Her breath escaped her for a moment. The boy was the most handsome person she had ever seen. Before she had time to compose herself, everyone else in the room was circling them with questioning faces.
"My name is Oliver,"
he said, eyes twinkling.
"Those 2 over there fighting are Tamara and Alan."
He cautiously extended his rough palm to Jobeth in a friendly manner. Shauna smiled hesitantly at Jobeth. She could not help herself. Oliver had already won her over with his handsome good looks and his charming smile. Jobeth twisted her lips as she watched the admiration in Shauna's blushing face and was suddenly angry. She jumped up, pulling Shauna with her. It didn't matter how tired she was. She was not staying in this house 1 minute longer. Shauna frowned, confused by the sudden hostility, and hid behind the older girl's legs. Jobeth immediately felt guilty, and her anger slipped away as quickly as it had come. She cleared her throat and tried to decide whether to say something. "I'm Jobeth, and this is—" She pulled Shauna in front of her, almost defiantly, and glanced at the one called Tamara. At first, she thought the black-haired girl was older than she was, but with a closer look, they seemed to be about the same age. "This is Shauna." Tamara glared back with distaste. Shaken by the fiery female in front of her, Jobeth straightened her back. "We've been traveling for weeks," she continued, looking around the room for a reaction. Everyone was quiet and seemed to be listening with interest, with the exception of Tamara, who had turned her back on them all. Her long curly hair hung like a jungle of vines to her petite waist. Jobeth had never seen such hair before. She found it quite striking, even if Tamara's apparent resentment of her took her aback. "We thought the house was empty. We only planned to stay the night and leave in the morning," Jobeth finished. She looked down at Shauna's platinum head, trying hard not to think of their situation. Her eyes stung with fatigue, and the fight in her was quickly escaping.
"Well, you can see it ain't empty,"
Tamara hollered, turning around quickly, her hair flying madly about her. The boy, Alan, nudged her with his elbow, glaring at Tamara angrily. She looked back at him with as much venom. Jobeth and Shauna both jumped at Tamara's outburst. Straightening her shoulders again, she looked directly at the wild girl, whose chest was still heaving angrily. She felt like crying. She was so tired, felt so sick. Her limbs felt like dead weights hanging helplessly from her shoulders. She simply did not have the energy to battle this stranger. Her mouth began to water, and Jobeth fought back the urge to gag. "I am terribly sorry if we have caused anyone any inconvenience. We'll just be on our way." Jobeth grasped Shauna's hand and plunged forward, dragging her out of the tension-filled room. Her throat tightened, and her eyes began to burn with tears. Every muscle in her body cried out for rest. She was defeated. It was late and too cold to sleep outside.
"Now just hold on there, Jobeth,"
a male voice interrupted. She stopped in her tracks. Saliva pooled inside of her mouth behind her bottom lip, but she didn't dare do a thing about it. The voice sounded like the odd-looking boy with the round face who had just argued with Tamara. What was his name? Yes, her back still faced the voice. She squeezed Shauna's hand hard, feeling her wince in pain. Clutching tightly to the ghostly white child, Alan stared at her straight, thin back. His chest tightened at her stubborn refusal to turn to face him. He looked over at Oliver, questioning him with a raised eyebrow. Oliver nodded his head, giving Alan the answer he wanted.
"You two are welcome to stay here,"
Alan sputtered before the spooked girl ran out of the house with her little waif in tow. Jobeth closed her mouth and held her breath. She really did not want to stay, but she was so tired, and, something she didn't want to admit, she was lonely. Her last conversation with someone her own age was with Judith. Judith was her best friend before her parents' accident. She cried with Jobeth after her parents were killed. She'd wept, her red pigtailed head buried into Jobeth's shoulder before she was sent to live with her new foster parents.
"I'll never forget you,"
Judith had pledged the day Jobeth left. They had clung together, two friends never to see each other again, their lives headed in opposite directions. She pulled away from Judith's freckled, wet face and climbed into the wagon. Her belongings were packed neatly in a small chest in the back, secured with thick ropes.
"I'll never forget you either,"
Jobeth promised as the horses pulled away from the sobbing girl. She waved frantically at Judith, but her friend, overcome with grief, ran away. Her hands covered her face, unable to bear seeing her friend leave. She hadn't thought of Judith since she entered the doors of the Johnston home, and she did not want to think of her now. Judith would be appalled to see what had become of Jobeth's life. Suddenly Nick came to mind, the boy Jobeth had spoken with at Mother Tomalina and Father James. He was tough and scarred from battles fought too young in life, but full of energy and laughter, regardless. Judith would have wrinkled her brown-spotted nose at Nick, but Jobeth had rather liked him. She then thought of the ragged lot behind her. They were like Nick. She looked down at her thin, faded dress. Her tattered sweater now belonged to Shauna to keep her warm. It hung down to Shauna's knees, causing her to look lost in the stretched garment, but at least it kept the chill at bay, if only a little. Jobeth fingered the material of her dress. She would freeze with nothing but its flimsy cover. Judith would not be caught dead in the rags Jobeth wore. She was like Nick now. She was like the people behind her, tough and scarred, raggedy inside and out. "No, I am still different," she thought. "I am mostly dead inside. Only the darkness of dreamless sleep soothes my soul."
"There ain't no place for you to go, and we don't mind the extra company at all. Plus, that there little one don't look like she can go nowheres but bed."
Alan's voice cut into Jobeth's thoughts. He knew Jobeth was seriously weighing his offer. He refrained from mentioning that she looked like she would drop out of her own shoes at any moment. Reluctantly, turning to the voice speaking to her, Jobeth surveyed Alan. A pair of green, cat-like eyes stared back at her. A strand of hair bobbed up and down on his forehead, giving Jobeth the feeling that Alan was a boy fighting in a man's body. She looked away, blushing, feeling like she had seen something private and personal about him. The other boys in the room were smiling at her, trying to make her feel welcome. Her eyes came to rest and widened on a child's face that sat oddly on a young man's body. He flashed Jobeth a beautiful, bright smile. Speechless, she couldn't help but stare. His skin was a deep, rich chocolate brown. Embarrassed by her rudeness, she quickly turned her gaze to the handsome, raven-haired Oliver.
Stay. We'd all like you to stay.
Oliver walked toward the hesitant girl and placed a warm hand on her bony shoulder. Jobeth instinctively pulled back, repulsed, but then relaxed as he gently coaxed them back into the room by taking Shauna's hand. Unable to help themselves, they both followed him shyly. Alan stood alone and held his breath. A burning began in his chest. Oliver's smooth talking had again worked its magic. Jobeth glanced over her shoulder at him, looking lost and awkward. His heart pounded heavily in his ribcage. This new girl was different. He could tell she wasn't like them, even though she looked like it. She had come from better. A flower hidden in the weeds. He forced an awkward smile and blushed, feeling silly. A weak smile spread across Jobeth's face as he turned away. Alan lowered his head, feeling like a fool. Tamara smirked, moving to stand beside him. He shoved his hands deep into his pockets and tried to compose himself. Tamara stood righteously with her arms tensely crossed over her large breasts. Her exposed cleavage bulged in Alan's face. "What now?" he steamed, looking away from her chest and back to Jobeth, who sat quietly listening to Oliver.
"Seems Oliver found a new toy to play with, don't it?"
she declared, nastily pursing her red lips together. She cackled at Alan's reddening face and walked over to the other side of the room where Jonah, the boy whose skin tone shocked Jobeth, sat. Tamara plunked down beside Jonah, as gracefully as a lump of clay, continuing to smirk at Alan. His attention veered away from Tamara, tired of her obnoxious ways, and went back to watching the new girl. Jobeth was putting Shauna back down on the mattress they had been sleeping on. Oliver was talking a mile a minute, and Alan could not help noticing her shyly smiling back. His heart pounded painfully again. Absently, he reached up and rubbed at the pulsing muscle beneath his chest. His fingers moved up and down in rhythm to his heart, tingling warmly with emotion. Jobeth was the most unusual girl he had ever seen. Chapter 5. Jobeth sat on the mattress, listening intently to Oliver, as Shauna slept peacefully in her arms. As the pale hair fanned across the older girl's lap, she stroked it absent-mindedly.
"We all gradually hooked up with one another,"
Oliver said, his voice light and casual. His elbows rested comfortably on his legs as his hands dangled freely between his knees. Jobeth could not help noticing the troubled way Alan looked at Oliver. She shook off the feeling of animosity and turned her attention back to Oliver. "So you don't have any parents?" she inquired, facing him. His eyes danced with amusement.
"Not one of us has a parent. They're either dead or just up and left."
He smiled and leaned in closer to Jobeth.
"What about you? Where are your parents?"
Jobeth darted her eyes away and began staring at her hands in her lap. Her nails were broken and black, and the lines in the palm of her hand were embedded with dirt. She nervously began to stroke Shauna's soft blonde locks. Tears tried to force themselves to the surface, but she swallowed them back. "I have no parents. We're alone."
"Is Shauna your sister?"
Jonah asked, sitting behind Tamara. He had been silently listening to them. Jobeth's gaze lingered on the young black man, still startled by his color. His clothes were threadbare and his hair was matted, but his face glowed with intelligence. She had never been this close to a person of color before. Of course, she saw people like him only a few times from afar. Blacks and whites never spoke to each other. She was embarrassed to admit it, but had never paid much attention to the colored folks. They were part of the scenery, standing on a corner or in the store, there, yet not, simply blending into the background, like a painting hanging on the wall, untouchable. Alan noticed her uneasiness and sensed she was not used to addressing colored folks. Studying her tired face, he saw only kindness. She had probably never spoken to a black person before. Once she got to know Jonah, she would love him like everyone else did. Even Tamara, who hated everyone and everything, loved Jonah.
"I think it's time we let our guest sleep,"
Alan announced, still looking at her. Relieved, Jobeth's eyes met his. He tried again to smile warmly at her, but it only came out twisted, making him look ridiculous.
"But we want to hear more,"
Tamara chided, lying back on her side, her head resting snugly on her propped hand. She smiled sweetly. Jobeth ignored her. She was tired and did not want to answer any more questions. Too many questions would lead to too many truths, which was the last thing she wanted them to know. Then they would throw her out and keep Shauna. They could never know the truth about what had happened to her. She would never let that happen.
"There's plenty of time to talk,"
Alan interrupted, scowling at Tamara.
"That is, if Jobeth decides to stay with us."
He held his breath, afraid of the answer. He could not explain it, but he felt the need to protect her and her little sister. Jobeth stared at Alan, open-mouthed. She hadn't thought of staying permanently.
"Please stay, Jobeth,"
Oliver repeated, leaning even closer to her.
"Well, I don't know,"
she stumbled, still feeling a little frightened of these people. Tamara's face was red with anger. Her friendly smile was now gone. Did she want to spend the whole winter with a girl who obviously did not like her and felt threatened by her? Tamara's expression to Oliver was one of disgust. She flopped herself flat on the mattress, turning her back to them.
"There is no need for her to answer that question,"
Alan answered Jobeth.
"We all can leave any time we want, and so can Jobeth. Stay as long as you want."
He lay down on the mattress and yawned, his eyes never leaving Jobeth.
"Lots to do tomorrow. Better get some shut-eye."
She stared back, grateful. Alan nodded as she snuggled in beside Shauna. Oliver stood up and went to the mattress Tamara was sleeping on. Lying beside her, he whispered something into her ear, and she elbowed him roughly in the stomach. He chuckled, said something Jobeth could not hear, and crawled onto a mattress with another boy. Smiling at Oliver's behavior, Jonah crept away from the fighting couple and over to Alan's mattress. He laid his bulky frame down, not noticing the difference between his frame and Alan's lean one.
"I like her,"
Jonah whispered to Alan's rigid back.
"Me too,"
Alan whispered back, wide-eyed, staring at Jobeth's already sleeping form.
"Me too."
Jobeth awoke refreshed and in good spirits for the first time in a long time. She sat up, stiff and confused, unable to remember where she was. Suddenly she became frightened. Where was she? Her head spun around from side to side, taking in the objects around her. Then the events of the past evening flooded her memory. Alan and Oliver. Tamara. It all came back in a rush. She turned to check on Shauna and smiled at the sleeping child beside her. The poor thing was completely exhausted from the past month's activities. She pulled the blanket Oliver had given her over Shauna's frail shoulders and lightly kissed her warm cheek.
"Good morning,"
boomed a deep voice. Jobeth spun around to face Jonah. Her hand clasped her heart. She did not know what to do. Jonah towered over her, casting a large shadow behind her on the wall. "Good morning," Jobeth said, reserved, her eyes avoiding him. She remembered when Mother Tomalina had been offered a black baby. She had refused. stating that there was no way she was having one of those kinds in her home. The comment puzzled Jobeth. She had been in the kitchen peeling potatoes at the sink when the nice-looking lady with brown hair and a straw hat had come to the door holding the dark, crying infant. The baby was dressed in a darling white crocheted bonnet and dress that flattered the infant's chocolate-colored skin. "But, Miss Johnston, the child has nowhere to go. You are my last hope," the lady begged, bouncing the infant in her arms. The baby flailed its tiny feet, knocking off one of the matching white booties, exposing a brown foot with a pinkish underside. Jobeth leaned closer to the door to listen, her knife poised over a half-peeled potato. Mother Tommelina always wanted babies. For reasons unknown to Jobeth, Mother Tommelina had a soft spot for them. Maybe it was because they didn't yet have a personality to offend her, or perhaps they did not look at her drawn, wrinkled face with disgust. Whatever the reason, it did not last long. As soon as the child was old enough to walk, Mother Tommelina would have nothing to do with it. "No, now leave with that thing now." She ordered the lady out of the house. "Bring me a white child, even an Indian, but never bring those soulless creatures into my home," she ordered. "I will not have the children of Ham under my roof." The woman left enraged, and Mother Tommelina went to pray. As soon as Jobeth was sure the old crone was deep in prayer, she left the potatoes in the sink and went outside. She bent down where the baby had kicked off the booty and picked it up. The yarn was silky to the touch. Jobeth couldn't help herself and rubbed the small garment on her cheek, feeling its warm, comforting touch. Memories of her mother flooded her. Mama is sitting in her favorite chair knitting, humming a tune. Jobeth was seated on the ground reading a novel, asking questions about different people in the book, strange people who looked and lived very differently from everything she knew. Her mind was filled with endless questions. Why were there people who believed in different things than she did? Why did they look so unlike her and those around her? Were they less human, more like animals? Her thoughts raced, eager to find the answers. Her mother put down her knitting, motioned Jobeth to sit before her. Jobeth listened. Constance Roberts began to braid her daughter's long golden brown hair. Warmth and safety enveloped Jobeth. In a calm voice, her mother replied as best she could. "Some feel those who are different are inferior to us," Mama said, her fingers expertly twisting hair into a braid. "But no human is or should be called an animal." She paused. "Remember, my dear, we are all God's children, and in the end, when we are in heaven, all color fades to a bright light, and there is only love in that light." She placed her hands on Jobeth's shoulders and gently turned her daughter to face her. Their eyes connected with each other, linked together like one. "Do you understand what I'm saying?" Her mother nodded her head. Jobeth averted her eyes, not really sure she did understand. She felt her mother cup her chin. "We are all light," Constance Roberts declared. "All parts of the same light. One. We are all one." Jobeth looked at the little booty, and the warmth she had felt when her mother braided her hair lingered. She kicked off her tattered shoes, exposing her bare feet. Wiggling her toes, she looked at the soles of her feet. They were wrinkled and pink. She gently folded the booty and placed it in the pocket of her dress. Jobeth looked at Jonah, ashamed. The visions of the past played out in her mind. What would her mother say if she was here? His size was threatening, but his face and smile were kind and genuine. "I owe you an apology," she said, looking at his confused features. "Whatever for?" Jonah handed Jobeth some bread. "I'm afraid I have judged you unfairly." She looked down at her hand holding the bread Jonah had given her. "Aw, you ain't the first." He smiled brightly.
And you won't be the last. Everyone does when they first meet me. It's 'cause I so big for my age and I so dark and all. Least you say you're sorry. Don't normally get so sorry from folks.
Jobeth felt her apprehension starting to leave.
I guess you had a good sleep?
Jonah asked, coming close. He sat on the nearest mattress to Jobeth.
Sit down, Jobeth. Sit down.
He patted the mattress beside him. Jobeth walked over and sat down uneasily beside the massive youth. Too many things had changed in her life in such a short period. It was hard for her to overcome. She had never spoken to a black person before, and now she sat inches away from one. She couldn't help feeling dirty around people. After what Father James had done to her, why would anyone want to be around her? She closed her eyes and took a bite of the dry bread. I am not going to think about that. Jonah smiled and chuckled through a mouthful of food.
It looks like you got the weight of the world on your little bitty shoulders.
I do? She twisted her hands, surprised at her outburst. She nibbled on her bread, angry with herself for revealing too much. Where is everyone? Jobeth gazed around the empty room, trying to change the subject.
They all gone to town.
Jonah smiled broadly, displaying a mouthful of teeth that seemed to take up his whole face. She liked his smile. She relaxed again. The images of Father James were forced to the back of her mind. Mama was right. Everyone is God's child.
We has to treat the newcomers with class,
Jonah continued, wiping away breadcrumbs from his mouth with his massive paw of a hand.
Bread won't do for the feast we gonna have tonight.
He lifted his crust to Jobeth's face. Instantly her stomach growled at the mention of a feast. It had been so long since she had eaten a good meal, she wondered if Shauna had ever eaten one. She felt warm inside, thinking of the child feasting on good, nutritious foods. Jonah continued, noticing the hunger in Jobeth's eyes.
Carter and Adam are at work, but promised to bring home a little extra for dinner.
He grinned at her bashfully, his brown eyes twinkling with life.
Are you hungry, Jobeth?
She blushed, ashamed that her hunger showed so plainly. I am only hungry for Shauna, Jobeth said with little conviction while sweeping the crumbs off her skirt.
Yeah, I know how it is to be hungry for someone else.
Jonah laughed. Jobeth couldn't help herself. She began to chuckle too. She sounded ridiculous. The sides of Jonah's eyes creased and wrinkled with laugh lines. She wondered how old he was. Despite his large frame, he had a boy's face, kind and gentle, not yet ruined by the world's cruelties. Jonah, Jobeth asked, how old are you? She blushed. She felt like her tongue did not belong to her. She had lost all sense of the good manners she had been raised with. Tears burned behind her eyes. Could Jonah not see what a fraud she was? But she suddenly really needed his kindness and offer of friendship. You are all so young, she said, trying to recover from her mess-up. Her throat felt tight, and it was hard to speak.
That we are.
He stared at the doorway to the rest of the house, lost in thought, unaware that Jobeth felt she had insulted him. He turned and graced her with his beautiful smile.
We all babes lost in this great big old world. Well, let's see. Carter and Adam are the oldest of the group. They's 18 and the best of friends you ever saw. Then there's Alan.
Jobeth eased up and felt her throat relax. It was impossible for her not to notice Jonah's face light up with worship with the mention of Alan.
Alan's 16, and Oliver, the wildcat.
Jonah could not help but radiate as he spoke fondly of his only family.
He's 15. Todd, he's 14. He's also Adam's brother. He's mighty shy, so don't you be getting upset and hurt if he don't speak to you.
Jonah wagged a finger seriously in Jobeth's face. She shook her head, amused, forgetting her earlier shame.
And we can't forget Tamara. Beautiful Tamara. She's at the lovely age of 15. And I's 16 too.
Shauna stirred, waking up. She rubbed her eyes in the familiar way Jobeth had become accustomed to.
Well, if the sun hasn't shined right in this very room.
Jonah beamed, standing up and walking toward Shauna. She quickly backed away from him, frightened. She had lived all of her life with Mother Tomalina and Father James. It was hard to remove a lifetime of learned racism in just one night. The messages the Johnstons seeded in Shauna's brain since infancy had taken plant and rooted on her shoulders for so long.
There's nothing to fear from old Jonah, little girl. Now look here.
Jobeth watched curiously as the boy searched in his pants pocket for something. Shauna eyed him with distrust.
I saved this just for you,
Jonah said, handing Shauna a large, shiny red apple.
Just for your breakfast. A growing girl such as yourself needs an apple a day to keep the doctor away.
He chuckled, handing Shauna the red fruit. She held the fleshy apple, her eyes feasting on the red color. She looked at Jobeth for approval, and Jobeth nodded, smiling. Without a hesitation, she took the apple and bit into it.
It's good.
She beamed up at Jonah, apple juice running down her chin.
Thank you.
She bit into it again. The sounds of crunching rang through the room, and all fears of Jonah vanished with each sweet bite.
You are welcome, and since you love my apples, I will bring you one every day,
Jonah said, standing up. He picked up Shauna and walked back to Jobeth. Jobeth reached her arms out for the little urchin and placed the apple child between the two of them.
Jobeth?
Jonah asked, handing each of them more bread. Yes. She placed the bread in her lap, wiping away some breadcrumbs that had fallen onto her dress.
I always wants to know what a body wants out of this great big old world. And I wants to know what you want, too.
He looked at Jobeth sincerely. She knew he was serious about this question, and it made her uncomfortable. She had given up all her hopes and expectations of the world. What do you want? Jobeth countered back, teasing, trying to avoid his questioning face.
Oh, I don't know.
Jonah's face puzzled up like an old rotten apple.
I guess I want people to see me and accept me as Jonah, not the poor black trash, just Jonah.
He looked at Jobeth with wide, wet eyes.
See, I got 2 strikes against me. I's black, and I ain't got no one but a bunch of white kids as family.
But that is better than being any color and all alone. Jobeth spoke softly. She felt for the man-child beside her. She knew what loneliness was, and it did not discriminate. On the contrary, it attracted everyone it could. Jonah saw Jobeth's fallen face and the sadness plainly displayed there. People's troubles come in all forms, he thought. He perked up quickly, not wanting to darken this new encounter.
That's right, Jobeth. I knew you was meant to be a part of our family. I just knew it. I got a bad habit of getting down on myself, and the group is always at me, reminding me of the good things in life. Just like you just done.
Jobeth tickled Shauna, who giggled and bit into her half-eaten apple. It felt good to laugh. It had been a long time since she felt like laughing, when it felt safe to laugh. It might not be so bad to stay the winter with these people. They could not tell what Father James did to her. Besides, winter was nearly at the door, and it would be good to spend the cold nights talking to Jonah. Maybe with time, she would even become friends with Tamara. She allowed herself to be content, if not happy. Perhaps she could put the horror of the Johnston household behind her. Maybe she could forget and go on with her life.
Now, quit trying to change the subject. You tell me what you'd like out of life.
Jonah scowled playfully.
I'd like to be as free as a birdie,
Shauna tittered. It was hard to believe that Shauna had once been a frightened little phantom, afraid of her own shadow. She had really transformed into a new little girl. Me too, Jobeth said dreamily. I would like to fly away where no one would ever find me, like a deserted island. I would eat wild berries and drink from a clear crystal stream. Then I would dive into its cool depths and be forever clean." She blushed, embarrassed. Shauna and Jonah listened intently. Jonah gently placed his hand on Jobeth's knee, cupping her hand in his. His grasp was comforting and reassuring.
"We have the same dreams,"
he whispered. Stillness enveloped the room. "How did you meet up with these people, Jonah?" Jobeth coughed nervously. The silence between them had grown uncomfortable.
"Well,"
Jonah began, ripping his bread in two and handing half to Shauna. She took it greedily and began to munch down on it.
"I was 3 when my ma died, and a few years later, my pa died of a bad heart. I believe that it was a broken heart. He was always a silent man. But after Ma died of her heartaches, he seemed to become even quieter, into himself. I didn't have no brothers and sisters on account of Ma nearly dying having me. Pa said it messed her insides up pretty bad. Anyway, I was just wandering around, nearly starved, when I met up with these boys. Most have the same story. Some different. Some have been on their own as young as Shauna."
He ruffled the little girl's hair as she rolled her eyes up at him.
"Yeah, Tamara's been on her own since she was 7. I don't know much about Alan. He's pretty tight-lipped about his past."
A strange feeling began to wrap around her. Why was the boy Alan so secretive about his past? But then again, she did not want anyone to know about her sordid history. She pushed the mystery of Alan's previous life out of her mind. What did she care about a boy she did not know? Jobeth had enough to think about with Shauna and herself. She did not need to worry about Alan and his secrets. The door suddenly burst open, causing the 3 to jerk clear out of their seats. Oliver swayed in the doorway, a sloppy grin stretching across his face. His eyes glassy and unfocused. The odor of cheap alcohol floated from him as he laughed. Jobeth gasped, grabbing a hold of Shauna's arm, her heart pounding. His slurred words seemed to seep into the room like smoke, sending a chill down her spine. She tightened her grip on Shauna instinctively as Oliver stumbled closer.
"No need to dent the roof."
He careened through the doorway, barely missing Jobeth. Instinctively, she flinched. A flashback of Father James filled her vision. For a moment, she felt like screaming. The image of Father James' fat, stubby hands reaching out to her flashed in her mind. She quickly shook it away when Alan stepped forward, a fierce expression covering his face as he grabbed Oliver by the collar of his shirt, yanking Oliver off his feet away from Jobeth.
"What? What did I do?"
Oliver looked confused and a little hurt. Alan's eyes flashed, his fists clenched at his sides. Jobeth felt fear wash over her as Alan's gaze drilled into the drunken Oliver sitting stunned on the floor. Her head bowed, cheeks flaming, as Alan's sharp voice cut through the air.
"Learn how to handle your whiskey, or I will teach you how."
Oliver stood, trying to keep his balance. He stumbled forward, his face twisted in a sulk, to Tamara still standing in the doorway, frowning at Jobeth.
"Hey, baby,"
he slurred, wrapping a limp arm around her shoulders. A pink tongue protruded out of his mouth and darted into her ear. Tamara grimaced, unimpressed.
"How about it, honey? I need a little lovin', and I know how you can fill it."
He leaned over and planted a boozy kiss on the nape of her neck. A shiver ran up Tamara's spine. Softening, she gazed down at Oliver's tousled black hair. She had a weak spot for his good looks and beautiful blue eyes. Eyes she now noticed, trying to focus on the shaken Jobeth. Fury that always seemed to fill her snapped free. Tamara turned around so fast that Oliver did not have time to duck, and her hand smashed into the side of his flushed face. "Pig!" she shrilled so loud that Shauna leapt into Jobeth's lap. "You don't talk to me that way, or I will do more than slap you.
I knows how to do that, too,
Tamara hollered. She stormed over to Alan, who was taking food out of the inside of his jacket.
Enough, Oliver,
Alan declared, shifting his attention to Tamara as she took out the food she had concealed in her coat. He avoided looking at Jobeth. Oliver shook his head, touching the side of his face where Tamara's handprint was already hot and red. He went to the nearest mattress and lay down, not understanding what had come over Tamara. Alan spoke, with his eyes cast downward, studying the items of food placed on the table. He tried to avoid eye contact while speaking.
We got a ham and a dozen eggs,
he said, gesturing towards the pile.
Plus, Carter and Adam got some other stuff. We gotta be careful from now on. They're starting to watch us closer.
He looked up briefly to Tamara and returned his gaze back down.
You women can go and begin cooking this meat.
He avoided Jobeth's fixed look. He could read the disapproval on her face, and it made him feel small. He was sure Jobeth had never stolen for her supper. It was plain to see in her eyes. Alan was sure he was right.
She thinks I'm trash,
he thought, ashamed and humiliated.
She is too good for us, for me.
Come on, Tamara said miserably as she picked up the ham and slung it loosely by her side. She did not even bother looking at Jobeth as she trudged out the door. Jobeth started slowly standing up and following the raven-haired beauty, unsure what to do.
Jobeth?
A small voice questioned. Jobeth wheeled around. She had forgotten about Shauna. The poor thing looked frightened as a scarecrow. Tears had begun to roll out the corners of her eyes, and her bottom lip started to tremble.
Am I a woman? Do I go too?
She choked, trying not to cry. Do you want to come? Jobeth asked, feeling bad. Her mind had been on Alan's stealing and Tamara's insolence. Shauna was her responsibility. She should not concern herself with how Alan and Tamara lived their lives. Shauna will be eating tonight, eating until she was completely filled up. What did it matter where the food came from or how it had landed on their plates? It only mattered that it was there. Jobeth could not believe she had let herself forget about the little girl. She was going to have to be more careful. These people were temporary, and this place was only a pit stop for the winter. Shauna was permanent, her whole future. Shauna nodded her head up and down, replacing her frown with a smile. She was like Jonah and the handsome Oliver, but she wasn't prepared to be apart from Jobeth just yet. Then come along, Jobeth coaxed, holding out her hand. Shauna grinned and jumped up from the mattress, running to Jobeth.
You's in charge, Shauna, Jonah said, pointing. Don't let those two diddle-daddle with our feast.
I won't,
she beamed, her chest rising with importance. Behind the broken-down house, Tamara was already building a fire. Ash covered the ground. Black charcoal rocks and burnt twigs were arranged in a circle. The wooden walls of the building were neatly stacked with logs. Tamara had already brought 3 good-sized pieces beside the circle.
Shauna, honey,
Tamara said, her voice surprisingly sweet. The young child looked at her fearfully, grabbing the hem of Jobeth's frayed skirt.
If'n you want to play, I have some pretty dolls up in the house by my mattress, just waiting to be played with by some beautiful girl just like you. You see, they happen to be lonely. No one's played with them for a long time.
An ecstatic smile spread across Shauna's face. Dolls had never been a part of her life. Such indulgence was not acceptable to Mother Tomalina. Go play, Jobeth coaxed, thinking maybe Tamara was all bark and no bite. Shauna giggled and ran off excitedly into the ramshackle house. She quickly returned moments later with 3 porcelain dolls. They were beautifully made, with real human hair as blonde as corn silk. Their faces were delicately painted with happy smiles. The dolls, Jobeth noticed, were well taken care of, their dresses clean and bright. Shauna sat down on the grass, a little way away from the other girls, and began playing. Tamara's fire had started to take, and she was preparing a spit to roast the ham.
"If you're gonna stay, you better learn to cook,"
Tamara said, glaring at Jobeth. She ignored the look.
"Everyone has to work. Ain't no room for one living off the others here."
"I can work," Jobeth spoke bitterly, poking a stick into the ground. The sight of the ham, which had caused her stomach to growl moments ago, now made it churn. Her breast began to throb, and she wondered if her monthly would soon start. She glanced at Tamara, putting the ham on the spit. It looked red, and the smell of raw pork started to repulse her. Her mouth began to water, and bile rose in her throat suddenly. Turning to the bushes, she quietly spat up the bread Jonah had given her for breakfast. Tamara watched out of the corner of her eye. She had been ready to argue with Jobeth about leaving her duties when she noticed her throwing up. Tamara turned back to her cooking. She hated being sick, but she was only briefly concerned for Jobeth. She didn't like the scrawny gal invading her home. The little one, Shauna, was all right. She knew only too well what it was like to be so young and alone. "Sorry," Jobeth said, returning to Tamara, wiping her mouth with the back of her hand. "I haven't been around solid food for so long that I'm afraid my stomach can't handle it." Tamara nodded, not bothering to look at Jobeth's waxen face. There was too much attention paid to the gaunt, stringy-haired girl by Oliver. For the life of her, she did not see why. She thought Jobeth's hazel eyes were too big, her hair was too straight, and an awful mousy color. Unlike Tamara's curvy frame, Jobeth was built like a skinny child. In Tamara's mind, there was no doubt that she turned many men's and even some women's eyes. It's always been that way. It was just a fact, and Oliver had been no different. She let him have her a few times. What did it matter to Tamara? Sex was nothing new. She had always been surrounded by it. She was born in a brothel. Her mother, a black-haired beauty like Tamara, had been the favored prostitute of the establishment. Madame Keisha, the painted, red-haired woman who owned the Pleasure Hotel, had pulled the bloody, screaming Tamara from between the quivering legs of Lorraine, her mother. It had been a cold winter night, and the room was so frigid that a hazy mist steamed from Tamara's wet body. Her balled-up fist struck out angrily at the world. Madame Keisha placed the infant on her mother's working bed, the very bed Tamara had been conceived on, and looked up at the exhausted Lorraine. It had been a hard and long labor. Madame Keisha expected both mother and child to die. She was still afraid that her most popular girl would. Her business would not be as prosperous without Lorraine. Her beauty was something clients only dreamed of and paid high prices for, even if it was only for a night. "It's a girl," Madame Keisha said, looking down at the squirming infant shivering in the cold. Little puffs of cool air blew out of her wailing blue lips. "She should have died," Lorraine whispered weakly on her side. A tear ran down her sweaty, pasty face. "Who will marry a whore's daughter? She will be nothing more than a slab of meat for some man to pant over. Like mother, so will be the daughter," Lorraine sobbed. Madame Keisha lifted the wiggling Tamara to her mother's breast. Lorraine wished she could have feelings for the infant. Her body bore the child, but Lorraine could not love her. She did not even know who the child's pa was. He could be any of the foul-smelling rogues who frequented the establishment. The thought of men who came to pleasure themselves on her made Lorraine sick. This child was a product of one of those encounters. Lorraine had hoped that maybe it had been one of the wealthier clients, maybe even one of the young virgin boys whose daddy or older brother had treated them on a birthday. She was an expensive product. It was something to relax her mind for a moment, but there were the few scoundrels who, captivated by her beauty, spent a month's salary just to pump her for a few moments of pleasure. The thought that one of these men could have fathered this child who grew inside her sickened her. The baby cried angrily, begging to be fed. Lorraine placed a hard nipple into the child's mouth to stop the fury of the infant. She laid her head down upon her pillow, feeling her child feed from her, and cried. Tamara grew up watching her mother with countless men. She always craved the love Lorraine seemed to give them and not her. Only when Tamara had been sick would Lorraine sit by her small bed beside her mother's and feed her soup, humming a tuneless hymn. When Tamara was 7, her mother was killed. She had told a favored customer that she was pregnant. The man was enraged and strangled Lorraine while Tamara slept peacefully beside them. Tamara never cried when Madame Keisha and 2 other girls who worked for her removed her mother's limp corpse from the stained sheets of the bed. Madame Keisha pulled Tamara aside after her mother's body had been taken away. "Your mother has left us, child. It is a great loss to my business, but she did have you, and you will garner a great price. The beautiful daughter of Lorraine, even more beautiful than she, and still pure. You will be my greatest profit." The heavily made-up woman spoke, her eyes visibly calculating the income that would come in with the price of Tamara's virginity. "I will auction you off to the highest bidder. The gentleman will bid very high for your young beauty and unspoiled body." Tamara said nothing. She was aware of the virgin auctions. She had no intention of having the filthy creatures who groaned naked over her mother do the same to her. That very night, when the brothel was packed with customers and laughter, Tamara slipped out of the establishment when everyone was too busy to notice. Madame Keisha never saw her again. Tamara exhaled. Those were long-ago days. She survived, sometimes by the very means she had run away from. Men seemed to desire her, wanted to possess her. Tamara just shrugged it off. They could have her body if she needed money, but they would never possess her. Eventually, years later, she met Carter, Adam, and Todd. They treated her like one of them. She felt she belonged to a family for the first time in her life. Others joined the group, some left and some stayed. Although a few boys felt they could have Tamara, she had never allowed it. Until Oliver showed up, so handsome and charming. She never minded lying in his arms. In fact, she loved the way he touched and caressed her. She glanced over at Jobeth and noticed her pallor. "What do you have against me, Tamara?" Jobeth breathed heavily, the back of her hand pressed against her moist mouth. "Nothin'." Tamara stiffly turned away. Guilt kept surfacing in her conscience. She turned the ham, which had begun to release a delicious aroma. "Don't lie. You don't like me. If you just got to know me, we could be friends." It would be better for the 2 girls to be friends. When Jobeth's monthly started, she would like a girlfriend to confide in about womanly woes. "We are living together. I just thought we might as well get along with each other, instead of being at each other's throats." Tamara's lips curled into a cruel laugh. Her anger returned. She placed her hands on her rounded hips and spread her legs apart. "Hell, I don't need to like you." Black hair swept out behind her in defiance. Tamara was indeed an enchantress, one that Jobeth knew she would never be. Not that Jobeth was ugly. She had her own unique qualities. But Tamara was a gorgeous creature. "If you wants to know why I don't like you, well, I'll tell you. You nearly fainted when I swore. You think you're all high and mighty with your proper English. I bet you even went to school." Tamara was wild. She had seen Jobeth's type before. Even though she was dressed worse than her, she knew her type. The type of girl who whispered and laughed about Tamara. The type of girl who called her names, names for people like her mother.
Jobeth was like those girls, and that was what attracted Oliver. Jobeth was no whore's daughter.
You don't belong to us. You ain't one of us. Go back wherever you came from.
The ham started to burn unattended, giving off a charcoal smell. Smoke swirled up from the fire, mingling with Jobeth's tears, blinding her vision.
No!
She shrieked with all the force she had. Shauna and Tamara both jumped in union. Shauna dropped the dolls she was playing with and ran over to Jobeth, trembling like a leaf. Jobeth bent down and hugged her tight to her swollen breast.
I cannot. We can't ever go back. I am like you. I went to school when Mama and Pappy were alive. Yes, I liked it, but when they died, I went to live.
Jobeth stopped. Shauna was sobbing, holding tightly to her waist. She took a deep breath and looked straight into Tamara's surprised face.
I have not been to school since my parents died. That was a lifetime ago. I was another person. Please, try and like me. I want us to be friends. I am not high and mighty. I am far from high and mighty. We can't leave. We just can't. And you will just have to live with that, whether you want to or not.
Jobeth's back felt naked as she stretched herself straight. Tamara would not defeat her. She would never be beaten by anyone again. She hugged Shauna defensively and began to whisper comforts into her ear. Shauna had become the little sister she never had, the little sister to replace the little brother she lost. If only Tamara knew what had happened to them, to Jobeth, she may be more understanding. Maybe Tamara wouldn't be so mean. Jobeth tightened her lips angrily. She would never tell anyone about the horrors of her recent past, especially Tamara. Tamara watched as Shauna whimpered, clutching Jobeth around the neck. Jobeth's outburst astonished and amused her. There might be some guts in her after all.
Stop your blabbering. I guess I can try to stomach your skinny old bones.
She began to turn the burning ham, avoiding the two clinging figures behind her.
S'pose it ain't your fault the way ya is. Just don't get all mushy on me. I just ain't the mushy sort.
No, you are definitely not the mushy type. She swelled with hope, giving Shauna a squeeze. Maybe things might finally start to turn around for the better. Chapter 6. The transformation in Shauna was amazing. The days with Mother Tomalina and Father James quickly faded into an old nightmare. Children are astonishing in that respect, able to flourish after a terrible ordeal. She no longer clung to Jobeth's skirts. Shauna thrived in the love and affection showered on her by the group. She went everywhere with Tamara and the boys. She loved fishing with Carter and Todd for dinner or collecting wood with Adam and Jonah. The boys would take her into town to the local store and buy her candy and ribbons for her well-kept hair. Shauna's small face would light up with joy as she sucked reverently on a piece of candy. She was no longer the pale shell of a child, but a rosy-cheeked, bright-eyed girl. Jonah loved to throw Shauna high into the air, catching her safely in his strong arms. Jobeth smiled as she sat in the tall green grass, watching as Shauna let out full-belly giggles. Everyone loved her. She was an inspiration to them all. Maybe it was because so many of them had been alone when they were her age. Or maybe it was simply they needed to protect the 5-year-old from the hurt they had experienced. Whatever the reason, Shauna was the inspiration for the small group of teenagers to fix up the old house, to make it a home. A child shouldn't live in a shack, especially one about to fall in on itself, Alan announced one evening about 2 weeks after Jobeth and Shauna had come to live with them. He directed his speech to everyone as he stood up from the tattered dinner table. Secretly, he wanted a nice home for both Shauna and Jobeth.
I agree.
Tamara said with her arms folded tightly across her chest. She pushed herself away from the table, leaving her half-eaten stew. Everyone turned to her, surprised. Tamara's affection toward Shauna continued to amaze the boys. This warm, tender spirit was not the girl they knew.
And she needs clothes. I could sew her some pretty dresses if I had some material.
We'll get some, Alan said firmly, placing his hands on the table while carefully avoiding splinters. We'll get some material so all the girls can have new dresses. Tamara's head snapped up in response to Alan. Her eyes narrowed, but she said nothing. She had longed for new dresses for some time, but no one had seemed to notice.
And apples,
Jonah smiled, bouncing Shauna on his lap.
I wants to plant an apple tree right in the front, so's me and Shauna can pick an apple for breakfast every morning.
Well, Jonah, Alan chuckled, feeling proud of himself.
I'll leave the planting to you. That's just fine by me.
Jonah smacked the palm of his hand on his free leg.
We'll have a great big old tree dripping with fat, juicy apples.
Yummy!
Squealed Shauna as she hugged Jonah round the neck, her white face pressed firmly onto Jonah's dark one. She looked like the porcelain doll Adam brought home one afternoon. It was a beautiful doll that resembled Shauna, with long blonde hair as soft as silk and bright blue eyes that closed when you laid her down. She had a dress of royal blue velvet that billowed around her porcelain knees. The dress was trimmed in white lace, and matching blue ribbons went in her hair. The doll must have cost a fortune, which Jobeth knew Adam did not have. She could not help wondering how he had been able to get the beautiful doll for the child who had never owned anything so extraordinary before in her life.
I'm naming her Donna,
Shauna squealed, kissing Adam squarely on his cheek. Jobeth swallowed the lump growing in her throat. It did not matter how Adam got the doll. Shauna deserved it. She thanked him kindly, causing him to blush a crimson red. They all seemed to shower the little girl with gifts. On another day, Alan brought home an old small trunk. He sanded it down and gave it to Shauna to keep her dolls and their clothes in. Shauna had never had anything so beautiful. She touched the smooth surface and began to cry softly.
Thank you, Alan,
the child said and hugged him around the waist tightly. Alan stiffened, unsure how to react to the child's affection, but her thin little arms felt so warm and trusting that he relaxed and hugged her back. As the days passed, Tamara and Jobeth slowly became friends, if not close friends. True to his word, Alan bought material for Jobeth and Tamara. They made clothes together, and Jobeth had to admit that Tamara was an excellent seamstress. She fashioned Shauna the prettiest dresses Jobeth had ever seen, with matching ribbons to go in her hair. Jobeth loved seeing Shauna prance around in her new frocks, ribbons bouncing in 2 long braids down her back. Tamara would clap her hands with glee while Shauna would twirl around and around, her petticoats flying high. Jobeth could not help loving her own dresses. She made high-collared puff-sleeve dresses that were a little extravagant, but it had been so long since she had anything nice, let alone new, that she could not hold back from the latest styles. Tamara's dresses were very low-cut and exposed most of her cleavage. Jobeth was mortified when Tamara returned home with a small bottle of red dye. She intended to dye her beautiful, modest blue dress a brilliant red. Jobeth could not help wondering where Tamara had acquired her flamboyant taste. All 3 girls blossomed in the glory of their new apparel. The boys had to admit that the women of the house looked too classy for a bunch of scallywag boys. Jobeth liked living with the boys and Tamara. They were not her parents and Polly, but they were the next best thing. She tried to disregard the time spent with the Johnstons. She did not want to destroy the small comforts she had escaped to. It was a hot early morning,
and Jobeth and Tamara were busy washing their clothes in the lake when Jobeth's head began to swim dizzily. She stopped scrubbing Alan's shirt on a rock and wiped her sweaty brow with the back of her hand.
"Another spill?"
Tamara asked offhandedly, her hands never stopping scrubbing. She did not want to sound concerned. Since the first day Tamara and Jobeth had locked horns, Tamara had witnessed the thin girl trying to hide her sickness more than once. Even though she hated to admit it, she had become fond of Jobeth. She was beginning to get worried. Jobeth was the only girlfriend she had ever had. "Huh?" Jobeth had forgotten Tamara was beside her. "Oh, yes."
"Well, I think it's time for a doctor,"
Tamara said, casually banging Oliver's slacks across the rocks.
"Damn soap. Can never get this crap out of the clothes."
Jobeth smiled weakly. Tamara's cursing did not offend her any longer. She found the other girls' outbursts amusing. "Here, give them to me." Jobeth reached out for the pants and began wringing the soap out. "You can cook up a storm and sew better than anyone I have ever seen, but you are the worst clothes washer in history." Jobeth breathed, trying to ignore the waves of dizziness.
"Well, we can't all be perfect."
Tamara scowled, grabbing one of Shauna's soiled dresses from the basket of dirty clothes. She fingered the dress absently, stealing a quick glance at Jobeth.
"You think I sew well?"
"Yes, the very best." Fighting back the wooziness. "You could be a seamstress."
"You don't look so good."
Jobeth's skin had become colorless. "Thanks. Remind me never to give you a compliment again." She wiped loose strands of her bun from her sweaty face.
"No, you look sick."
Tamara dipped the dress into the cool water. Jobeth stopped scrubbing and turned to see Shauna's pigtailed head bent over her dolls in the grass nearby. "Well, I have to admit I have not felt quite like myself lately," she confided, her eyes downcast. Her hands in her lap were wet and soapy, and she began to rub them on her skirt to dry them.
"You know,"
Tamara tittered, slapping her hands on Jobeth's back,
"if you weren't such a goody two-shoes, I'd think you was in the family way."
Jobeth clutched the other girl's arm as the blood drained from her face. Tamara drew back as Jobeth's pale face turned an even ghastlier white.
I was just fooling."
She grabbed a rag from the pile of clean clothes and dampened it in the stream, placing it on Jobeth's fevered brow. Jobeth looked at Tamara's fearful face. Her eyes rolled back into her head, and everything went black.
"Jobeth! Jobeth!"
She could feel someone tapping her face, but Jobeth would not open her eyes. Distracted by the commotion, Shauna put her dolls down and went to the stream where Tamara was hovering over Jobeth. Patting Tamara's shoulder, Shauna asked,
"What's wrong with Jobeth?"
She felt her spine tingle with fear. Jobeth looked like she was sleeping, but the panic rising from Tamara reminded her of Donna and how she had gone to sleep and never woke up.
"Go get someone quick!"
Tamara did not know what to do, and she was as frightened as the platinum-haired child. Shauna stood frozen on the spot, not moving, her eyes fixed on Jobeth's gray face. In a panic, Tamara screamed,
"Move it! Quick!"
In a flash, Shauna scrambled up the hill as fast as her little legs could carry her. Jonah and Alan were outside testing the new steps they had just built.
"Very good, my old friend, if I do say so myself."
Alan patted Jonah's shoulder proudly.
"Not bad, not bad,"
Jonah replied, hooking his thumbs into his suspenders. Running up the hill madly, Shauna spotted them.
"Alan! Jonah!"
She heaved, trying to catch her breath. They turned, surprised to see Shauna's flushed face. Jonah bent down to the exhausted girl.
"Slow down, little one. What's the matter?"
"Jobeth!"
"What about her?" Alan jumped in, his heart starting to beat fast. He looked where Shauna had come from and could see nothing.
At the lake. She is sleeping and won't get up."
Shauna finally spit out, bent over, trying to suck air into her lungs. Jonah gently shook Shauna's hand in his large one.
You show us where she is, all right, sweetheart? You done a good job so far, but you gots to show us where Jobeth is.
He glanced up to Alan, hoping he had been listening to him. He was aware of Alan's feelings for Jobeth and did not want him to fly off the handle. Alan paid no attention to Jonah as he impatiently shifted from one leg to the other. Shauna, her breath coming back to her, pulled at Jonah's hand and led him back to Jobeth. The lake was only down a small hill behind the house, and within moments they were beside Tamara and Jobeth, who was still unconscious. Alan rushed to them and quickly scooped Jobeth's frail body in his arms. She had gained some weight since living with them, but she was still as light as a feather. He whispered her name into her ear and felt her warm breath against his cheek as her head rested on his shoulder. A mumble escaped her lips as she stirred.
She's waking up,
Alan called over his shoulder to the relief of the three others.
Jobeth, it's Alan. Wake up.
Weak as a kitten, she lifted her head from his comforting shoulder. Her eyes squinted against the bright sun as she tried to open them. "Alan?"
Yes.
His voice was husky, and it felt trapped in his throat. "What happened?" Jobeth looked around her. The last thing she remembered was washing clothes with Tamara. Tamara bent over Jobeth's pale face, relieved she was alive.
"You fainted. Never had anyone faint on account of my bad mouth."
Jobeth felt ridiculous. She looked up at Alan, abashed, and struggled to sit up. "I'm so sorry," she said, feebly trying to compose herself.
Are you all right?
His voice was filled with emotion. The smell of Jobeth's hair, crisp and clean like the lake, lingered in his nostrils. He wanted to hold her light brown locks up to his nose and inhale deeply. She tore at his heart. A desolate feeling swept over him. He wouldn't know what to do if anything happened to her. Jobeth felt overwhelmed and ashamed as she looked into Alan's strange green eyes. Genuine concern for her welfare flooded through him. "I am fine," she murmured, avoiding his feline eyes. Feeling undeserving of Alan's affection, she stood up. She was not worthy of being cared for by anyone, not with the realization of what was wrong with her. It all made sense. Her recurring sickness and dizziness, her missed monthlies. How long had it been since she had menstruated? At least 3 months. Her waist had been slowly disappearing. How could she not know? Mama had explained what happened to a woman when she was to become a mother. Why had Jobeth not known? Tamara had guessed but dismissed the very notion because she believed Jobeth to be pure. She had been wrong about her.
Let's bring our sick girl to the house,
Jonah said, hovering behind Alan like a mother hen. Alan nodded and held on firmly to Jobeth's shaking arms. "No, I'm able to finish my chores. Let me go, please." She pulled away abruptly. Alan flinched, aware of how close he was to her.
"Jobeth, I can do the wash fine by myself. I was doing it alone for a long time,"
Tamara said, afraid Jobeth would faint again. Jobeth stood up straight, her legs feeling wobbly. She walked over to Shauna and gave her a reassuring pat on the head. "I am fine. It was just the heat," she said, not facing the worried people in front of her. "I will not lie down when there is work to be done. Quit worrying about me and get back to your own chores." She walked to the laundry and grabbed the garment she had been cleaning before she fainted, continuing where she had left off, not daring to look at the open-mouthed group behind her. Tamara looked at Jobeth in disbelief. She shrugged her shoulders at Alan and Jonah, who stood bewildered.
"You heard her. Back to work,"
Tamara squawked, shooing the 2 baffled boys away. Not knowing what to do or how to protest, They reluctantly turned around and began to ascend the hill. Tamara returned to smacking clothes on the rocks, glancing every few minutes back at Jobeth. "Stop mothering over me," she said without pausing for a break. Satisfied that Jobeth was all right, Shauna turned back to her dolls. She gently sat down on her quilt littered with porcelain babies and was instantly lost in her make-believe land once again. Tamara bent her head down low and sneaked a peek out of the corner of her eye.
"I ain't mothering no one."
"Could have fooled me," Jobeth sniffed, pushing a strand of hair behind her ear. She attacked the garment she was washing with fervor. Tamara raised her eyebrow but pretended not to hear as she went about her duties. Both girls continued to work in silence. Jobeth felt Tamara's eyes burning into her back. Guilt flooded her entire body. The heat of her eyes burned straight to Jobeth's flat belly. It felt hot and heavy. Could everyone tell she was with child? She thought of Alan's round face full of concern. She banged the piece of clothing harder onto the rock, trying to beat out the frustration she felt. A savage scream filled her mind, causing her to slump over, exhausted. She stared down at the beaten shirt, unable to swallow this new discovery. She did not want to leave the people she had come to love in the last 2 months. There was no way she could rip Shauna from the only family she had ever known. Jobeth pressed her fingers to her temples and squeezed. She could see no other alternative. She turned to watch as Shauna played, content with her dolls, unaware of the change about to take place. Her cheeks radiated color and health. Her voice tinkled on the wind with the sound of innocence and childhood, a childhood Shauna finally had, deserved. Was it fair to remove the child from her new home? Jobeth's throat tightened. She could not take Shauna with her. The little girl's childhood couldn't be stolen from her again. Pain tore at her heart, and her chest felt like it would cave in. Life would be unbearable without her. A tear trickled down her face, and Jobeth wiped it away unconsciously. She would never be happy again. Clouds floated lazily in the light blue sky as she gazed up. Her life was over, and yet the day was beautiful. Her eyes went longingly to the hill and the house she now called home. She squinted, shielding her vision with her hand. A lone figure was running towards them. Jobeth stood up and looked closer. It was Jonah with a look of dread on his face. He stumbled to the ground and jumped up, brushing the dust off himself. Jonah was yelling something, but Jobeth could not understand what he was trying to say. Tamara, who was now standing, looked at her, confused.
"What the hell is wrong with him?"
The sheriff! The sheriff! They's after us! They's after us!"
Jonah yelled, coming closer. Tamara started walking towards Jonah, but stopped in her tracks upon hearing the words come out of his mouth. Jonah finally reached them, panting as he bent over, supporting himself on Tamara's shoulder. She grabbed him under the arm to keep him from falling onto his face.
"What are you talking about?"
Jobeth asked, lifting Shauna up onto her hip as she ran to her.
The sheriff,
Jonah panted.
They found us out.
He looked as though someone had poured a bucket of ice-cold water on his head.
Old man Willard caught us stealing at the store today. Todd and Oliver got away from him, but he got the sheriff after us.
He stopped and looked at Tamara. His friendly ginger eyes were wide with fear.
We got a split.
He began to shiver. Tamara placed her arm around him protectively.
And you knows what'll happen to me,
he said, wide-eyed. Tamara frowned.
I am hung. Old man Willard said it before, and I'll bet you I will. I will.
Damn it to hell!
Tamara's old voice boomed. Whimpering sounds escaped Jonah's trembling lips.
I don't want Jonah to hang.
Shauna crushed her pale fist into her eyes. Jobeth felt helpless. She did not want Jonah to hang either. Feeling as though the wind were let out of her sails, she began to gather the clothes up into a heap. Everything was moving fast. Her mind whirled, trying to absorb all of the new information flooding it.
Don't just stand there like you don't have a brain in your head. Move, Jobeth, move!
Tamara grabbed the damp clothes clutched tightly into Jobeth's arm.
Get Shauna's dolls and stuff into her trunk and get to the house.
Relieved to be given direction, Jobeth jumped into action. Anxious faces turned to the lone figure standing in the kitchen. Light filtered through the windows, giving Adam an ominous glow.
"All right," he said calmly. "Here's what we'll do. The sheriff will be looking for a large group of us. If we're all together, we could be caught like a coyote in a chicken coop."
Jobeth felt as though she were being torn apart. All her turmoil over what to do about her pregnancy was for nothing. She was going to have to leave her new family anyway. Grief filled her heart and soul as she fought the urge to cry. All their belongings were quickly packed and tied to their backs in makeshift packs. It had taken only minutes to get their meager belongings together.
"We will have to split up,"
Adam finally revealed. He twisted his cap in his hands nervously. Shuffling his feet, he spoke to the dirty ground, unable to look at anyone.
"It'll be Todd, Carter, and me, Tamara, and Oliver. Last, Ellen, Jonah, Jobeth, and Shauna will be together. Nobody will be alone. When it's possible, we'll get together again."
"Where?"
yelled Tamara, standing beside Oliver and looking as though she might cry. Oliver looked miserable as he placed a hand on her shoulder in comfort.
"Hell, Tamara, I don't know,"
Adam choked, running his hand through his sandy blonde hair.
"What you really mean is, we isn't ever gonna see each other again,"
Tamara cried. Massive tears fell freely from her ebony eyes.
"Yes, we will,"
Adam stammered, uncertain if he spoke the truth. He had never seen Tamara cry or look so vulnerable. The effect was quite unsettling, and he could not look at the beautiful, red-eyed girl without wanting to cry too. For the first time, Tamara looked like an angel sent straight from heaven with all the sorrows of the world on her feathered shoulders.
"All I know is we have to. God help us. But we can't be worrying about that now. We gotta get out of here fast."
He went and stood beside Carter, who was staring at the ground, kicking dirt angrily with the toe of his boot. Oliver encircled Tamara in his arms as she willingly succumbed, sobbing hard.
"We're gonna be all right, Tamara,"
he whispered, brushing his hand through her silky curls.
"I'll take care of you. Don't worry."
Tamara sobbed and hugged Oliver closer.
"Everything's gonna be all right,"
he said without conviction as he saw the look of despair on his fellow friends' faces. It was written just as plainly on their faces as if it had been printed in the newspaper. The likelihood of them ever seeing each other again was doubtful. Jobeth shifted the weight of her sack. It was slightly heavier than when she had arrived 3 months earlier, with only the clothing on her back. She shivered and squeezed Shauna's hand. Would she ever see her new friends again? At least she had Alan and Jonah with her this time. She would not be alone with the responsibilities. The thought of the baby she was carrying flashed through her mind like a hurricane. She quickly erased it. For the moment, there were more important things to worry about. They ran as fast as they could from the others who had, just a short time ago, been part of them. The 3 groups separated and went in different directions. Jobeth turned toward the path in which Tamara and Oliver ran. Their hands were clasped together. Tamara's jet-black hair streamed out behind them. The image quickly faded. Soon, all she could see were 2 black dots. Why do I always lose the people I love? Jobeth screamed in her head. That is how she felt. Love. Love for this ragged group of people who had taken them in, saved them. The wind ripped viciously at her face, blowing away the tears as they started to fall. Alan carried Shauna in his arms. Her little legs clutched tightly around his waist. She wondered how he could run with Shauna's full weight burdening him. He looked over at Jobeth, planked between Jonah and himself. He told Adam and Carter that he wanted Jobeth, Shauna, and Jonah with him. Adam did not like the idea of the 4 of them together. It would have been more reasonable for Jonah to go with Oliver and Tamara. No, Alan crossed his arms and glowered. His voice was steel and firm. There would be no opposition.
He comes with me, and so do Jobeth and Shauna.
Adam nodded, giving in. There was no time to argue. The sheriff would be there at any moment, and they needed to get away. Sheriff Duncan Miguel was a cruel man who had been waiting for just this moment to get Adam and his crew behind bars. Adam shivered. They needed to get out of there fast.
All right, he goes with you, but be careful. You guys are gonna look like poppies in a field of daisies.
I'll take that chance, Alan replied, his face stone cold. They were running so fast, Jobeth feared she would fall behind. Jonah firmly grabbed hold of her arm, helping her keep pace. She smiled at him and was thankful as they continued on. When dusk came, they stumbled into a field and fell asleep exhausted. Jobeth woke to the sun shining on her face. For a moment, she was confused as to where she was. She sat up and faced Jonah, his elbows resting on his knees, and his index finger was playing with his front teeth. Rubbing the remainder of sleep out of her eyes, she stood up, feeling as though her legs would give out from under her. "Jonah," she said, her legs crying out in pain from the journey the day before.
"Jobeth,"
he said with a weak smile. He stood up and came over toward her, gently taking her arm.
"Legs a little wobbly from running?"
"It would seem that way." She grabbed his helpful hand. Wincing, she pressed her free hand to her spine.
"You better try and walk it off, because as soon as Alan comes back, we'll be heading out again."
"Where is he?" she asked, walking in circles with Jonah. The pain in her legs was slowly turning into a dull throb.
"He took Shauna out with him to hunt up some food."
Jonah searched the clouded sky with his eyes. "Are you all right?"
"Oh, yeah."
Jonah grinned.
"I just worry about the others. They my family is all. I hate to lose more family."
Jobeth nodded. She understood more than he knew. "They will be all right."
"Yeah, I guess you're right."
They stood silently next to each other, Jonah holding Jobeth's arm protectively. Neither spoke for a long time as they stared at the endless field swaying before them. Alan and Shauna found them still standing in the same position. Shauna was giggling about the rabbit they caught together. When they came upon Jobeth and Jonah, they stopped for a moment, afraid to break the peace emanating from the 2 stone figures. Alan coughed, embarrassed, and sat down by the dead fire. He removed his hunting knife and began to gut the rabbit.
"What's the problem?"
he asked, trying to sound casual.
"Oh, nothing,"
Jonah said, breaking the silence. He bent down, grabbed a burlap sack beside the bundle of belongings, and removed some potatoes. The food had been divided into 3 portions before they had left the others. "Let's start a fire for that delicious rabbit you caught," Jobeth chirped to Shauna. Shauna jumped up, tiny wood chips clung to her dress, and she absently brushed them off as she skipped toward Jobeth. Alan watched from the corner of his eye as they disappeared into the tall grass.
"Winter is just about here,"
Alan said as he peeled the soft fur from the rabbit. He would keep it and make Shauna some mittens. Jonah nodded, not saying a word. He sensed Alan had something on his mind he needed to get off.
"Jobeth and Shauna need a home, a real home,"
Alan continued, never pausing in his butchering.
"I have to give 'em that." "You will. We both will,"
Jonah agreed while starting to peel potatoes.
"I have to,"
he said firmly, looking off into the horizon, lost in his thoughts. After a quick breakfast, They packed up the remainder of their food and started on their way again, this time walking. They were going farther from the people they loved and further into an uncertain future. Jobeth wondered about the rest of her new family. This continued to be in her thoughts as the four traveled on. Each time she awoke to the sun shining on her face, she wondered about them. Each time she fell asleep under the vast black sky with its many eyes glaring down at her, she wondered where the others were and if she would ever see them again. Wild Tamara, so angry and untamed. Oliver, with his piercing blue eyes and irresistible charm. Shy Todd, who barely said a word but always had a special pocket full of treats for a little 5-year-old girl. Carter, the shadow of his best friend, Adam. And Adam, the brave leader of them all. Were they all right? Did they sleep well last evening, alone for the first time in who knew how long? Did their fear match hers? She knew she would always worry about it, and she wished they were all safe and back together at the old abandoned house they had made a home. Chapter 7.
We better find shelter.
Alan turned to Jobeth, standing beside him. She was exhausted and chilled to the bone. A month of traveling had taken a toll on her already frail body. All that day she had been experiencing sharp pains in her slight, rounded belly. Instinctively she rested the palm of her hand on her growing mound, feeling the quickening movements of the child growing inside her. Keeping an eye on Jobeth, Alan watched her closely. She seemed to be getting thicker around her midsection, but he didn't understand why. Their diet was meager. They had all lost weight while traveling on the road. Jobeth's face and arms were rail thin, and she had a gaunt look to her, like an animal with parasites. He was concerned for the frail girl. She seemed to always be in a great deal of discomfort. He wondered if she had gotten worms from one of their too hurriedly cooked meals. He had seen sick kittens with gaunt frames and little bellies distended from parasitic infections. Jobeth's appearance reminded him of them. He worried and wished he knew what to do.
Are you all right, Jobeth?
What? She asked. She had forgotten that Alan was beside her. Oh, I'm fine, she lied, feeling another sharp pain. She wrapped her shawl tightly around her shoulders. The days were getting increasingly colder, and she could smell snow in the wind.
Are you sure?
Alan whispered, placing his hand in the middle of Jobeth's back. She smiled up at his worried face. Yes, Alan. Let's find some shelter. I smell snow coming. Alan turned and walked toward the town up ahead and started to walk with her. Jonah and Shauna followed closely behind. He took a deep breath of crisp air and exhaled. Jobeth was right. There was a distinct smell of snow in the air. It wasn't until the evening that they found a small shack on the outskirts of town. It was old and rotted, and by the next year, it would probably only be a termite-infested wood heap. But to the 4 weary wanderers, it was home for the night. Jonah opened the door. They could hear the scurry of tiny animals running across the floorboards. He shook his head.
Lots of cleaning needs to be done here.
That is an understatement, Jobeth said, swiping cobwebs away from her face. She followed Jonah into the one-room shack. Alan popped his head in after Jobeth was safely inside. Shauna lay fast asleep in his arms. Anger filled him. He had failed once again.
The girls can't sleep here,
Alan said, voicing his thoughts. He would not budge inside the door. Jobeth and Shauna turned to face him in disbelief. They were cold, hungry, and exhausted. Jonah began to stutter, unable to believe what Alan had said.
But we can't find nothing else.
He pointed his finger at the door to the descending snow, illuminated by the moonlight that crept through the darkness. The large flakes drifted lazily and made a silent blanket on the forest floor outside.
Do you see what's going on out there? It's getting colder, and it's snowing. Look at it, Alan. We needs to get a fire going if we want to get rid of this chill in our bones.
His voice was edged with a hint of desperation. He looked over at Jobeth, his brow wrinkling in concern. She stood wearily, her hand resting on her stomach's tiny ball. Jonah knew what Alan did not. He knew Jobeth was pregnant and in serious pain. After Jonah's father died, he stayed with a neighboring black family for a while, helping the husband on the farm. When his wife was only halfway through her pregnancy, she had already experienced problems. The midwife told her she could not do her chores on the farm until the baby was born. Jonah had been looking for work in town when he came across Mr. Jackson. They worked out an arrangement. He would help work on the farm for food and shelter until Mrs. Jackson had the baby and was again strong enough to work. It had been good at the Jackson farm, and Jonah liked the family very much. He watched Mrs. Jackson, with a belly just like Jobeth's, grow into a larger one until the day came when she had her son. He knew the symptoms Jobeth was having. They were the symptoms Mrs. Jackson had experienced. He also knew her pains were not good, and she needed to rest. He had left the Jacksons shortly after the baby was born. They were sorry that he could not stay, but they were poor and could not afford an extra mouth to feed. Jonah understood and was grateful for their kindness. He was again alone, left to fend for himself. Alan's gaze lingered on Jonah, fidgeting, shifting his weight from one foot to the other, eyes fixed on Jobeth. He slowly shook his head, an expression of desperation on his face, his eyes darting between Alan and Jobeth in a silent plea. "I have slept in worse places than this," Jobeth sighed, rubbing the ache in her belly. She was feeling a little resentful toward Alan. Did he think she was a piece of glass so easily broken? If only he knew her predicament, he would not be so worried about where she slept. Jobeth was not kidding herself any longer. She was going to have a baby, and she could not hide it much longer. "Besides, it has started to snow. Where do you think we should sleep in such weather?" She plunked herself down onto the filthy floor. Fluffy cobweb-like balls flew up into the air and then fell gently back down, landing on Jobeth's skirt. Alan could not answer. He did not know where they should sleep. Reluctantly, he walked into the shack, sensing Jobeth's hostility. "We'll just put our blankets on the floor and use our sweaters to keep warm," she said, very much needing to lie down. The child growing inside her did a somersault, causing her to let out a gasp. It was the first solid movement she had felt instead of the fluttery feelings she had reluctantly experienced. Alan's eyes darted to Jobeth. His face turned red with embarrassment. She was angry at his stupidity. She would never think of him as a good provider, a man worthy of her and her sister. Downcast, he handed over the sleeping Shauna to Jonah and began preparing the bedding for the night. Jobeth watched Alan's expression, a mix of sadness and vulnerability. Still feeling the flutter of her unborn babe, she lifted her hands to her cheeks, feeling them flush with warmth and shame that Alan may have noticed what was going on inside her. Briskly and efficiently, she sorted out the blankets so they could make their beds. Jonah's eyes followed her every move, his concern for Jobeth and her unborn child written clearly in his deep brown eyes.
"Wonder where the pa is,"
Jonah thought as he sat down, cradling Shauna in his arms. He didn't remember Jobeth mentioning being married. Then again, he knew you did not have to be married to have a baby. The thought of Jobeth having a baby out of wedlock did not seem likely to Jonah. She was too well-bred and moralistic. Maybe the reason she ran off was that she married the wrong man. Maybe he was mean and beat her. Jonah had heard of women doing just that when their husbands were nasty. He knew her parents had been killed, but that was it. She didn't like to talk about life before she met Alan and him. If she were married to a cruel man, she would have taken Shauna and herself away to safety. Jonah could understand. Jobeth probably didn't know she was with child then, but she must know by now. He could not understand why she was keeping her condition a secret. He shrugged his shoulders and placed Shauna down on the blankets. Whatever Jobeth's reasons were for not telling them about the baby, she would not be able to keep the secret much longer. With that, Jonah lay down beside Shauna and went to sleep. Alan blinked his eyes open, the dim light of pre-dawn filtering in through the dirty windows. He heard Jobeth and Jonah bustling around the room, starting the daily routine of preparing breakfast with whatever meager remains they had left from the day before. He rose from his blankets.
Going to check out the town. See if we can stick around a bit.
He glanced around the seedy room, his rustic brown hair falling into his eyes. He ran a hand through it and sighed before quickly shouldering his worn pack and walking out the door, ready to explore the town and figure out if they could stay there or have to move on. Outside, the world was gray with a light blanket of snow covering everything the eye could see. He shivered in his flimsy sweater. His breath streamed out in front of him. He hoped he could find a job and make a living. If he did find one, he could build Jobeth a pretty house, like the ones he had seen other people living in. He never had desires before to change the way he existed. He always liked the adventure of moving from one town to another. That was until Jobeth. Everything changed the moment she walked into his life. He wanted her to have a real home that was always warm and cozy, with nice clothes she never would have been ashamed of. He wanted her never to worry about where they would sleep next. Shauna was a bright girl, a girl Alan wanted to see in school, laughing with classmates. If they kept up like this, before long, Shauna would end up a street rat and miss out on being an average child. He didn't want that for her, to end up hard from living too long on the streets. He wanted her to stay sweet and kind, as she was now. He grinned, picturing Jobeth standing in front of their oven, a spoon in her hand, her long golden brown hair tied back in an elegant bun, humming an old tune and occasionally stopping to taste the simmering pot of stew. She would welcome him and Shauna home, famished and weary, with a warm embrace and a smile that brightened the room. Jonah would greet him from the porch, his arms outstretched as he described the new vegetable bed they had just planted and pointing to the freshly born calf in the barnyard. While Alan worked in town, Jonah would run the farm, a perfect partnership. At night, when they all sat together around the homemade table Jonah built, the smell of chicken stew and freshly baked bread would fill the air. He paused, relishing the vision, and dared to think further into the future. He and Jobeth as man and wife, raising Shauna as their own. Jonah settled down with a wife in a home next door, in houses they built together on their land. Their children scamping around the fields, scattered around the front porch, playing tag and climbing trees like siblings, chasing laughter in the warm summer air. It was a beautiful dream, a dream he planned to make happen. Alan pulled his sweater tighter around himself, trying to prevent the cold from cutting through him. He began to brood as he walked closer to town. What if this was the same as the last town? Alan opened the door to the variety store and instantly felt the heat penetrate his cold bones. Behind the counter, a bored, middle-aged woman looked up from a small list in front of her.
"Can I help you?"
The store was packed with jam preserves and fresh vegetables and fruit. Farming material lined almost every wall.
Yes,
Alan said, removing his cap clumsily. He cleared his throat and walked toward the leery lady. Her fingers began rapping on the wooden counter, causing Alan to become nervous.
You ain't from these parts?
She gave Alan the once-over. He was not an ugly boy, but he had a peculiar look. She was a stern Christian who distrusted anything odd. His clothes looked poor and unkempt, as if he had been sleeping in them, but that was not uncommon in these parts. Hygiene was not top of the list in importance. She placed her hands on her plump hips and glared into Alan's green feline eyes. Trying not to show his nervousness, Alan pictured how Jobeth would answer this crotchety old lady. He did not want to sound ignorant.
"No, ma'am, I am not."
"Well, what can I do you for?"
she asked, folding her arms across her large breasts. Alan stared at the brooch the woman wore under her high collar. It was a pale pink oval with a silhouette of a lady in the center. It was pretty and the type of brooch that Jobeth should be wearing. He straightened his shoulders, summoning his courage.
"I was wondering if there are any jobs around here."
"Nope," the woman puckered.
"Besides, we don't hire strangers in these parts."
"Oh."
Ellen blushed once again, defeated.
"Then I will be picking up some supplies."
"Very well. What do you need?"
the woman asked quickly, coming around the counter.
"And we don't give credit to strangers either."
"No, ma'am, I have money,"
Alan said sadly. Sure, he had some money, but it was quickly running out. He paid for his groceries, threw a couple of candy sticks in for the others, and collected his bags. Standing back out in the cold, holding his bag of groceries limply in his arms, Alan felt condemned. He stood, glancing around at the small, growing town. Everywhere he looked, a building was under construction. Hastily, he began walking toward the sheriff's building, hoping that maybe he could give some guidance about a job. People passed by him, and he nodded politely as they looked at him oddly. One day, he thought, one day, I will be a respected man in town. One Jobeth would be proud to be seen with.
"Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Benson. Fine day, is it not? Hope today is seeing you well,"
they would say in passing. Alan would nod, and Jobeth would smile demurely. He felt himself warming at the thought of Jobeth being his wife. As he made his way to the sheriff's building, he came across a wooden door covered in brown sheets of paper glued to the unpainted wall. Upon reading them, his jaw suddenly dropped open in shock. The brown papers were wanted posters. There was a sketch of his likeness, one of Jonah, Adam, Carter, Todd, Oliver, and Tamara was there. There was even a drawing of Shauna. The only face not posted was Jobeth's. Alan figured this was because she had never ventured into the town they had left. He swiftly turned on his heels and started back to the small shack. Winter or no winter, they would have to go. It was not safe here. Jobeth stood beside the makeshift fire Jonah had built in the corner of the shack. She was making a stew from the remains of a squirrel Jonah had caught the day before. She cut up carrots and potatoes, the last of their supplies, and plopped them into the simmering brew. Jonah and Shauna played a silly game about naming objects of specific colors. They sat on the grimy wooden floor, laughing and playing as Jobeth stirred their supper, enjoying the sounds of their voices tinkling in the air. Alan's hand trembled on the doorknob as he debated his next move. He took several deep breaths before gathering himself, opening the door, and entering the room. All three people inside immediately noticed his distress and stopped their activities. Their eyes focused on his hunched figure and the tightness of his jaw, waiting to hear what he had to say. He paused, gathering all of his courage, before dropping the bombshell.
We can't stay here.
Jonah stood up and took the bag of food Alan clutched in his arms.
What's wrong? Yeah, I mean, you look like you've seen a ghost.
Jonah corrected himself. They were all trying to speak better with the help of Jobeth.
They have posters of us,
he said, uncontrollably running his hands through his straight hair. Jobeth felt a queer feeling pass through her as she watched the gestures he made. Heat began to rise in her face, making her look flushed. Alan noticed and was mortified.
I am sorry, Jobeth. I sometimes forget that I'm in the presence of a lady.
He was flustered and ashamed. The feeling of helplessness encompassed him. Why couldn't he just get it right for once?
Not that I could forget that you are a lady, he stammered. It's just that they even have a drawing of Shauna.
Jobeth's head bobbed up, and her mouth dropped open. Her neck would suffer from having wrenched it so quickly. Shauna skirted over to Jobeth and gave her a frightened look. Bending down to her level, Jobeth put a reassuring arm around her small shoulders. Feeling safe in Jobeth's embrace, Shauna's shivering subsided a little. Jobeth's brows knit together in a deep scowl. She scooped Shauna up, cradling the child's small frame close to her chest. Her fingers automatically ran through Shauna's cornflower locks and murmured, "But she's only a baby."
She must have been spotted in the store with one of us. The rest I'm sure you can figure out,
Alan said, the previous conversation forgotten.
No,
a soft, spooked voice said out of nowhere. Jobeth turned to Jonah. He was staring vacant, eyes down, at the dirty floor, his full lips quivering and mouthing the word no.
No,
he repeated louder, in a strange voice far away.
Jonah,
Alan said calmly, going over to stand beside him.
We are going to be all right. No, we ain't,
Jonah argued, his gaze fixed on the floor.
They are after us, and they gonna hang me until my eyes bulge out of my head. That's what old man Wilson said, and he wasn't fooling.
Jobeth, unable to help herself, pulled away from Shauna's embrace and went to Jonah. "Jonah, please," she pleaded, her voice cracking with desperation. Jonah's eyes were wild, his expression manic as he hopped from foot to foot.
"No!"
he shouted, shaking his head and muttering about hangings. She stepped closer, her hands outstretched, but he continued stepping back and away each time she tried to grab his shoulders. Alan and Shauna stood frozen in place, their faces drained of color and eyes unblinking.
"Then all the white folks watching are gonna laugh and sing, 'Dead, hung dead.'"
Jonah's voice rose to a shrill pitch, his eyes blazing with anger. He shouted the words again and punctuated them with wild gestures. Jobeth stood paralyzed in horror. Her heart raced as she searched desperately for a way to calm him down. Before she realized it, she had reached out the palm of her hand and slapped Jonah's wet face with all her might. Startled, she swiftly withdrew her hand as quickly as she had struck and covered her mouth. Jonah stopped bouncing. Large tears slid down his reddened cheek. "I am sorry, Jonah," Jobeth sobbed, disgusted with herself. "I didn't know what else to do." Helpless, Alan stared in disbelief, protectively shielding a weeping Shauna. Jobeth watched as Jonah placed a shaking hand on her shoulder. She looked into his distorted face, his lips still trembling. Tears slid down her cheeks as she reached out to touch Jonah's swollen one. His dark hand cupped her pale one. Slowly, Jobeth's hand encircled his neck as she pulled his head to her. His arms encircled her growing waist like a drowning man, clinging to her for dear life. "It's all right," she soothed, caressing the top of his head, pressed firmly against her. "It's all right. We won't let anyone harm you." Startled, Jonah felt a sudden thud reverberate from Jobeth's distended belly. Her abdomen quivered, and he felt something roll across his cheek beneath the fabric of her dress.
"How?"
he asked, pulling away from her comforting grip. He grabbed her hands in his eyes growing large with frustration.
"How can you do that? You ain't black. You don't know how it feels. You don't know, and you never will know how it feels to have folks hate you because your skin is a darker color than theirs."
She breathed in sharply. She knew Jonah had a point. She never had experienced hate because of her skin color. It was true, but Jonah was wrong also. She knew about hate and the real fear that came with it. She knew only too well what it felt like to be despised just for being born. She wished she could forget Father James with his pockmarked face and greasy hair, leering at her, huddled naked in the corner of her cot, those cold, black pebbled eyes that glared at her with hate. Hate because she was born a female. She placed a shaking hand on her stomach, the product of that violent hate squirming beneath her hand, and thought of Shauna's sister. A knot of fear settled in the center of her chest, thinking of Donna, who had paid the ultimate price for the crime of being born female. Feeling helpless and weak, Jonah released Jobeth's hands and let them fall to her side. He turned his back to her, walking away, leaving her to stand alone, staring after him, lost in her own silent horrors, never to be voiced aloud. Pivoting in a half-circle, Jonah shifted his weight back, slowly rotating around until he faced her.
"I hate being black." "Don't ever say that."
Jobeth and Jonah both leapt into the air, startled. Alan, who had been silent through the whole episode, now stood solidly in front of them. His face was filled with a rage neither of them had ever seen.
"Don't ever say that again. Do you hear me, Jonah?"
Alan's pale face turned scarlet as he jabbed his index finger into Jonah's shoulder.
"Don't you know anything?"
He took deep breaths, trying to keep himself from erupting again. He didn't mean to fly off the handle.
"Don't ever say another word about that,"
Alan said in a loud whisper, hoping to hide the trembling of panic in his voice.
"They are all just threatened by you. They don't understand the difference between you and them, and it scares them. Makes them question themselves. It makes you different."
He reached out, grasping Jonah's massive shoulders.
"And those no-good, no-accounts know it and prey on it. Don't ever be ashamed of who you are. Be proud of yourself because you ain't ever going to be anyone else."
Jonah looked at Alan and rubbed his swollen bronze eyes with the back of his hand and threw himself into Alan's arms, hugging him tightly. The thudding noise of their palms pounding on each other's backs echoed throughout the room. Shauna tiptoed over to them. Her tiny hands twisted and turned in front of her. She reached up to Jonah and pulled his shirt hanging from his pants.
"I love you just the way you are, Jonah, and I think your skin is pretty,"
she said, with all the innocent wisdom of a 5-year-old. Jobeth swelled, ready to burst open with emotion. Out of the mouths of babes comes the honest truth. Jonah bent down and picked Shauna up in his arms, nestling his head into her tiny shoulder. She looked like a porcelain doll in his large embrace. He breathed deeply of her innocence, kissing the nape of her neck. The child stung in his aching heart. He had never let her down by showing his fear when he had promised to protect her when she cried in the night.
"Oh, little girl, I think Jonah'll let you down. I love you too much to do it again. I'm not gonna let myself get all crazy no more."
"Good,"
Shauna said, pressing her warm cheek to his.
"Guess I scared you, huh?"
he asked, taking a deep, cleansing breath. He felt Shauna's soft cheek go up and down in agreement.
Won't do it again.
Promise?
I promise.
He chuckled, feeling a little like his old self.
Old Jonah has a time of it some days, running off at the mouth like a fool. But we all act a little touched sometimes.
They ate the stew in silence, and just as quietly left with the sun falling behind the horizon. Fortunately, the morning snow had melted, and the evening air warmed a little. The three eldest felt weary of the changed weather. They knew it was only a matter of time before winter would finally make a permanent appearance. They needed to find shelter before the cold settled in, or they would not survive. They trudged on in weather that became harder and harder to bear, sleeping in whatever shelter they could find. Abandoned sheds, overturned wagons, caves, and once 2 large boulders with a blanket as a roof. The weather was beginning to show its effect on them, Jobeth in particular. As much as she tried to ignore her pregnancy, at nearly 6 months along, it was becoming increasingly hard to hide her condition. At night, when she thought everyone was sleeping, she let the waist out of her dress. Her numb fingers worked by firelight, diligently creating a dress that hid her growing frame. She tried not to think of it, but the moment she felt the child move inside her, something that happened all the time now, she panicked, flooded with guilt. The enormity of the situation was too much to digest. She could only think of that moment, on that day, and nothing more. It was challenging enough to stay alive and warm, to find shelter and food. To think of more was too much. Her mind couldn't handle it. As Jobeth's waist grew, her strength continued to wane. Her slender face had begun to look pinched. Her eyes were framed with dark circles, and her arms and legs had wasted away to thin sticks. Her body constantly ached from the cold and traveling. She suffered almost constant pain in her abdomen. She knew something was wrong, but refused to dwell on it. They finally came to another city several weeks after leaving the last. This one was smaller, just starting to develop. It was littered with small wooden buildings, still unabsorbed by homes and businesses. This was a good sign. The smaller the town, the better chance that news of distant cities had not reached it. Upon seeing the town ahead of them, Alan felt like crying out in relief. He was very concerned about Jobeth and her deteriorating appearance. She needed to see a doctor and a warm place where she could heal and feel better. He still didn't realize that she was pregnant. She had done herself justice with her dresses. Covered in layers of clothing as they all were, it was hard to see her belly increasing in size. Wearing what they owned to keep warm, their blankets wrapped around them for shelter from the cold, it was almost impossible to tell she was with child. Jonah knew, though. He had watched quietly from his sleeping area while Jobeth squinted by the fire, fixing her garments. It was clear that she didn't want anyone to know about her condition, and he wondered if Jobeth cared about the child at all. What were her secrets? Jonah only hoped they would soon come to a town, or else he was afraid neither Jobeth nor her unborn child would make it. After searching for an hour, they found an abandoned house with only minor damage caused by neglect. They entered and slept where they fell, all too exhausted to bother with a fire or remove their layers of clothing. Jobeth slept late the following day, and when she awoke, Ellen had already left for town. She yawned, giving a brief look to Jonah and Shauna, who sat on the floor talking in whispers. They had been quiet, not wanting to disturb her, knowing she needed her rest.
"He's gone to look for work,"
he said, noticing that Jobeth looked a little better from her long sleep.
"Gonna be no more stealing round here. We gonna live like good folks and give Shauna a real home."
Jonah nodded his head and gave the child one of his famous smiles, full of teeth. "We might actually stay?" Jobeth stretched, her body crying out in pain. Jonah nodded again, not looking at her. He wanted to tell her he knew about the baby, but did not know how to go about it. Every time he looked at her, he could not keep his eyes from resting on her small, round belly.
Alan says we stay for the winter, whether he finds work or not. We ain't running no more.
Jobeth sighed with relief and lay back down exhausted, instantly falling fast asleep.
Well, I guess we should clean up around here. It looks like we're gonna be here for a while.
He stood and began to tidy things up while Shauna shadowed him and Jobeth slept. Later in the day, Jobeth, feeling a little better, turned a rabbit, recently caught, over a fresh fire. She listened mutely as Shauna bragged about catching the rabbit when Alan walked into the clean room. Jobeth brightened when he entered. She fluffed up her skirt unconsciously. She had begun to worry about him. He had been gone a long time. Shauna ran to Alan and jumped into his arms. The reserved, phantom child she had once been at Mother Tomalina and Father James had disappeared entirely. Alan, Jonah, and Jobeth were her family now, fading the memories of her early life.
Hello,
Alan said, Shauna beaming in his arms. She noticed him slipping a piece of candy into the child's hand. Not putting Shauna down, he placed his hat on an old chair. A grim expression contorted his face, and he turned to Jobeth and Jonah.
What is wrong?
Jonah asked, fear pinching his own features.
Nothing. It's just...
He paused for effect and thought about his trip to town. The town was small but beginning to build up. It would take years before it became largely populated. There was little competition for work. Alan had traipsed up to the one and only carpentry building in the place and was instantly greeted with a friendly handshake and a job offer. Beaming, he could not keep his good news to himself any longer.
I got a job in town at the mill, and this house is ours.
Shauna's eyes lit up as she leapt into Alan's arms. He scooped her up, twirled her around, and then caught her, sending squeals of laughter echoing through the room. He pulled Jobeth in for a quick kiss on the cheek and then released Shauna into Jonah's arms. The two began play wrestling as she hopped onto his back, arms tightly wrapped around his neck, giggling. All of them hooting and laughing loudly, their joy filling the room with excitement and happiness. Jobeth stood rooted to the spot, holding the side of her cheek. Alan kissed her. Chapter 8. Alan woke the next morning with a hop in his step and a whistle on his lips. He had done it. He could now give Jobeth the life she deserved. He splashed his face with the steaming hot water she had heated for him in a large iron pot. Wiping his face, he glanced at her. She knelt at the hearth, stoking the fire with a poker, her slender body silhouetted against the light. Taking in her narrow back, he grimaced. She was so thin. And yet still, he thought, she was well groomed, her hair arranged into a neat coiffure that showed off the latest fashion. Despite the state they lived in, she still looked flawless. "Here you go," Jobeth smiled, handing Alan his lunch wrapped up in a burlap bag. "It's leftovers from last night."
"Thanks,"
Alan said, drying his face with an old towel. Jobeth stood uncomfortably before him, trying not to meet his gaze. She cleared her throat and started busying herself by tidying up the main room. There was a smaller room off to the side where Shauna and Jonah slept on the floor in blankets. Above was a loft the length of the house. "Are you nervous?" Jobeth asked, dusting the only chair in the room with a rag. She couldn't look at Alan's angular, chiseled face.
"Not really. I'm used to carpentry work,"
Alan returned. This was the first time he had ever been totally alone with Jobeth, and he felt at a loss for words. Each time he opened his mouth, his tongue felt thick and heavy. "Well," she said, having no choice but to face him. He stood awkwardly with his lunch clasped in his hands. "You don't want to be late for your first day?"
"No,
Alan said, wide-eyed. He grabbed his hat off the chair where he had left it the night before and started for the door.
Jobeth?
He paused, keeping his back to the girl behind him. Yes? She asked, with her hands clasped together. Her heart began to pound anxiously. Had Alan noticed her condition now that she was not layered down with clothes?
The
boy faltered, not knowing how to tell her what he needed to say. He pressed his lips tightly together. It had to be done. It was the best for everyone. The blood drained from Jobeth's face. Alan had to know. She would be out in the cold once again. Maybe he would let her stay the winter? Please, God.
No one knows you and Jonah are here. I didn't think they should know,
Alan said, looking embarrassed. This was the fly in the ointment, the one thing he still could not give Jobeth. Why not? She asked, surprised and a little relieved. What about Shauna? Alan stood in the doorway, his shoulders slumped and head bowed. A gust of wind blew through his thick hair. His heart was heavy with failure, yet again. Just when he thought he might succeed in her eyes, another obstacle was put in his way. He had hoped for something different this time. Instead, he found himself in familiar territory, standing like he always had, a shell of a man defeated yet again.
These people... Listen, we have been on the road for 2 months. Finally, we can live in a real house that ain't about to fall in on us, and it's ours. Not some shack we steal into the night and sneak out of during the day. I am paying for it monthly at the bank in town. I set it up with this Mr. Myers. He's some big shot at the bank. He said this place is for sale. We could get a horse and maybe even a buggy with my job. Shauna can go to school and be educated like them other proper girls. We can have real food, not these meager bits of scrap we've been living on. But if you and Jonah are found out,
he stuttered, feeling ashamed. Could he ask so much of them? Why? Jobeth protested, her hands gripping the back of the chair. She wanted to lead a normal life again. The baby kicked her hard, a reminder of her present situation, and she blushed, shutting her mouth tightly. She had no right to an everyday life any longer, let alone to be seen in public.
Because,
Alan said, annoyed by Jobeth's red face. He just could not stop disappointing her. Breathing hard, he ran his hand up the side of the rough wooden trim of the door and gazed down. One foot rested on the dirt floor of the cabin and one on the snow-covered step outside, trapped between two worlds.
They don't take kindly to colored folks around here, Jobeth.
The memory of the previous day burned in his mind as he recounted what happened.
I was at the lumber yard talking to the owner when a colored man walked by. The owner called him boy and towered over him, demanding to know why he was there. The man,
Alan paused.
He was a small guy, slender, no match for the owner. The expression on that man's face.
Alan shook his head, trying to erase the image.
It was fear, Jobeth. Deep-seated fear.
His eyes turned downcast.
All he did was walk by. That was it, just walking by the shop.
His eyes darted from the sight of her gaping mouth. I told him I'm raising my little sister who would be attending the school. Tonight after work, I'm gonna sign Shauna up, and later I'm gonna go to the store and get some credit so she can have dresses. I won't have the other kids laughing at her because she is dressed in rags. She ain't gonna be ashamed of where she comes from. Jobeth nodded and wrapped her arms around herself protectively. We won't be noticed.
Good. We need this.
Alan turned his back to leave. An icy cold wind blew in, reminding them of the reality of the situation. A home, a job, food and shelter, survival. These were the only things that mattered.
You're a good kid, Jobeth." He reached up, adjusted his hat, and left without looking back. She stood alone, rooted inside the doorway, watching as he walked away until he was nothing more than a speck on the horizon. She placed a hand on her budding tummy, feeling the occupant twisting and turning safely inside her. Life settled down as the winter hit full force. Shauna started school dressed like an angel in the new clothes that Jobeth made. Alan had even splurged and purchased a dress for her. Why waste money on store-bought dresses when I can make the exact same dress for half the price? Jobeth scowled, disappointed with his extravagance. The other children will think she's too high class for them. She stomped off to the room she shared with Shauna and threw herself onto the straw bed Jonah had built for them. Alan's face flushed a deep crimson as he glanced awkwardly around the room, confused by Jobeth's outburst. His feet instinctively took him out the front door. He paused to take a shuddering breath before bolting into the morning air. His shoes scuffed against the ground as he kicked random pebbles in frustration. He bought the dress to make up to Jobeth for forcing her to stay hidden from the rest of the world. It hurt him that she couldn't live a normal life, a life he felt she deserved. Again, he had failed. Alan looked toward town, contemplating leaving early for work. He did not want to see Jobeth's disappointed face. Shrugging his shoulders, defeated, he began walking down the worn path. A hand on his shoulder stopped him in his tracks. He turned to face Jobeth's crestfallen expression. A storm raged in her eyes, filling with tears as she looked up at him.
"I will return the dress. I wasn't thinking right in my head,"
he fumbled, jamming his hands into his pockets. "No, Alan." She shook her head. He looked at her wide-eyed, fearing he had done yet another thing wrong. "I am the one who should be apologizing. I acted horribly and for no reason. Please forgive me. The dress is a beautiful gift, and Shauna loves it. She will be the envy of her schoolmates." Alan's jaw tightened. He was at a complete loss. As long as he lived, he would never understand women.
I know things ain't been fair for you and Jonah with being hidden up here,"
Alan said. Jobeth lifted a pale hand in protest. "Alan, please. You have been trying so hard to give us a good life. We don't mind just staying around here. At least we have each other for company, and there is plenty of work to keep us busy." Jobeth winced, clamping her hand down upon her stomach. The familiar cramping across her middle ripped through her. She wondered if it was normal and wished she could talk to someone about the changes occurring in her body. Alan couldn't help but notice her pained expression. He went to her and placed an arm protectively around her shoulders. Her face became ashen, and her hand gripped her small, swollen belly harder.
"You're not okay,"
Alan said, his voice firm, his brow furrowed in concern. Jobeth looked up at him, taking in the sharp line of his jaw and the warmth in his gaze. "Something I ate." She cringed, pain rippling through her. It was stronger and harder than before. Panting, she said she needed to lie down.
Of course.
Alan supported her back with his hand as they walked into the warm house. Jonah and Shauna were sitting at the newly built table and chairs. Jonah, it turned out, was an excellent carpenter. His handiwork was showing up everywhere in the dwelling, making the small home cozy and inviting. They both directed their attention to the door when Alan came bursting through it, practically carrying Jobeth. Jonah bounced up, knowing full well what was wrong with her.
"She must be further along than I thought."
He bolted to Alan, grabbing the other side of Jobeth. She grasped his hand painfully, her hazel eyes saturated with panic. "Get Alan and Shauna off. I don't want them to be late."
she whispered to Jonah. He nodded in complete understanding.
Must have been that cabbage we ate. I got the same bellyache.
Alan looked at Jonah with a questioning expression. He did not look sick.
Me and Jobeth ate a cabbage we weren't sure if it was good or bad. Guess it weren't.
Jonah put his hand on his own belly and groaned.
Yep. What we need to do is lay down till it passes. Gonna end up in the outhouse all day. No work gonna be done today. No, not today. You and Shauna be no help to us sick ones. Better get yourselves off to your business. Nothing can be done for us with you here.
Jonah shook his head, scooting the bewildered Alan and Shauna out the door.
Jobeth, I told you shouldn't have eaten so much of that old cabbage.
Jonah eyed Alan.
See, Jobeth ate most of it. I guess that's why it's getting back at her worse than me.
Hunched over in agony, Jobeth couldn't understand why Jonah was lying for her, but she was grateful. The pain began to subside. Alan, please go to work. You and Shauna are already late. I will be fine. I already feel a little better. I just need to lie down for a bit. She straightened her rail-thin frame and walked alone to the bedroom.
If you think so.
Alan hesitated. She did suddenly seem better. Again, he shrugged, not knowing what to do. He couldn't miss any work. If he did, he would lose a day's wages that were needed. He could see Jonah helping Jobeth to her room. The two boys now slept in the upstairs loft together. "Come on, Shauna," he said to the mystified child. She obediently grabbed hold of his hand. Shauna's slender frame trembled as she asked a question, her tiny voice barely above a whisper. "Is Jobeth gonna be all right?" She held her breath, her big eyes wide and hopeful.
"Yes. She just ate something that didn't agree with her. Jonah will take good care of her."
Alan stood in the doorway, ready to leave. His eyes were fixed on the room where Jobeth lay, her pale skin covered in sweat and her moans echoing through the door. He was glued to the spot, unable to look away.
"I'm leaving,"
he yelled. From the bedroom, he could hear Jonah saying goodbye and a strained farewell from Jobeth. Suddenly, he felt he should stay. There seemed more to the situation than met the eye. Alan's free hand raked through his rusty brown hair, a habit he had when he was nervous and confused. Jonah did not really seem sick, and Jobeth would be in good hands. There was no reason for him to stay behind. It was just a feeling in his gut. But then again, Jobeth had seemed in a hurry for them to leave. Not knowing what to do, he turned away from the warm room with Shauna in tow and closed the door gently behind him. Jobeth did not seem to want him around anyway. She seemed quite happy to have Jonah with her. Jonah sat anxiously beside Jobeth. She withered on the bed in pain, clutching her extended abdomen. There was a sudden click from outside as Alan shut the door. The coast was clear. Jonah looked into Jobeth's twisted pale face.
"It looks like your baby is gonna come,"
he said tenderly, smoothing the hair from her sweaty brow. Jobeth's eyes darted, surprised. "Does Alan know?" Fear mingled with her pain as she clutched her belly.
"No, he doesn't know. But he's gonna have to know soon,"
Jonah said, rubbing her arm. She moaned in response, menstrual-like cramps boring through her again.
"It's gonna be all right. I am figuring the reason you don't tell us about the baby is that you married a bad man. Makes sense you take yourself away from those hard types,"
he soothed patiently, trying to reassure her. Jobeth began to cry. How could she tell Jonah she was not married?
"Now, we will have none of that. It'll be all right,"
Jonah comforted, glancing at Jobeth's hard belly.
"You sure is small for your time to come."
"That's because it's not my time yet. I'm only
6 months along."
She spoke through gritted teeth, her body arching with each contraction that had come at regular intervals, getting more intense. It felt possessed, as though it wanted to turn inside out. Hard as she tried to stop it, it was doing its own thing. She squeezed her eyes shut to will the pain away, but each time a contraction hit, it was like something inside her was trying to rip her apart. Her screams echoed around the room as the agony increased. Jonah began to worry. 6 months was too early for the child to come. How would it survive? He frowned at the withering girl, who howled while holding tightly to her belly.
"I'm gonna get some blankets to wrap the babe in and some water to wash him."
Jonah stood from the bed, his head hanging low. Jobeth's baby could not possibly survive.
"Jonah, don't leave me,"
Jobeth sobbed, reaching out and grabbing the sleeve of his shirt.
"I know it's too soon. Please, stay."
Jonah closed his eyes and squeezed his full lips together. He nodded and held Jobeth's hand tight.
"Ah!"
Jobeth gasped, her contractions becoming one constant pain.
"Talk to me, please."
She panted, sweat starting to run down her face, and she held her breath, straining as the urge to push consumed her.
"Maybe you should bear down if you have the urge,"
Jonah said, wiping Jobeth's face with a corner of the quilt she lay on. There was a basin of water beside the bed for Jobeth and Shauna to clean up in the morning. With all the commotion, she had not had time to change the water. Jonah looked around for a cloth and grabbed a damp towel resting on the floor. He quickly dunked it into the water basin and placed the towel on Jobeth's steaming forehead.
"Thank you,"
she breathed and let out a blood-curdling cry. He reached behind her back and helped Jobeth situate herself, her chest pressing forcefully on her bent thighs. Jobeth pushed, her veins pumping furiously from her forehead. A warm gush of fluid poured from between her legs, soaking her and the bed.
"Did I wet myself?"
she asked, embarrassed. Jonah, who was now supporting her back from behind, whispered into Jobeth's ear.
"No, Jobeth, your water broke. The baby's coming."
He sighed. It was too late to go back now. The child would have to be born. Jobeth screamed in agony for 2 hours as Jonah slowly coaxed her into allowing him to see if the baby was starting to come out. At first, she had refused, mortified. But with each contraction, the pressure became too much, and soon she relented, just wanting it to be finally over.
"I see the head,"
Jonah cried excitedly, looking up from between Jobeth's trembling legs and into her fevered face. A tiny head, the size of an apple, all covered in black curly hair, slithered out. Jonah turned the child's face upward and inserted his pinky finger into its small mouth, clearing the mucus.
"One more push, Jobeth. Just one more,"
he said, holding firmly to the miniature head. She tightened her grip on her legs and closed her eyes, trying to gather all of her strength. She was exhausted and could not take much more.
"You can do it, Jobeth. Please, one more push,"
Jonah cried out, noticing how fatigued she was. She braced herself and, straining with all her might, pushed. Jonah held the incredibly small baby as it slipped out. Infinitesimally small hands and feet flailed weakly. Never had Jonah seen anything so tiny. Jobeth collapsed onto the bed, exhausted, breathing heavily. It was over. Jonah cut the cord and wrapped the baby in a blanket, wiping the fluids from the birth off him. The baby was a boy, and he was alive. Jobeth turned, her face expressionless from the bundle of blankets Jonah held towards her with outstretched arms. She couldn't bring herself to look at it. shielding her eyes with a shaky hand as sunlight streamed in from the window, highlighting the painful truth of what she had just gone through. "What is it?" Her voice choked with emotion and reality that a new life had just been brought into the world. A frail, meowing noise came from the blanket Jonah held, almost like a cry of protest. Something pulled at Jobeth's heart. The child was her baby. It was not his fault how he had been created.
"He's a boy,"
Jonah said sadly, noticing the tiny infant struggling for air. His small, scrawny chest heaved uncontrollably up and down. "Let me hold him," Jobeth said gravely, a tear sliding down her face. Jonah placed the baby into her arms. She moved quickly, lifting the blanket to reveal a small, curly-haired baby boy, dwarfed in the folds of the fabric. She hesitated as she looked into his eyes, two dark pools of innocence that seemed to peer directly into her soul. Her fingers fumbled with the buttons on her blouse. Her heart melted as she loosened a breast from her stays. She placed a nipple, darkened from pregnancy, into his small, gaping mouth. Her breast was nearly the size of the child. The infant tried to suckle, but it did not have the strength. As Jobeth cradled her son, she began to hum, her voice barely a whisper. The melody filled the room as Jonah watched with a sad expression as the baby fought against the spasms that racked his tiny body. With a light touch, Jobeth stroked the baby's head, and the spasms gradually subsided. "His name is Jonah," Jobeth sobbed, touching the soft, downy curls on the baby's head. She was not blind. She could see the irregular movement of the infant's chest. His lungs were just not developed enough. Jonah's voice cracked, overcome with emotion, as he watched the tiny baby struggle to breathe in his mother's arms. She ran her finger along the baby's tiny toes. Tears welled up in his eyes at the sight of the newborn's delicate fingers and rosebud mouth, overwhelmed by the beauty of this perfect little bundle. "You're my best friend, Jonah," Jobeth smiled through her tears. She reached out her hand to him. He clasped it between his palms, bending down beside her and the small newborn. He reached out his finger and placed it on the infant's small, transparent cheek. His finger took up most of the child's face. The baby looked at Jonah as though he recognized his namesake, and his little chest stopped rising. Jonah felt his tiny life leave. Jobeth let out a wail, the sound of a wounded animal, as she felt the baby's lips fall from her breast lifelessly. She clutched her dead child close to her chest, wanting to squeeze him back into her body where he was alive and well. "My little boy," she cried out in pure agony. Jonah, overcome with emotion, encircled his arms around Jobeth and the baby, scooping the two into the safety of his embrace. He rocked her back and forth in his arms as she cried, broken-hearted, for her son. They buried the baby in a tiny coffin that Jonah built in haste. He had prepared the wood earlier, planning to surprise Jobeth with a cradle. Tears fell freely as he nailed the small coffin's lid over the baby's wrapped body. Jobeth had enshrouded the child tenderly and lovingly in a soft blue and pink quilt that she had made just recently for Shauna. Tears fell silently as she kissed her son's curly head and handed the child to Jonah to place in the minuscule coffin. Weak as Jobeth was from the terrible ordeal of childbirth, she walked stiffly beside him, out into the back field. She wore a shawl wrapped around her for warmth, and it hung limply, dragging on the icy ground. Jonah stopped at a clearing and looked at Jobeth questioningly. A cool breeze brushed her wet cheeks as she gazed around with an expression of resignation, her voice low and devoid of emotion. "This is a good place," she said. Wildflowers would sway gently in the breeze, and the flutter of small wings would bustle out from hiding spots in the tall grass when spring came. She could imagine how it would be alive with nature. The place would be lovely. But for now, because it was winter, the tall grass pictured in her mind was standing yellow, poking out of its white winter blanket, waiting for spring and the warmth of summer to be reborn. Jonah placed a quilt on the tightly packed snow. He gently placed the coffin down and retrieved his shovel. It would be hard work breaking the frozen ground, but Jobeth had insisted that the baby be buried that day. Moving the coffin beside her, she sat down, placing her hand on the smooth surface, rubbing the grain of wood with her fingertips. Jonah worked with a fever all afternoon, digging the grave for his namesake. Tears refused to stop falling, and he could not look at the figure of Jobeth draped protectively over the wooden box. His heart ached to comfort her, but she didn't want comfort. She wanted the baby buried. So he continued to dig into the frozen ground, blinded by his own tears. When the grave had been dug deep enough, Jonah gently removed Jobeth's exhausted form, clenched tightly to the little crate. She then watched with vacant eyes and a heart as cold as ice as he placed the coffin into the hole. She struggled to stand up, her strength completely wasted. Jonah went to her and helped her stand, his large hand supporting Jobeth under her arm. She was weak as a newborn fawn, and as light as the snow that fell to the ground. Together, they walked to the foot of the grave, looking across the white field. Jonah cleared his throat and tried to think of a proper farewell for the infant named after him.
"Go with the angels, little one. You won't feel pain ever again. God has got you now, sweet child. One day we will meet again."
He spoke directly to the sky, as if he could see through it and right into the presence of the babe in heaven. Jobeth gazed up into Jonah's dark, wet eyes, her own eyes dry and distant, her heart deadened. "I don't want anyone to know about this." The words came out icy in a voice Jonah did not recognize. Not believing his ears, he stared at her in shock.
"Why not?"
Jobeth's voice was cold, sending shivers up Jonah's spine as she unburdened her story. She twisted the fabric of her skirt in her hands, a habit left over from the old life with her dead family. She bit her lip, the only movement on her expressionless face. "I was not married. My foster father made me, forced me to be with him." Her jaw tensed, but she did not drop her gaze. "I have committed terrible sin, and God has punished me by taking my son." She paused. She never voiced the horrible truth of her past out loud. Jonah's eyes widened in horror and confusion, and Jobeth wanted to curl into a ball and disappear. Her child was dead. Her beautiful, innocent baby was taken from her as punishment. The pain sliced through her chest. "I didn't deserve to have him, and I do not deserve to grieve for him aloud. My child was conceived through violence, and I wish he had never existed. Now I will have to live my life as though he never did." Her hands curled into fists. She could feel Jonah's bewildered gaze. She stiffly turned and headed back toward the house, leaving him to stare after her, baffled. Jonah ran a calloused hand over his face. He pulled out a faded red hanky from his pocket, wiping away the sweat and the tears that had been falling all day. He shook his head and sighed deeply before turning to the smallest grave he had ever seen.
Oh, girl, you did nothing wrong.
He grasped the heavy wooden handle of the spade, his brows furrowing with sadness. The sun hung low, throwing long shadows across the small mound of earth in front of him.
But you got a lot of wrongs done to you,
he muttered.
That blame you got nestled up inside, it's gonna eat you alive. God help you.
He took the shovel in his hands and began to fill the grave with dirt, the clumps of earth hitting against the coffin like a dull thud in his heart. Chapter 9. Ellen noticed the change in Jobeth immediately. She had been in bed when they returned home that evening. He assumed she was still not feeling well, but that was a month ago, and later, she still had not emerged from the room she shared with Shauna. He became concerned.
I better get a doctor up here,
Ellen said at the dinner table. Jobeth had refused supper again for the third night in a row. The remaining 3 sat silently, eating the meal Jonah had prepared. He placed his hands on the table, bracing himself to get up. His intent was to go to town to fetch the doctor. It didn't matter if they had to leave when Jobeth and Jonah were discovered. She was sick, and he could not let her go without medical attention.
Alan,
Jonah said softly, looking up from his plate of vegetable stew.
No doctor can help Jobeth. She got a sickness of the heart that only she can heal.
What the hell is that supposed to mean? Alan stormed angrily, his face displaying a look of disgust.
Don't be asking me something I can't tell ya,
Jonah said to the red-faced youth.
There's gonna come a time when you gonna have to listen with your heart and not your ears.
This just made Alan angrier. He could not understand what Jonah was talking about.
And I know you're getting hot under the collar, but that is too bad. If you want to help Jobeth, you sit down and finish your supper. She will be up and at it tomorrow. We gonna let her be for tonight,
Jonah said with finality. He lifted his spoon and shoved it into his mouth forcefully, chewing his food without tasting it. Alan was too stunned for words. He plunked down in his chair and stared resentfully at his half-eaten stew.
Now, tell me about your day at school. You learning to read?
Jonah said, changing the subject. He listened intently while eating his dinner, as Shauna chatted about daily activities and a girl at school who was mean to all the other children. Jonah listened intently as Alan, defeated, began to eat again. His eyes transfixed on the bedroom door where Jobeth slumbered deep in mourning. After Alan and Shauna had left the next day, Jonah walked hesitantly to the door of Jobeth's retreat. Shauna had been sleeping in the loft with him and Alan since Jobeth began hibernating. He paused, dreading what he had to do. Knowing he could not put it off any longer, he walked into the dark, dank room. It smelled stale and slightly sour. He swiftly crossed the area between himself and the window, pushing open the curtains. A ray of sunlight bathed the room, exposing a pale, dark-eyed form on the bed. Jobeth protested, burying her head in the pillow. Her frail body withered under Jonah's angry gaze as he placed his solid hands on his hips.
You can lay there and slowly die if you want, but you are needed around here. You got a bad loss that come to you, but life has many belly aches to hand out to all of us,
Jonah growled, hating himself.
We need you, and we are the living. Little Jonah is gone. I am ashamed that he is looking down from heaven with the angels and seeing his ma's a quitter, letting herself get so consumed with the misery that she neglects the living that loves and needs her.
He shook his head sadly.
There will be tears in heaven right now, 'cause you forgot about us and how we need you.
He turned towards the door, his feet dragging reluctantly on the hardwood floor. As he reached for the handle, He turned back and added softly, trying not to see Jobeth's red-rimmed eyes.
There's lots of work to be done around here, and I can't do it alone. I need my best friend to help me.
He walked out of the room, closing the door behind him, his pleas thick and heavy in the air. Lifting her head from the pillow, Jobeth gazed toward the window, her eyes squinting from the bright light. Tears she thought were all dried up fell anew. She wiped them away with the back of her hand and slowly sat up, every inch of her body feeling bone-weary. She swiveled her head towards the bedroom door and mustered all her strength.
"Least you can do is draw me a bath,"
she roared with all her might. With his hand grasping onto the door handle, Jonah leaned against the door. Taking a deep breath, he smiled, released his grip, and went to fetch the washtub.
I suppose I could do that by myself,
he responded. Alan was surprised when Jobeth finally surfaced, weak as a kitten, but seemingly better after her ordeal. Jonah had been right. It was just a matter of time before she came around. He still did not understand what had happened to cause her to hide from view for over a month, but he trusted Jonah and obeyed his wishes. Jobeth had lost a lot of weight, and the dark circles under her eyes worried him. She seemed very sad, but at least she was not sick. As time passed, the circles that ringed her eyes began to fade, just as the snow began to melt and spring started to bloom. Jobeth ached for her dead son, but her heart started to heal slowly with the love of the two boys and Shauna. She seldom spoke to Jonah about the baby, but felt a great bond with the young man who was decades older than his 16 years. Then again, she too was much wiser than her own age of 15. The two frequently went to visit the tiny grave. They would sit silently, absorbed in the tranquil atmosphere. When the snow finally melted, just as Jobeth had envisioned, the grass grew tall, alive with small animals and birds. Tiny, budded heads pressed out of the earth, and soon the field was speckled with multicolored wildflowers. "It is nice here," Jobeth said, smelling a small red flower she had carefully uprooted. She planned to replant it onto the child's grave. Jonah turned, placing the small cross he had constructed on the ground. Breathing deeply of the spring scents bursting forth around him, he wiped his sweaty brow.
Good place,
he sighed, looking around him.
Feels like God is right here,
Jobeth agreed. Jonah?
Yes.
He continued with the work at hand. He would have to dig a deep hole to support the wooden crucifix. Jobeth stared at his naked, strong back, rippling and glistening with sweat. In the midst of the heat, he had removed his shirt. It was impossible not to admire his beauty. "Thank you."
For what?
He turned to face her again, shovel in hand. "For everything." She pretended exasperation. She stood up and walked to him. "I love you, all right?" She clasped his face between the palms of her hands. Soft and warm against his skin, as she leaned into him, resting her forehead against his. He mirrored her movement, placing his hands lightly against her cheeks. Their eyes closed, both of them feeling a powerful connection beyond friendship, beyond romance. A bond stronger than either of them had ever known. The two pieces of a puzzle seamlessly melded together, as though they were part of the same whole, one and the same, two slices of the same pie. They just never knew it until now.
"Aw, heck,"
Jonah replied, embarrassed. A blush spread across his dark skin as he turned away from her, trying to hide his burning cheeks.
"I love you, too."
She fell backward, sitting back on the ground, giggling so hard that her stomach hurt.
"What is so funny?"
he said, pretending to be offended. "I don't know. You?" She chuckled, sat up, and rubbed tears out of her eyes. She had not laughed so hard in ages. In fact, she could not remember ever laughing so intensely. "What would I ever do without you, Jonah?"
You would be just fine.
He smiled, trying to hide his own urge to laugh. It felt good to see Jobeth smile with color on her face. "Aren't we an unlikely pair?"
You know it.
Jonah laughed out loud in his deep, rich voice. She smiled as his comforting laughter echoed in the air. Leaning back against her elbows, she closed her eyes, allowing the warm summer breeze to run its fingers through her hair. The sound of chirping birds and the warm sun on her skin made her feel at peace. As she opened her eyes, she noticed the delicate red flower she had picked earlier lying on the grass. She bent down and lightly touched its silky petals that were already beginning to wilt. She gently brushed the petals against her lips. She needed to plant it as soon as Jonah was done placing the cross, before it dies. She paused, the petals still against her lips, reflecting on the bittersweet beauty of life. Just like us, she thought. Just like us. A week later, the two were cooking supper when Alan ran into the house after finishing his work at the mill. Thanks to Jonah's carpentry work, the house was fully furnished and looked like a comfortable, modest home. Jonah and Jobeth had worked hard to create the type of place they wished to live in, and they succeeded.
Jobeth, Jonah!
Alan yelled from the doorway.
"Come and see what I brought home."
Jobeth could not help but smile at his excitement. Her heart fluttered when she thought of him. Jonah noticed how she flushed over Alan and smiled. He saw the same look on Alan's face every time he was near Jobeth. She wiped her hands on her apron and removed the cooking chicken from the fireplace.
"Come on, girl, move,"
Jonah coaxed, grabbing her hand and dragging her outside. Both stopped in their tracks as they stepped onto the wooden veranda steps. Jobeth's eyes widened in disbelief. On the lush green grass, a small cow with black and white spotted fur was leisurely grazing. Its head was down, and a rope of soft leather connected to a collar around its neck was held in Shauna's hand. Jobeth gasped, covering her mouth with her raised hands.
"Wow!"
Jonah yelped, jumping down from the porch.
"A cow!"
He went up to the beast and began to pet it. "Milk and butter and cream and—" Jobeth started to laugh, jumping down to join them. "Alan, how wonderful!" Alan stood back proudly. This had been a dream of his.
"We can't have a home without a cow. Shauna, show her."
The child laughed and pulled out small packages from behind her back.
"Seeds!"
she squealed. Jobeth grabbed the small packages from her hands and recited the writing on them. "Radishes, potatoes, carrots." She squeezed the envelopes to her chest. "Vegetables, vegetables! Finally, some vegetables!"
"Are you happy?"
Alan asked, suddenly standing beside her. The desire to sweep her lithe body into his arms and touch her lips longingly to his moved through him. His heart pounded, sending powerful waves of blood rushing through his veins. The scent of her hair, fresh as the morning dew, sweet like strawberries and thick as honey, bathed his senses. He grew dizzy for her. "Very," Jobeth whispered, aware of his strong male presence. She gazed into his eyes, her breath failing her. "Thank you." She placed her hand on his warm cheek and, without thinking, leaned over and kissed him softly on his smooth lips. Alan's fingers curled around her slender wrist, his face moved closer to hers. He exhaled slowly as their lips parted. The sweet scent of her breath mingled with his own. A surge of heat, tingling like pins and needles, spread over Jobeth's body. She opened her eyes, staring back at his piercing gaze. Embarrassed, she pulled away, covering her mouth with the back of her hand. Alan was confused. Did he offend her? One moment he felt as he had never felt before, and the next he felt as though he had committed some heinous crime. Her essence still lingered in his nostrils as he gazed into her eyes. No, he felt her respond to him. It was not his imagination. He squeezed her hand and ran towards Shauna and Jonah, who were too engrossed in the cow to notice them.
"What we gonna name her?"
Alan shouted, running down to where Shauna and Jonah patted the cow. Jobeth stood still, her heart pounding rapidly in her chest, staring after Alan and wondering what she had done.
"How about Edna?"
Jonah bellowed, picking Shauna up and placing her on the cow's back.
"Edna?"
Shauna and Alan questioned in chorus.
"Yes."
Jonah puffed up his chest, pretending to be hurt.
"I had an aunt named Edna once. Yep, Aunt Edna. If I remember right, she looked just like this here old cow."
Shauna and Alan threw their heads back and cackled with laughter as Jonah sputtered. Jobeth tried to hold back a smile, but a giggle escaped her lips as she looked at Alan's toned shoulders, rising and falling with each resounding laughter. She felt confused, still feeling the pressure of his lips on hers. She touched them. How was that possible? How could she feel this way after what Father James had done? She cringed with disgust at the mere thought of his touch. But Alan was different. He was gentle. His lips were soft and caring, and she longed to feel them pressed against hers again. After Edna and the new seeds came into their lives, Jonah and Jobeth had more to occupy their busy days. Jobeth did not miss going into town. Jonah was more than enough company for her during the day, and in the evenings, she had all three of them to absorb her time. She felt loved and needed once again. Life seemed livable. Jonah and Jobeth quickly set themselves to work, fixing a barn for Edna and starting a garden. Fortunately, her mother had taught Jobeth at an early age how to make dairy products, so Edna became a great luxury in their lives. Jobeth, a girl has to know how to make edible foods with what she has, her mama would say, looking down at the little girl. She no longer cried when she thought about her parents and the life they once shared together. She was only thankful that they had taught her well. The knowledge her parents had bestowed upon her before they died had proven to be very useful. Jobeth thought of them now with loving memories. They had served her well. Every time Jobeth milked Edna or was making butter or cheese, she would remember her mother and her calm voice telling her how to do this or that. It was just like when she had been on the run with Shauna. She remembered Pappy's strong voice telling her how to build a fire or make a snare. They left Jobeth prepared to survive alone, and for that, Jobeth was forever grateful. Her parents were still protecting her and watching out for her. Alan kept surprising them with gifts. A month after Edna's arrival, Alan came home with 2 live hens, a rooster, some flour, and 2 pigs. But the best surprise of all was Queenie, a little puppy Alan and Shauna found half-starved and abandoned by the creek. They brought her home and nursed the light brown mutt back to health. Everything was going well. The 4 had everything they could hope for. They had a real home full of love and kindness, something most of them had never experienced before. And they had livestock to sustain them. They even had a watchdog. What more could they ask for? Fall rolled around quickly, changing the green leaves of summer to bright red and yellow. The warm air began once again to turn cool and crisp. A year had passed since the 4 left the other members of their little family. Early one morning, Jobeth and Jonah started pulling out the remaining vegetables from their garden. They had harvested enough for winter and were storing the food in a cellar Jonah had built behind the house during the past summer. Do you ever wonder what happened to the others? Jobeth asked while brushing dirt from a carrot with her gloved hand. The garden had thrived under their care, and she was very pleased. Gardening was becoming a passion of hers. Little seeds bursting forth with life never seemed to bore her. She could spend hours in her vegetable garden, unaware of time passing. Next spring she planned to add a flower bed. Jonah stopped what he was doing and looked at his dirty hands. He did not like to wear gloves. He said he liked to get his hands right into the earth. It made him feel closer to nature. He truly believed that was why the vegetables grew so well. He was a firm believer in coddling the garden, treating it with loving care. The two of them so in sync with one another.
Yes, all the time,
he said, arching his back. He had been bent over digging and picking potatoes for a while, and a stitch had begun to gnaw on his spine.
I just hope they have fared as well as we have,
Jonah replied, testing his new vocabulary. Jobeth and Shauna had been teaching him and Alan how to read and write. During this time, their slang was disappearing, much to both Alan's and Jonah's pleasure.
I guess we'll never know,
Jonah continued, picking potatoes. He felt suddenly sad. The others rested heavily on his chest. He felt guilty for the fine life he was living. The likelihood that the others had done as well was slim. You don't mean that, do you? We will find them someday. Jonah looked up into the sky.
It's not for us to know. God willing, they will be back in our graces. But there is no use letting dreams like that eat at your mind. Some things in life happen that we don't much like. But life doesn't have to be fair.
That is something I do know. Jobeth spoke softly.
That is something we all know,
Jonah replied, returning to the potatoes at hand. Jobeth sat by the roaring fire after dinner, lazily working on some mending. The nights were getting cooler, and the mornings were filled with a world covered in frost. She felt content being inside the warm little house. Shauna was fast asleep in their bed, and Alan and Jonah sat at the dinner table, figuring out the accounts. Queenie, who had been sleeping by Jobeth's feet, stood up and began to growl. She was not fully grown yet and was already taller than the largest pig they owned. Alan looked up from the table, and Jobeth put her sewing down, glancing at the door. Someone knocked abruptly and insistently. Queenie began to growl louder, and Jobeth placed her hand on the dog's back. Her ears went down, and she began to whine. The knock came again, louder.
Alan?
Asked a deep voice behind the door.
It's me, Simpson.
He knocked again, a little more forcefully. Alan, close to hysteria, stood up and pointed for Jonah and Jobeth to disappear.
The loft! Go!
He whispered in a panic. They obeyed by jumping up and quickly climbing to the loft. Messing his hair, Alan yelled out,
Coming!
He opened the door, pretending to tuck in his shirt.
Come in,
Alan said, moving away from the door. His heart pounded, and he fought the urge to look up at the loft. 2 men followed behind the person named Simpson.
Kurt, Dean,
Alan said, nodding to the other men. The 2 in question looked younger than the man Simpson, but they all looked quite similar, with closely cropped brown hair and blue eyes. They were all a bit overfed and wore similar brown felt hats.
What's the meaning of such a surprise?
Alan laughed nervously, patting the middle-aged Samson's back.
Alan,
Simpson replied, looking around the neatly kept room, his eyes resting briefly on the basket of half-finished mending.
Sorry to have to bother you like this. I hope we did not wake your little sister.
He continued to look around the room. Jobeth spied down at the men, her heart beating against her rib cage uncontrollably.
The boys and I need to have a talk with you,
Simpson said, looking back at Alan. The other 2 men examined the house with their eyes, searching for something. They turned on cue when Simpson spoke and sat down uninvited at the table. Alan took the money he and Jonah had been counting and placed it in a container on the shelf. He sat down with the other 3 men. Queenie, seeing that Alan sat calmly with the strangers, settled back at the fire and went to sleep.
"Nice little home you got here,"
one of the men said. He was running his fingers across the fibers of the wooden table, admiring the handiwork.
"Where did you find the time to fix it up? With work and all?"
He looked up, smirking at Alan.
"I manage,"
Alan replied a little coolly.
"Shauna helps a lot."
He started tapping his fingers on his knees under the table. Jobeth looked at Jonah, crouched beside her under his bed. She placed her arm around his shaking shoulders. He tried to smile confidently at her, but failed.
"Alan," Simpson said seriously, "the reason why we're here is because my little girl, Amy, is in school with your sister. Well, she says when she walked by here the other day, she saw a black boy and a white girl running around."
Simpson stared at Alan, hoping to see him falter.
"Rumor around town is that you and your sister aren't the only ones living up here."
Jonah and Jobeth clutched each other tightly in the loft.
"Are there other people here?"
Simpson asked, point blank. Alan stood up angrily, almost knocking his chair over. He grabbed it and held it steady.
"Does it look like I have anyone else around here?"
He glared at the faces of the 3 men he worked with. He felt the heat rise on the back of his neck as anger and dread enveloped him. Everything was going so well. Jobeth even seemed to be happy. Nothing else had happened between them since the kiss, but she was always kind and sweet with him. He did not want things to change, and the 3 before him only posed problems. He had to think quickly.
"I only wish I had a girl up here."
Alan laughed, causing the other 3 men to laugh with him. Jobeth did not find it funny. She felt fear rising in her throat, and she squeezed Jonah for comfort.
"Yeah, don't we all?"
laughed one of the other men.
"A real saloon gal. Yee-haw!"
he wallowed.
"Well, my Amy don't lie,"
Simpson said. Jobeth and Jonah swallowed a lump forming in each of their throats.
"But the doc thinks she might need specs."
Simpson stood up from his chair as the other men followed suit.
"If there is something going on up here,"
he said calmly to Alan,
"I'd put a stop to it right away. We are God-fearing good folks. We don't want no messing around going on in our town."
He looked straight into Alan's green eyes, telling him his true feelings.
"Sorry to disturb you. We best be on our way."
He paused, trying to lighten the mood.
"Listen, there is a country dance at Mackenzie's on Saturday. Miss Josie's gonna be there. A young man like yourself ought to be thinking of settling down, especially with a little sister to think of. She needs a female around to teach her how to be a good wife and mother. Miss Josie would be a mighty good catch, and I know she has an eye for you."
Alan blushed deeply. Miss Josie was Simpson's niece and not at all his type. She was a mindless creature who constantly hung out at the lumber yard, bringing him refreshments and baked goods. He was fully aware of her intentions and was not at all interested.
"That seems fine,"
Alan lied.
"I will have to look into it." Good, Simpson said. "Josie will be glad to hear it."
Jobeth felt sudden outrage. Who was Josie? Did Alan like her? What if he did? Dread enveloped her. What if Alan wanted to settle down? What would happen then? How would she fit into the picture? It had never occurred to her that Alan might want to marry. But then, why wouldn't he want to get married and have his own life? She was a fool to think he would always be there to protect and care for her. One day he would want to move on. Maybe he already wanted to move on with this Josie.
"Well, boys, come on.
Let's get a move on before the women folks start to fret. Goodbye, Ellen, and mind what I say. We like you and want to keep it that way," Simpson said, opening the door, looking serious. "Don't worry," Alan said too loudly as he watched them walk away. Jobeth could tell he was jittery, and her heart went out to him. Alan was always concerned about how she and Jonah felt about being hidden away. They had never even thought how hard it might be for him to pretend they were not there. It must have been difficult juggling 2 different lives. She'd been so content that it never occurred to her. "Come on down," Alan said after a bit of time had passed. Jobeth let out a long sigh and relaxed. "That was too close for comfort," Jonah said, helping her down the ladder. "You're telling me," Alan replied absently. His mind was a mile away. Something told Jobeth things were going to change once again. Chapter 10. Alan went to work as usual the next morning, but couldn't shake feeling restless and nervous. Something deep in his bones told him to pick up everything and everyone and run. When he voiced his thoughts out loud to Jonah, he was surprised by his reaction.
"Alan, we could be jumping to conclusions. We got ourselves a nice little life here, and I'm tired of running."
Alan, feeling defeated, nodded. He too was tired of running. He stood beside his friend, wanting him to take the burden he suddenly felt off his shoulders.
"Be careful today," Alan said, holding Shauna in his arms. She was beginning to be too big to carry. Her long legs dangled over Alan's hips as she clutched her slender arms around his neck.
"We will,"
Jonah replied. Jobeth came up from behind him.
"Good.
"Kiss Shauna and we'll be off," Alan smiled. Shauna stretched her arms out to Jobeth. She hugged and kissed the 6-year-old. Once Alan and Shauna left, she went to the water basin beside the dinner table and began washing up. Edna needed to be milked, and she wanted to make Jonah's favorite dish for supper, roast pork with potatoes and carrots and thick gravy. Later, Jobeth sat humming on a stool, tugging Edna's teats. Milk squirted into the pail, making a pleasant hissing sound. Jonah was behind the house down the creek, slaughtering one of the largest pigs for supper. It should supply the meat for many meals to come. Suddenly, a thundering roar pierced the air, causing the world around Jobeth to vibrate. Edna stumbled backward and mooed, kicking the pail of milk over. Jobeth jumped up, her heart leaping into her throat. Her hands raced to her neck as dread filled her. Something terrible had happened. She ran outside to see where the noise was coming from, looking toward the creek. A man, who looked like the fellow Simpson, with a shotgun, ran away. Jobeth's eyes darted one way and then another, and she started to run in slow motion. Frantic, she called out Jonah's name as she turned to the side of the house. With each step, her stomach twisted tighter with dread. Her knuckles turned white from her clenched fists. The sight of 2 lumps slumped on the ground made her gasp, and she screamed Jonah's name as she ran closer. Jonah lay motionless beside the butchered pig. "Oh, no!" she moaned as she fell beside his crumpled form. A dark pool of blood encased him. The source of the blood was a deep wound in his stomach. "No!" Jobeth sobbed, tears falling uncontrollably. Panic overwhelmed her as she gently touched Jonah's sweaty brow.
"Jobeth,"
he whispered, spitting blood through stained red teeth. "Oh, no, Jonah," she whimpered, picking his head up and cradling it in her lap. Grasping Jobeth's arm, he winced, coughing.
"I'm dying."
Deep into his sockets, his eyes sank. His skin was sickly pale, and the whites of his eyes were bloodshot and stained a jaundiced yellow. "No," Jobeth whined. "I won't let you She hugged his limp head close to her heaving chest.
Jobeth, you have to listen.
Jonah wheezed again. His head felt fuzzy, and he had a hard time thinking straight. Jobeth threw back her head and wailed, her heart breaking. No, I won't let another brother die. The people I love can't always die. How much do I have to lose for my sins? Jonah's voice was raspy and labored as he tried to speak, his mouth filling with fresh blood. Jobeth felt a pang of sorrow as she watched him struggle to talk. A wet tear ran down her cheek, and she wiped it away with her fingers, her expression morphing into a deep frown.
Listen to me. Remember what I said about life not always giving you what you want.
Stop! She yelled, her head bowed in defeat as she desperately tried to hold on to Jonah. This can't be happening. Life can't be this unfair. Her tears fell on Jonah's pale face.
I have to say what is on my mind before I meet my maker.
Jonah's eyes widened, the fading orbs drilling into Jobeth.
I don't want you to mope around after I'm gone. I will be with God and baby Jonah. I'm not sad to go to them.
Weakly, he reached above his head and grabbed Jobeth's hand, squeezing with all his strength.
And I will always be with you.
He patted her hand to his heart. Blood bubbled from the wound in his belly.
You gotta be strong for Alan and Shauna. They need you.
Jobeth was bawling, but she continued to listen. Covered in Jonah's blood, she clung to him, hoping her love was strong enough to keep him with her.
Alan,
he spat, his voice becoming weak.
He loves you so much. He wants to do good by you and Shauna.
He closed his eyes, his chest not moving. Jonah! Jobeth screamed in terror. His eyes fluttered open, and he looked around aimlessly, unable to focus.
Don't cry, Jobeth.
Jonah smiled a bloody smile. His eyes seemed fixed, gazing at the sky.
I'll be watching over your little boy, telling him his ma loved him.
Don't say that. I need you here with me, Jobeth cried, rubbing her bloody hand across her already blood-smeared face. Her arms tightened around Jonah's heavy head. I love you. You are my best friend, the other half of my soul. I can't go on without you. How will Shauna be? Alan, we need you. We are not us without you. Don't you understand? You can't go. You can't.
I love you, but it's time for you to go on alone without me. You don't need my hand to hold anymore.
He smiled peacefully.
Tell Alan I love him, and our girl Shauna.
Jonah squeaked in a high voice. Shaking her head in disagreement, Jobeth began to rock back and forth, a moan coming raspy and wet from the back of her throat. He grabbed Jobeth's arms, embracing her body weakly.
I can't see. I can't see.
Oh, Jonah! Jobeth cried, hugging his limp body. Please don't die. Please, please don't die. Don't leave me alone.
The living needs you, not the dead. Don't make me cry when I'm gone, 'cause you crying down here.
Jonah barely whispered.
You promise me.
He strained. She lifted his face and gently cupped it in her blood-stained hands, tenderly bending her face to his. With her chin resting on his forehead and hers on his, She gently placed an upside-down kiss on Jonah's bloody, wet lips. She closed her eyes, feeling Jonah's final breath, warm and moist against her lips, and threw back her head, howling, feral, like an injured animal, her hair whipped around her face, hiding the sorrow she couldn't hold back. She wailed out her pain to the clear blue sky as she held tight to her friend's lifeless body. Alan walked into the small house, feeling dread. Something was wrong. It was too quiet.
"Go to your room and play,"
he said to Shauna. She looked at him with puzzled blue eyes.
"Get,"
he said softly but lovingly. He shooed her off with his hands, and she skipped off to play with her dolls, grabbing an apple from the basket on the table. Alan looked around the empty room. It looked neat and tidy, like what he usually returned home to, but there was no smell of dinner perfuming the air. Jobeth was nowhere to be seen when she normally would be bustling around, setting the table with Jonah chatting around her. Something was terribly wrong. Alan felt it the moment he walked into work that morning. Simpson was not there until later in the day, which was unusual. He acted strange and distant to Alan once he returned. Fear enveloped him. Something was just not right. He immediately ran out the door. Shauna perched on the edge of the bed she shared with Jobeth, her favorite doll clutched to her chest. An ominous silence filled the room. The slammed door left the air thick and heavy in its wake. Watching tensely for any movement or sound, she felt a chill run through her. Something was very wrong. It did not take Alan long to spot Jobeth slumped over Jonah's dead body. He ran up to her, panting. Grief spread over his face instantly, and a moan escaped his throat. Jobeth lifted her blood-streaked face to Alan's tortured one. "He's gone," she said hoarsely, reaching her hand out to him. Alan's knees gave out from under him, and he fell beside Jonah and Jobeth. A sob caught in his throat. He placed a hand over Jonah's open, glazed eyes and closed them, searching Jobeth's grief-stricken face for questions he already knew the answers to. His eyes glistened with tears. "It's my fault," he choked, his words barely audible. Jobeth gently took his hand away from Jonah's eyes and held it tightly. "No," she said through a stuffy nose. "Not your fault," she repeated, shaking her head. She took a deep breath and rubbed her eyes. Alan looked at Jobeth with quivering lips. His shoulders shook and he began to cry. Jobeth embraced him and stroked his soft brown hair lovingly. Jonah had been right. Alan and Shauna would need her even more now.
"I should have moved us last year, when I thought there might be danger,"
Alan cried, holding on to Jobeth for life. "No, Alan," Jobeth soothed softly. "It was winter, and we were freezing. You did what you had to do, for us. And we were so happy, if just for a little while."
"But,"
Alan said, eyes rimmed red from tears,
"I knew I should have stayed home today."
"No, Alan," Jobeth whispered, fingers running through his hair. She noticed Jonah's dried blood stained on her fingers. Swallowing, she forced down the tightening of her throat and the fresh batch of guttural wails threatening to rise up and out of her. She closed her eyes. "Simpson's prejudice and fear are why Jonah lies here dead, slaughtered like an animal. Not yours. Jonah knew this."
"How could he?"
Wanting the guilt that plagued him to leave. "He told me, and he told me he loved you." Jobeth smiled, giving birth to fresh tears. "He loved us all, and wasn't afraid to die anymore. He said there are many waiting for him in heaven, so he won't be alone."
Jobeth sighed and looked down at Jonah. The body did not even look like the boy she loved and lived with. It was just an empty shell. Jonah was gone. She cupped her hand to her mouth, trying to control the urge to burst out crying. Alan needed her to be strong for him. Later, she would mourn for her beloved friend in private.
"He told me we were not to cry for him. We had to be strong for each other. That we still had each other and Shauna."
Alan placed his head in Jobeth's lap and cried. She put her arms protectively around him and rested her head on his back as Alan shook with grief.
"We have to be strong for each other,"
she cried, Jonah's words ringing in her ears.
"He was very wise. One of the wisest people I've ever had the pleasure to know. I promised him we would be strong, Alan. I promised."
She held him and cried with him until night fell across the land, and the cold became unbearable. "Shauna will start to look for us," Alan sniffed, releasing his grip on Jobeth. She nodded, trying to fix her hair.
"I will have to clean up before she sees me."
Jobeth stood up on sore, cramped legs. She had been crouched in the same position since finding Jonah that morning.
"What do I tell her?"
Alan choked back a sob about to release again. She paused, her head bowed, and her gaze fixed on the creek and the moon's reflections on its rippling surface. Her slender figure was eerily still. She stepped back slowly, her feet silent in the grass, her pale green dress soaked in blood, blowing stiff in the breeze. Alan stood as if paralyzed as she moved gracefully through the trees, like a fairy tale creature, into the shadows of the forest, her whispered words still hanging in the breeze.
"The truth. We tell her the truth."
"I am so in love with her, Jonah," Alan whispered to the air. Jobeth's form faded out of sight. An unseasonably warm breeze blew over him, blowing into his ear. He could have sworn he heard, "I know," in its warmth. He looked down at the empty body of Jonah.
"I will miss you, my brother,"
Alan said numbly.
"More than you know."
Leaves rustled in the trees behind Alan. He turned back, confused. There were no leaves on the trees. The last had fallen off days before. They buried Jonah the next day beside Jobeth's son. Alan was bewildered by her insistence as to where Jonah was to rest.
"This is where he has to be. It is very beautiful and peaceful in the summer. Jonah once told me it was like God was right there,"
Jobeth said, trying to avoid Alan's questioning eyes.
"All right then, that is where he will be."
When 3 mourners reached the site of the burial, Alan looked at the cross already placed in the ground.
"It looks like someone else thought this was a good place too,"
he said to Jobeth. She looked away from him, guilt flooding her soul. She wanted to tell Alan that her son lay beneath the tiny grave marker. She wanted to reveal to him how Jonah had asked to be buried here, beside his namesake, but she was afraid she would lose Alan if he knew the truth. It was a chance she was not going to take. Alan began digging as Jobeth and Shauna stood back, teary-eyed, and watched. They cried openly without reservation as Alan began scooping dirt over the wooden coffin. No more deep laughter echoing through the day. No more talks. No more Jonah. He was gone forever. Jobeth stood staring at the 2 crosses erect in the cool air. Alan was on one side of her,
and Shauna on the other. "Goodbye, dear friend. Take care of mine in heaven. My life will always have a hole now that you are not here to fill it. What a blessing you were, if just for a short time. Sleep well. We will all be together again one day," Jobeth said, looking at both crosses. "I will never forget you." Alan placed a warm arm around her shoulder, and she smiled at him as she clutched Shauna's hand. "We'll be all right," Jobeth coaxed Alan.
"If anything should happen to you too,"
Alan breathed, bending his face to Jobeth's loose hair. "Shh." Jobeth placed her index finger on Alan's moist lips. "Nothing is going to happen to us." She hugged the two sobbing people, holding them dear to her. "Please," she prayed in her mind, "please don't take them from me too." Alan went to town later in the day to sell the livestock while Jobeth and Shauna packed their belongings.
"Don't open the door for anyone,"
he said to Jobeth before he left. "I won't," Jobeth said, cupping Alan's face in her hands. They felt warm and smooth. He gazed into her kind face, hating to leave, but having no choice. Winter was nearly upon them, and he wanted to purchase a horse and covered wagon to protect them from the elements. He did not want to travel on foot again. It had nearly killed them the last time. They had come too far to regress back to the beginning. They were not the same people they had been a year ago. "Jobeth?" Shauna asked, handing the older girl some of her dresses. They were in their bedroom sorting through their belongings. It was the last room to pack. "Yes," Jobeth said, absently folding clothes. "At school." Shauna stopped, afraid of the answer she would receive. "What is it?" Jobeth looked up from her folding. Shauna's blonde head was lowered, and her two braids hung down on each side of her small shoulders. "Well, the children said I would be taken away." Her eyes looked beseechingly at Jobeth. Sympathy filled her as she reached out, grasping Shauna's light form, bringing the child into her comforting embrace. "No one will ever take you away from me, Shauna. No one," she said earnestly. Queenie jumped up from her resting place on the floor and began to growl. A shiver ran up Jobeth's spine. Both of them turned to the door. "Stay here," she ordered, standing up. Queenie stood up protectively beside Jobeth, teeth bared. "Jobeth!" Shauna squealed. Jobeth put her palm up to silence the frightened child and crept to the locked front door leading outside. "Come on out, you whore," came a female voice from behind the entrance. "We don't want trash like you around our children," yelled another female voice. A chorus of approval rang out. Jobeth peeked out the window and saw about 20 women with small children held tight to their sides. One plump, middle-aged woman with a toddler in her arms lifted a rock from the ground and hurled it at the window. The glass shattered, causing Jobeth to jump, screaming as her hands covered her ears. Shauna came running out of the room, terrified. "Jobeth!" she squealed, frightened. "The loft! Go to the loft and hide under the bed," Jobeth said, running to Shauna. Queenie started to bark as rocks began to pelt against the little house, crashing through windows and denting the sides. Shauna scurried up the stairs and looked down at the older girl with wide, frightened eyes. "Send out the child, whore!" came an angry voice from outside. Jobeth grabbed the snarling Queenie and wrapped her arm protectively around the furry neck. The dog licked her face, whining and growling, baring her teeth maniacally at the door. "It's all right, girl," she soothed. "Come on, Alan. Hurry back." She glued her eyes to the door and did not move. Knowing Shauna would be scared up in the loft alone, Jobeth wrung her hands together, feeling guilty. She was not there to comfort the poor child. Go upstairs, Queenie. Go see Shauna. Jobeth spoke into the animal's ear. The dog whined and turned to go up the stairs. She looked back at Jobeth, ears alert. Go see Shauna, Jobeth hissed, grabbing a chair to place under the door handle. Queenie obeyed and went to the waiting arms of the little girl. Shauna was relieved to have the dog's warm, furry body to hold on to.
If you think you can whore around our town, you got another thing comin',
yelled another voice. Jobeth grabbed a log from the woodpile and stood in a defensive pose, ready. She would do what she had to do to protect herself and Shauna. No one was taking from her, and no one would hurt either of them again. Alan, please hurry back, Jobeth whispered, afraid more than she had ever been in her life. Hurry. That afternoon, Alan rode up the familiar path to the house he had shared with Jobeth, Jonah, and Shauna for more than a year. He was seated on the front bench of a covered wagon. A brown mare and a spotted brown and white filly pulled the cart easily up the path. He reached the house and noticed the battered appearance. Glass was shattered everywhere, and rocks littered the once immaculate entrance. Jobeth and Jonah had cleared out the weeds and branches that littered the path, taking care to give it a simple yet appealing exterior. Now it was unrecognizable. Panic seized him.
Whoa!
He reined in the horses, which gave a startled snort. Alan dropped the reins, jumped off the wagon, and ran to the sealed door. It was jammed, and he pushed full force with his shoulder, trying to get in.
Jobeth, Shauna,
he yelled frantically, pushing the door slightly ajar. Alan, he heard from the other side. Relief filled his soul. He could hear Jobeth moving objects away from the door. Alan, she cried, opening the door to his bewildered face. She had never felt so glad to see him as she flung herself into his arms and hugged him tightly, afraid that his husky presence might not be real.
Where is Shauna?
He peered over Jobeth's shoulder. Rocks and glass littered the once tidy room. I'm here, Shauna chimed over the railing of the loft.
Thank God,
he panted, squeezing Jobeth back. We were so frightened. They called me horrible names, and they threw stones. They came to take Shauna.
Don't cry. They're gone now,
Alan soothed, patting the back of Jobeth's long, loose hair. Jobeth pulled away from Alan's strong embrace. Did you get the wagon? Jobeth asked. He nodded. Tears filled her eyes. The reality of leaving their beloved little home flooded her. Jonah was here. Her baby was here. Why? She wailed angrily. Why did they have to kill Jonah? Why did they steal him away from us? Why did they have to ruin our home? Why? She sobbed, unable to stop. I loved him so much. I loved our home. Jobeth fell to the floor, crying into the palms of her hands. She was leaving so much behind.
Jobeth, Alan pleaded. Please, Jobeth.
He bent down and placed his large, strong hands around her tear-streaked face. Jobeth looked at him, sniffling.
We have to leave. I don't want to leave Jonah either, but we have to.
He looked at the debris thrown aggressively across the floor, and Jobeth could see his eyes water.
What they did to Jonah.
Alan. Jobeth felt ashamed by her outburst.
No.
He jumped up, glaring at Jobeth. She shivered. Alan had never before acted this way.
Jobeth, don't. You understand what they could do to us, to Shauna?
Shauna gasped, clinging to Queenie's neck. Jobeth stood up. Jonah's last words, to be strong, rang in her ears. She patted her messy hair down, looking up to the loft with a forced smile. Come on down, honey, and help me pack, Jobeth said to the silent child whose eyes were big with worry. Goosebumps crawled over Jobeth's skin. For a moment, the child looking down was that same haunted child Jobeth had escaped with so long ago. Slowly, Shauna crawled down the stairs and grabbed Jobeth's hand tightly. Reassuringly, Jobeth squeezed it back. "Did you have any trouble selling the animals?" Jobeth asked.
"No, we had good animals. They just want us out of their town. I sold them quickly."
He smiled shyly at Jobeth, wanting to kiss her.
"Wait till you see the horses. They are beautiful."
"Well then," Jobeth forced a grin, "let's see them." They ate in silence and then packed their belongings in the wagon. Jobeth made up a bed in the back, putting the fatigued Shauna down to sleep. It was getting late, and they wanted to be on their way. They stopped at the grave one last time to say goodbye. Standing beside Alan, she stared at the two stark crosses, the only reminders that the two buried beneath had existed in this world. She wished they were coming with them. She bent down and fingered the dried red flowers on her son's grave. Her heart ached at leaving them behind, but Jonah had been right, as always. Alan and Shauna needed her, and they were alive. She felt she would never get over losing them, but she would live and love. She had to. She had promised Jonah, and it was the only way she could survive.
"Are you ready?"
Alan questioned, watching her caress the dried seed heads. Jobeth was almost 16 and had already lived a life far beyond her years. She had lost her parents, a child, and a best friend in little more than 2 years. The pain was there. It probably always would be. She looked at the man standing by her, and her sad heart lightened. She snapped one of the flowers into her hand and stood tall. She would take part of them with her. Somewhere, someday, she would plant those seeds. She placed a mittened hand on Alan's arm and smiled peacefully at him. "Now I am," she said. Seated back in the wagon, Alan clicked his tongue and slapped the reins down onto the horses' backs. The wagon began to move forward. Alan was worth going on for. He was only 17, yet despite his age, when she looked into his eyes, she felt a sense of security that had eluded her since her parents' death. Maybe even longer if she thought about it. Maybe since that fateful day when her brother fell out of the tree and broke his neck and the domino effect that followed. She turned and faced the road. The sky had turned gray and cool. She snuggled into her wrap and sighed, clutching the dried flower in her hand. They would make it. They had to make it. Chapter 11. They moved on until late in the night. Exhausted, Alan tied the horses to a tree, and the two went to sleep in the back of the wagon. Jobeth slept snuggled up to Shauna, while Alan lay alone in a roll on the floor. The wagon had become their new home. In the morning, Alan caught a rabbit for breakfast. They had plenty of food, the meat dried for winter and their store of vegetables, fruits, and grains, but there was no reason to dip into their supplies when food was plenty off the land. Jobeth tried to push aside the pictures that came to her mind, but she could not stop the images of Jonah arguing with Shauna over who caught the rabbit, or of him standing next to her, chatting away while helping her prepare the evening meal. She wanted to cry when she thought of him, but tears were a luxury she could not afford at the moment. The landscape passed without Jobeth noticing. She easily conformed to traveling again, and figured she would never be settled in one spot. Something would always happen to uproot them again. The difference this time was she had no urges to lay down roots. She had all that she needed, and that was Alan and Shauna. They passed town after town in their covered wagon. Alan knew eventually they would have to stop. Shauna needed to be in school, and Jobeth needed her own roof over her head, whether she believed it or not. He knew this, and still continued pushing the horses on. As they moved farther south, the weather warmed. Even though winter had begun, traveling was not a problem. Covered in warm blankets at night and dressed in cozy clothing, there was no reason not to continue on their journey. How nice it was now that they had the leisure of the horses. They became healthier and more robust as their hearts and souls healed.
"Jobeth,"
Alan asked, flicking the horse's reins. "Yes," she responded, seated snugly beside him in the wagon's front seat. The waning sunlight filtered through the clouds as the sun began to dip below the horizon. A cool breeze rustled through the trees, sending a crisp chill through the air. Alan and Jobeth glanced at each other, knowing it was time to stop for dinner soon. They could hear Shauna in the back of the wagon, mumbling and humming sweetly to her dolls, her child's voice in harmony with nature's music.
"We are going to have to stop soon,"
Alan said, his eyes focused on the well-worn gravel road, a telltale sign that a town lay ahead. "Yes, Shauna must be hungry." Jobeth clasped her mittened hands together, shivering. The night air was unusually cool.
"No, that's not what I mean,"
Alan continued. Jobeth pulled the dark brown woolen cloak she wore tightly around her ears and bent her covered head down.
"I know you don't feel ready yet, but it has been 3 months since Jonah."
"I know, Alan," Jobeth sighed, looking at him. She sniffed, wondering if her nose was as red as his. "It's just hard. I'm not sure I am ready to start again."
"Shauna needs school, friends, and a home. We all do,"
Alan said, staring out at the starlit sky. He understood how Jobeth felt. He, too, didn't feel ready to stop moving yet. The last 3 months had been so peaceful. He blew out his breath between his lips, causing the air to steam up in front of him like smoke. "You are right, Alan. I know you're right." Jobeth nodded, her heart fluttering. Alan grinned and absently placed a mittened hand on her blanket-covered lap.
"Soon, just not yet,"
he said, patting her leg reassuringly. The next morning, Jobeth was sleeping soundly as Queenie lay curled up protectively beside her.
"Jobeth, wake up,"
a male voice called from the back of the wagon. She groaned in protest, turning over and hiding her face in the quilts. The sun shone brightly into the wagon, stinging Jobeth's unadjusted eyes. "I am exhausted," she moaned, noticing the wagon was not swaying with movement. Alan must have stopped for some reason.
"Now, honey, I want you to see this house with me,"
he said in an unusual, excited voice. "Honey?" She sat up abruptly. Alan was holding the canvas of the wagon open, his body shielding most of the sun's rays from penetrating inside the dark retreat. He beamed at Jobeth, winking at her. Confused, she quickly arranged her hair. Alan held his hand out, imploring.
"Please, play along,"
he whispered into her ear as she jumped down from the step. Squinting from the bright rays, she adjusted her eyes and looked around. The wagon was parked in front of a little white house. A couple in their early 60s was standing respectfully by the horses, waiting, it seemed, for her and Alan.
"This is my wife, Jobeth,"
Alan presented to the elderly couple. He placed his arm around her waist and gave a light squeeze, causing a shiver to bolt up Jobeth's spine. The couple walked over, hands outstretched in greeting.
"You two look young to be married,"
the man said, squinting his gray eyes. He was a handsome man with a mane of snow-white hair and a strong tanned build made hard by work in the sun. "Oh, stop it, George. I married you when I was just 16, said the small woman beside him. She pushed him aside easily, despite their size differences, and raised her hand toward Jobeth warmly. "Hello, dearie.
I am Diana, and this big old lug is my husband George."
"Hello," Jobeth replied rather shyly, wanting to hide behind Alan. Diana was the first new person she had spoken to in over a year. She felt nervous, but Diana had a kind face with light blue shimmering eyes and soft blonde hair showing only the slightest gray. She accepted the older woman's hand and was pleased with how soft and warm it felt.
"Well,"
Alan said, clapping his hands together in prayer,
"I guess we can see the house now."
Jobeth looked at Alan questioningly. "Of course." Diana smiled sincerely, gently dropping Jobeth's hand and turning towards the little white building. "Where is Shauna?" Jobeth asked, searching for the little girl. With all the confusion, she had forgotten about her little charge. She could not believe the magnificent view as she scanned the area. 2 enormous and sturdy oak trees towered over a quaint 2-story cottage. It was the type of home that begged to be lived in. A wide wraparound porch framed the house's white walls. A single wooden swing hung from one of the oak branches, begging to be occupied. In the summer, the angular blades of grass would fill the front lawn with a lush blanket of emerald green. The window boxes would overflow with gentle splashes of vibrant purples, reds, and yellow flowers. She closed her eyes and breathed deeply, imagining herself on a warm summer day, surrounded by lush green trees, the sweet scent of grass, and wildflowers surrounding her.
"Shauna is in the backyard playing with our grandbabies,"
Diana said, comfortably linking her arm in Jobeth's. She began to lead her toward the house.
"Your husband here says you are newlyweds. Big responsibility to raise a little sister on top of just becoming a wife. Once the babies start coming, you are going to have your hands full,"
Diana exclaimed. Jobeth's heart jumped. Suddenly, she felt frightened and didn't understand why. She looked back beseechingly to Alan, engrossed in his conversation with George. He did not notice the anxiety in her eyes. "Shauna is no trouble. We love her dearly," Jobeth said a bit defensively. "She is a blessing." Diana looked at the young girl's wounded face. This couple did seem awfully green to her, but what tugged at Diana's heart most was the sorrow in the young girl's eyes. She had seen that look before in those who had lost too much. Grief lingered in the depths of them, the windows of the soul plainly visible for the world to see.
"Children are all a blessing,"
Diana smiled kindly. Jobeth pressed her lips together, forced them into a grin, and followed Diana into the little house. It was beautiful. The cabin was cozy, with 2 bedrooms and a loft. A narrow hallway led past a tiny room with a small kitchen and a wooden table tucked into the corner. The main living area was brightly lit, with light filtering through the windows. In the center of the room, 2 plush chairs and a deep burgundy couch faced an inviting crackling built-in brick fireplace. Best of all was the outhouse. It was indoors. An odd-looking chain hung from a tank attached to the wall. When you pulled it, the waste was flushed away. It was truly amazing. Jobeth and Alan had never imagined such a device. Diana and George laughed at the young couple's disbelief and had to demonstrate how it worked. "They are called water closets, and they are the wave of the future. Soon every home will have one," Diana exclaimed, her hands clutched to her full chest. "Now that you have seen our little place, what do you think?" "It is the most beautiful home I have ever seen." Jobeth was unable to hide her awe. Alan smiled proudly at her excited face.
"There's a barn, too, and a few animals,"
George said, holding his bride's hand of 50 years.
"You don't have to start from scratch. We know how hard it is to start a home when you're newlyweds."
"Do you want the house, Jobeth?" Alan clutched her hands tightly in his. His face beamed with anticipation of her answer. "Of course," Jobeth commented in disbelief. She had never dreamed of such luxuries. "But how? You don't even have a job."
I got a good-paying job in town while you were sleeping. In fact, after I was hired, I asked around if there was a house I could buy, and was told about George and Diana. All we need to do is give Diana and George our horses and wagon, plus $100.
Jobeth couldn't believe their luck. Would it be possible the beautiful house could be theirs?
"That is it?"
she squeaked. $100 was a lot of money. It was all the money Alan had saved. A near fortune. But a home such as George and Diana's was a dream come true.
Yes,
Diana chuckled, placing a hand on the bewildered Jobeth's shoulder.
George and I want to change. The children are grown and have families of their own. Now it is our time, like when we were first married.
George reddened and coughed, embarrassed. When they first married, it had been his dream to travel across the country, but Diana kept having one baby after another. Now, finally, his dream was coming true. All he wanted was Diana by his side and leather reins in his callous hands.
The horses are fine beasts. We aren't really giving you a deal, miss.
Jobeth nodded kindly to the older man. If he only knew how they had started out. This house was too much to ever dream of.
Alan says you have been traveling for months, and it is beautiful,
George said, excited. His adventure was about to begin. He would never have guessed that his life's wish would come true at 68 years of age. "Wonderful," Jobeth cooed, remembering the therapeutic power of the open plains. Yes, her heart was forever changed by the loss of Jonah and her baby, but the journey to this little town had begun to heal the wounds their deaths had left.
"Well, Jobeth?"
Alan's green eyes sparkled in the sunlight streaming through the window. His disarming smile made Jobeth's heart skip a beat. She looked away, feeling her cheeks flush as she tried to focus on his question. She felt his warm breath on her skin as he leaned in close. The hairs stood up on the back of her neck. His lips brushed against her earlobe as he whispered,
"Do we take it?"
She slowly turned her head towards him, their faces inches apart. Heat radiated from his body. Her voice was low and husky, overcome with joy and something more, as she declared, "Yes, we'll take it." Grasping her midsection, Alan hoisted Jobeth into the air and spun her around. Laughter echoed out from the pit of her stomach as she stretched her arms out like she was flying. George and Diana needed a week to pack and say their farewells to their children. Alan and Jobeth used that time to enroll Shauna in the local school and to become accustomed to their new surroundings. Diana and George were dears, always there to help the younger couple with whatever they needed. Jobeth felt it was all too soon when the older couple sat in the buggy, glowing about their impending future. They wished Jobeth and Alan well and said their goodbyes with warm embraces. "We are so lucky to get this house," Jobeth said, jumping into Alan's arms, laughing. Shauna sat on the couch with her dolls. She could not sit by and quietly watch Alan and Jobeth's enthusiasm. Bouncing off her seat and sending her dolls tumbling to the plush rug, the bright child joined in the excitement, running into their waiting arms.
"Are you happy, Jobeth?"
Alan asked, holding her close to his solid chest. "Yes," she breathed, deeply conscious of her breast pressed firmly against Alan. Tingling sensations rippled through her nipples, and she felt them harden. Confused, she pulled away slightly. Alan was conscious of his effect on Jobeth and gripped her tighter to him.
"Now that I've told everyone we are married, you won't have to hide like before. Shauna can have friends at the house and you can too," he said in a raspy voice.
He looked deeply into Jobeth's glowing face, his eyes diving into the depths of her soul. She felt a warmth between her legs and pulled abruptly away from his embrace.
"Let's go see our animals."
Jobeth bent down to the giggling Shauna and lifted her onto her hip. She avoided Alan's eyes, confused with these new emotions.
"You heard your sister, Shauna. Let's go."
Alan clapped. He reached over and retrieved the little girl from Jobeth's grasp, easily placing the squirming 6-year-old on his broad shoulders. Nothing was going to ruin his good mood, not even Jobeth's hesitance towards him. He watched the back of her head as she demurely walked in front of him. Her long golden brown hair was loose and bounced softly down to her narrow waist.
"We are gonna like it here,"
he roared, full of life, clasping Shauna's legs firmly around his neck. The child wrapped her hands under Alan's stubbly chin and held on tight.
"Go! Go! Go!"
Shauna squealed, roughly kicking Alan in the chest with little bare feet. Jobeth glanced over her shoulder shyly, unable to keep her heart from fluttering uncontrollably at the sight of Alan and Shauna so content together.
"You heard our girl, Jobeth. Let's go, go, go,"
Alan teased, speeding past her, Shauna's squeals trailing behind them. Jobeth blushed, turning a scarlet shade. She took a deep breath and exhaled, pausing a moment before she continued. She needed to compose herself before she faced Alan again. Outside was a small barn with a chicken coop. Nestled beside it were chickens scurrying to escape a bullying rooster.
"Oh, look!"
Shauna pointed.
"Baby chickies!"
Alan put the squirming youngster down and opened the door to let her in. Shauna ran inside and began to chase the yellow, chirping puffballs. Angered by Shauna's pursuit of her offspring, the mother hen pecked furiously at her exposed ankles.
"Ouch!"
giggled Shauna, gently pushing the mother chicken aside with her foot. Jobeth chuckled to herself. Shauna looked beautiful, standing amongst the clucking fowl, her face animated. The child bent and retrieved a squeaking chick and nestled it to her cheek lovingly. Jobeth fondly remembered similar events that had happened in her own childhood at about the same age. She took a deep, refreshing breath. It was good to know Shauna would have memories of the softness of a baby chick against her cheek. Maybe it would help erase all the bad ones she had accumulated over her short lifetime.
"Let's go see the other animals,"
Alan said over Jobeth's shoulder. Goosebumps jumped forth from her skin like seedlings springing out of the newly dampened earth after a rain. Jobeth nodded, hesitantly rubbing the raised hair on her arms. For some reason she didn't yet understand. She was suddenly uncomfortable being alone with Alan.
"Shauna, are you staying here?"
Alan asked, leading Jobeth towards the barn.
"Yes."
She grinned as a fuzzy chick pecked at her hand. Jobeth laughed despite her apprehension. The sight of Shauna being attacked by chickens was too funny not to respond. She sighed nervously and followed Alan obediently towards the barn, feeling rather foolish. This was Alan. What was there to be afraid of? Inside the barn, a medium-sized brown cow and her calf greeted them. The beast mooed lazily in response to their arrival and continued to chew on the yellow hay littering the barn floor. Her calf ignored the visitors and suckled busily from its mother's udders.
"We will have to get some pigs,"
Alan said, walking over to the stall to examine the cow.
"Maybe even a horse and carriage."
Queenie sauntered into the barn, her tail wagging playfully. She bent down low on her front legs and yipped at the mother cow. The cow, unmoved by Queenie, mooed back at the dog. Queenie, insulted, turned on her haunches and ran out the door, barking once more in defiance over her furry shoulder. Alan and Jobeth both began to laugh, the earlier tension between them melting away. Jobeth smiled warmly as she bent down and shooed the little brown calf away from its mother's milk supply. Everything was going to be all right. Jobeth surveyed the cozy living room. Her gaze lingered on the intricate wood carving of the chair's arms and the handmade quilt draped across the sofa. She shifted closer to Alan and breathed a content sigh. "This house is a dream," she exhaled, feeling like they were home. Diana must have worked hard to make the cushions fit the carved wood frames. She traced her finger down the tightly sewn seams of the flush wine cushions, her eyes focusing on Shauna, who lay fast asleep on a matching chair. "Ever since Shauna and I ran away," Jobeth stopped herself. She didn't want to remember those times. Too much pain would surface with the memory of long-gone days. One bad memory would lead to another and another. This was a happy moment. She had to learn to let go of the past and all that had happened.
"What?"
Alan asked. He had always been curious about what had happened to Jobeth before he found her asleep on the dirty mattress, with Shauna held tight in her grip. "Nothing." She stood up, avoiding Alan's eyes. "Shauna is asleep. We should put her to bed. Which room will be ours?" She reached down to pick up the sleeping body. Shauna's pale blonde hair haloed her angelic face, causing Jobeth's heart to swell with love. She bent down and kissed the warm, flushed cheek like a mother would a favored child. Alan stared at Jobeth, holding his breath. He couldn't stand not touching her any longer. He stood up and quietly walked behind her. Nervously, he reached out, placing a gentle hand on her slender shoulder. Jobeth turned her hazel eyes upon him and then quickly shifted her gaze to her shoes. Alan summoned all his courage. She had responded to him in the barn. She had. It wasn't his imagination. Jobeth began to shake uncontrollably. She was torn between fear and something else she could not explain. Something warm and good.
"I thought,"
Alan said, slowly caressing Jobeth's arm with his finger. His breath became heavier, and his heart pounded uncontrollably.
"Since everyone thinks we are married."
He hesitated, then leaned over and softly kissed the nape of Jobeth's neck. A shiver raced through her whole body like the rumble of thunder. Alan felt the goosebumps rise beneath his lips and continued to softly kiss her neck, savoring the tiny ridges. She was torn between pleasure and fear. Against her will, her hands combed through Alan's soft chestnut hair, pulling his head closer to her waiting neck. Alan, encouraged by Jobeth's grip on his head, kissed her straight, fine-boned jaw. She let out a sigh as Alan, unable to hold back, cupped her face in his hands and kissed her hard on the mouth. She acknowledged his touch, grasping him to her heavy chest like a starved person finally handed food. He slid his tongue between her parted lips, and without hesitation, she opened her mouth and received him greedily.
"Jobeth,"
Alan moaned, clutching her savagely to him, afraid she would suddenly vanish and leave his arms empty.
"I have wanted this for so long."
She sighed, arching her head back, allowing him to kiss her throat and collarbone. Warmth permeated Jobeth. She didn't want his kisses to stop. Each time his lips touched her skin, she felt an electrical current crackle through her. His hands unbuttoned her blouse as his warm, wet kisses covered her chest. Slowly creeping to her breast, held tight in her corset. The stays quickly loosened, and her perky breasts fell free from imprisonment. Alan swallowed hard at the perfect beauty of the round flesh with small rosebud nipples. Exhaling, his hand caressed the circular form. The nipple instantly became erect. Unable to leave the other bare, he gently stroked it with his bottom lip. Jobeth, wholly enthralled, held Alan's head to her breast, wanting to cry out with delight. She jumped as she felt Alan's lips encircle her raised nipple. His mouth was moist and good. He began to suck gently, and then with more fervor. Alan felt the uncomfortable confinement of his enlarging groin. His hands encircled Jobeth's back, and he pulled her to him, eagerly pressing her to his throbbing member, hidden beneath his trousers. She willingly entered his arms, pressing her pulsing body to his hard one. He rubbed against her intensely, and Jobeth gasped. Suddenly, Father James stood before her, fat and ugly, his purple snake enveloped in mangy black curly hair. Memories of him forcing that vile stick savagely into her flooded her mind. Revolted, she pulled away, clutching her blouse over her exposed breasts. "No!" Jobeth began to cry, horrified at what was happening between them. Alan stood stunned, his erection becoming increasingly painful in his pants.
"Jobeth?"
He reached out to her. "Stay away from me," she yelled, not seeing Alan any longer, but Father James. She had been transported back in time to the house that had caused her so much pain. "Give me the whip, Father James. I promise I will never wet the bed again." She crumpled to the ground, wailing in anguish, as tears streamed down her face. Her fist slammed into the floor, beating the hard ground in frustration. Trying to prevent Jobeth from harming herself, Alan dropped behind her and grabbed her arms. Grasping her tight to his chest,
"You are safe.
"It's me, Alan," he reassured her, holding on for dear life. She fell into his arms, heaving and sobbing, burying her face in her hands. The nightmare had passed. She was again with Alan in their new home. It was Alan. Sweet, kind Alan, not Father James.
What happened to you?"
"Nothing," Jobeth shrieked, clutching her arms protectively around her unbuttoned blouse. Alan sat down wearily, relaxing his hold on her. Shame coursed through his heated body, all desire leaving him. He was nothing more than a selfish rogue. Why would Jobeth just give herself to him freely? They weren't really married.
"Who is Father James? Is he a priest?"
Jobeth's head jerked up, surprised. "How do you—" She shook her head, confused. "Am I going crazy?"
"Jobeth."
Alan lightly touched her damp arm. She pulled away, causing him to blush, embarrassed. He sat back some distance, giving her the space she wanted. He loved her so much. He felt he would die without her in his life. Now, all his hopes for them were shattered.
"Did this Father James do something to hurt you?"
"Why should I tell you?" she cried, standing up, retreating to hunch into the corner of the couch. She knew this time would come, the time to expose what had happened with Father James, and the outcome of that union, her son. Tears formed in the corners of her eyes. Her precious tiny baby. Her heart ached to hold him one more time. Images of his minuscule grave littered with red flowers played itself out behind her closed eyes. Jonah was with him. He was not alone, and by now, the little flowers would have crept over onto his grave as well, blanketing them both with her love. She opened her eyes. It was time to reveal her shame and her heartache. It was time for her baby to be recognized. "I don't know a thing about your past," she said, lamely, trying one more time to avoid the inevitable. Alan would never want to live with her after he knew the truth. He would probably even find her unfit to care for Shauna. Fear enveloped Jobeth. She could not lose them, too.
"All right."
Alan jumped up. Shauna moaned in her sleep. Alan savagely raked his fingers through his hair, a habit Jobeth had come to recognize.
"Stay here. I'll put our girl to bed. And then we are going to talk. It's time we got everything out in the open."
How strange the night had turned on him, teasing him to believe Jobeth was his. At least Shauna did not change, he thought. She was still the sweet little girl she always was. She was always happy to see him and never disappointed if he did something wrong. He sighed as he looked at her in his arms, then laid her on her bed and kissed her warm brow, tucking the slumbering child under her blankets. Quietly, he stood and left the room, shutting the door behind him. Jobeth was still huddled in the corner of the couch, sniffing. She watched Alan as he sat down on the opposite side and felt sad. He looked defeated, and she knew she was responsible. Alan always tried so hard, and she made him feel like a failure every time. I am not worthy of him, she thought, staring at his pained expression. It was time to be honest. At least, Alan would not feel responsible for her outbursts anymore. Alan looked at the ceiling and could not help but admire the white, smooth surface. He took a deep breath and glanced down at his rough knuckles.
I am not an orphan,
he began. Jobeth, startled, sat up straight.
My parents are alive.
What?
Let me finish,
he said, not looking up. He did not want to tell this story. It was all a distant memory, a memory he cared not to remember. But if it would help Jobeth to trust him with her own past, then he would do it.
My parents, they were terrible. They drank moonshine all the time and beat me when they were liquored up. They told me I was nothing but a freeloader and wished I was never born.
He choked, refusing to look at Jobeth's sympathetic eyes.
Anyway, when I was 8 years old, one day, they up and went to town. I was so glad because I could have some peace for a bit. Well, they never returned. I did not know what to do. I was just a little thing. Days passed and I was starving. I wandered through the house crying out for help, but no one answered.
Alan paused, remembering the fear he had felt as a boy. The pain resurfaced fresh, as if his parents had left him only the day before.
The nights were the worst. The sounds. I used to hide under the bed, thinking every sound was a monster coming to eat me up. Finally, because I was starving, I went out onto the streets and begged for food. I even hoped I would see my parents and ask them to take me back. I could handle the beatings, but I could not stand being all alone.
He finally glanced at Jobeth and quickly turned away. She could feel his pain from the experiences he had endured as a child. How horrible it must have been to be abandoned by your parents. She had been lucky to have her parents for the short time she did.
The street folks took me in as one of their own, especially one, Eddie.
Jobeth thought she heard Ellen's voice break slightly.
We decided to make it big on our own. We hopped on a train, and we did all right. We weren't rich by any means, but we had a home and a little money put aside. Eddie was the first real family I ever had. I had only lived with beatings and hatred before. Eddie gave me love and comfort. He gave me everything. All was going well until my parents came and took me away. I still don't know how they found me. I told them I hated them and that I would not go with them. Damn, I was already 10 by then, and the only time I had ever been happy was with Eddie. He was my father in my heart, and the only parent I needed.
A tear rolled down Alan's cheek.
I asked them where they had been the last 2 years. They never answered me and took me anyway. They threatened Eddie and me, telling us they would have the sheriff arrest and hang Eddie for kidnapping. I had no choice but to go. Eddie cried when I left, and I cried too. He was so good to me, Jobeth. No one had ever been so good to me. I knew what it was like to love and be loved in return. I was never allowed to see Eddie ever again. 2 months later, he died.
Alan covered his face with his hands. his emotions taking control of him. It had been a long time since he had thought of Eddie, and he was surprised at how fresh the pain still was from losing his only father figure.
Eddie was old. That was true, and he was the kindest man I ever knew. My time with him was the best part of my childhood. I suppose that is why my parents took me from him. They could not stand to see me happy, especially with someone like Eddie. You see, Eddie was black, and there was no way their son was going to be raised by one of those kinds.
Jobeth looked up at Alan, surprised.
I despised these two people who claimed to be my parents. They had not changed. They continuously insulted me and beat me within an inch of my life on more than one occasion. They drank day and night. If I ever saw them sober, I couldn't tell you. I don't remember it. It was harder living with them the second time. Maybe it was because they kept badgering me for living with a black man, or perhaps it was because I now knew what it was like to be loved. I had never known it before. Eddie taught me I was good enough to love, that I was someone. That is so important to a child, something I plan for my own children to always know. I will never let them feel like they aren't worth loving. Anyway, my parents were cruel. When I was 12, I left, and I decided I would never go back. I met Todd and Adam on the road. We met up with others. Some stayed for a while, and others left. I remember when I met Jonah.
Alan shook his head, remembering, and laughed sadly.
He was nearly dead when we found him. He reminded me of Eddie, not because he was black, but because he was like him, kind and funny, with a good heart. Now, they are both gone. I used to believe Jonah was Eddie, reborn. Stupid, eh? Doesn't even make sense. Jonah was a kid like me.
No, Jobeth said weakly, wanting to reach out and comfort him. He looked so lost sitting on the other side of the couch. It broke her heart to see him in such pain. It had never occurred to her that maybe he, too, had experienced such horrible events in his young life.
Now you know,
Alan said, wiping his face with a hanky he retrieved from his pants pocket. Jobeth looked at him mutely, not knowing what to say. She did not have time to say anything. Alan leaned forward a bit and looked straight into her eyes with his slanted feline ones.
I want to know what happened to you. I was honest with you. Now it's time for you to be honest with me.
I'm afraid to tell you, Jobeth uttered, barely louder than a whisper. Her hand clutched the sides of the cushions, digging in with all her strength.
Jobeth,
Alan said, coming and sitting beside her. He pried her hand free from its death grip and lifted her chin to his face. She closed her eyes and turned her face away, tears beginning to form. He pulled her face towards him again, forcing her to look at him.
You don't need to be afraid. I will never think badly of you.
He blushed in all honesty, the love plainly written on his face. Oh, you will loathe me. I just know it, and I can't bear for you to hate me. She couldn't stand to look into his eyes and see the shock in them when she revealed her sordid story.
How could I hate you? You are the love of my life,
Alan confessed. Jobeth looked into his strange, wondrous eyes. She had once thought they were unusual and odd. Now she saw the truth in them. He loved her, and she knew without a doubt she also loved him, needed him like she needed air to breathe and water to drink. Closing her eyes, her heart started to deaden. How could Alan love her after she told him about herself? I feel the same. I do, which is why I'm so afraid of telling you.
Jobeth,
Alan beamed, grasping her hands to his firm chest. His very soul was singing.
This is the most wonderful news I've ever heard."
Alan, no. Reaching out, she placed her hand over his moist lips, silencing him. His gaze never wavered from hers as he grasped her hand, kissing its smooth surface. His lips lingered on the warm skin. She felt her breath shorten as she slowly pulled away, her eyes moving to the ground, unable to look into his intense stare any longer. "I am an orphan," she stuttered, trying to compose herself. In the palm of her hand, Alan's kisses lingered. She squeezed it tight, wanting to keep this small part of him forever. The truth had to be told. He deserved to know. Their future together would depend on her coming clean about her past. Regardless of what happened, she would deal with the consequences. Her secret was too heavy to bear. "A few months before I met you and the others, my parents had been killed in a train accident." Jobeth breathed deeply, dreading to tell the rest of her story. Alan listened patiently, his face void of any signs of emotion. He knew Jobeth would watch closely to see if his expressions would change, knowing his reaction would deeply affect her. She started by telling him about Polly and the tragic accident that took him from their family, then about the loss of her parents and her nightmares of how the hurricane had wiped out everyone on the train. Her chest tightened at the recollection of the horrible way her parents died. Jobeth could not believe how it still hurt to think of it. It had been nearly 2 years since their deaths. It suddenly dawned on her that she had never spoken about how they had died to anyone before. "I loved my parents dearly," she swallowed. A lump had begun to form in her throat. "They were good folks. Our lives together were happy. After their terrible deaths, I was sent to a home for orphans. I had no living relatives to go to and stay with. The people who ran the home were Mother Tamalina and Father—" Jobeth could not bring herself to say his name out loud.
"Father James?"
Alan asked, reaching out and holding on tightly to her hand. He was beginning to see where Jobeth's story was going. "Yes," she whispered, her eyes fixed blankly, staring into space. Her throat felt so tight she could not swallow.
"Was he a priest?"
It would not be the first time it had happened with a man of the cloth. "No," Jobeth said miserably. "We just had to call him that."
"Father James?"
Alan reached out, holding on tightly to her hand. His eyes focused on her fingers wrapped firmly between his. They looked small and vulnerable. He squeezed them protectively, never wanting to let go.
"Did he force himself on you?"
Hearing the words spoken out loud, a dam breaks inside of Jobeth, and she cannot hold back the well of tears trapped inside for so long. Overcome with the realization of what happened to her, agony overwhelms Alan. A deep, guttural pain slashes his heart as he sits there numb, witnessing his beautiful Jobeth crumble beside him. His arms automatically embrace her, gathering her into the folds of his body, crushing her to him, wishing beyond wishes he could do something, anything, to take her pain away.
"You don't have to worry. I won't ever hurt you,"
he whispered into her hair as he stroked her thin back. He lifted her chin with his hands so she could look into his eyes.
"I love you. The moment I saw you and Shauna asleep on that old mattress, I fell in love with you. Nothing will ever change that."
"But, Alan," Jobeth sobbed, "what happened between—"
"He forced you,"
Alan soothed, snuggling her deeper into his embrace, her head comfortably fitting under his chin as though it was always meant to be there.
"How could you blame yourself, my sweet darling?"
She sobbed as he held her shaking body. "He said I provoked him, led him on. I didn't think I did, honestly." He repulsed me. Jobeth broke into fresh tears. It was like a dam had been released inside her, and she could not stop the outpour.
Shh, now I know. Alan stroked her hair reassuringly. If I ever see the animal, I will kill him for what he did to you.
He did not want Jobeth to know the anger he truly felt over her rape. The thought of her virginity being ripped away from her by another man, and the thought of that man touching her and taking something of hers freely without permission made Alan barely able to see straight. He shook his head, clearing his mind of the horrible vision. "There is more," Jobeth sobbed, holding him tight. Alan felt his own eyes burn with tears. He could barely stand hearing what she had to say next.
"What is it, darling? You can tell me."
He lied, hating every word she uttered. "I had," she stuttered, remembering the tiny infant's weight pressing against her sweaty chest, his rapidly beating heart thumping against her skin like misty raindrops, the rise and fall of his rib cage as he struggled to grasp air into his lungs, the feel of her hand, nearly the size of his entire body, placed lovingly on his back as it slowly began to still, silent, forever. "I had a son." Alan pulled Jobeth abruptly away from him.
"What?"
he gasped, speechless and unable to hide the emotion flooding his face. Jobeth began to wail.
"Oh, no, Jobeth, I'm sorry. I'm not angry. Please, you just surprised me."
He pulled her back into his embrace, feeling her tremble uncontrollably. Fear seized him. Where was the child? It did not make sense. Jobeth said her parents died only a few months before their meeting. "I ran away after the first time," Jobeth wept. "I didn't know I was pregnant until I fainted at the lake with Tamara." Alan remembered the incident and how frightened he had been for her. The pieces started to come together. He had stupidly thought that Jobeth's growing belly was caused by parasites and her deteriorating health during their first travels.
What happened to the baby?
He was confused. The child would have been born. Where was it? And how could he not have known? "You and Shauna were gone to town," Jobeth sniffed, wiping her red nose. "It was too early for him to be born. Jonah delivered him, and he died shortly after. We buried him in the field, the same place where we buried Jonah." Jobeth held her breath, waiting for a response from Alan. The truth was out. It was too late to turn back.
The other cross. That's why you insisted Jonah be buried there,
Alan said, stunned, trying to soak up all the shocking information. How could he have been so blind? He remembered that period of time. Jobeth would not leave her room. When she did, her waist had shrunk away. Jonah had said Jobeth did not need a doctor and that a doctor could not help the sickness she had. It all made sense to him now. She had been grieving the death of her child. How could they have kept it from him? He bent his head, aghast at the horrifying news. "Yes, Jonah wanted to be buried there, as did I. We named my little boy after him." Jobeth's eyes began to tear again. "I did not want my baby, but when I held him, I loved him as much as a mother could love her child. I will always mourn the man he might have been, but I had Jonah, and he was such a support for me. He saved my soul. And now they are both gone."
"Why didn't you tell me? I would have been there for you too,"
Alan said, numbed. "I was afraid you would have nothing to do with me. I thought you would find me disgusting. I did not want to lose the only family I still had." Jobeth hiccuped, the horror of the past already lifting a dark umbrella shielding the sky from the sun. cracking her heart open and letting the secrets she held there fly free.
You never need to worry about telling me something, Jobeth. I will always listen, and never will I leave you.
Alan whispered, afraid to let her go.
I am so sorry about the baby. I should have been there for you.
I feel so awful. I hated the man who raped me, but I feel such a great loss for the child produced from it. Am I that sinful? I don't deserve anything.
No, Jobeth, you did no wrong. You loved your child, as all mothers should. You cannot punish yourself any longer. You have committed no sin.
Jobeth, now released from her guilt, clung to Alan.
What about Shauna?
He asked, still stroking the silky strands of her hair. His feelings were hurt that she had not felt comfortable confiding in him sooner. Still, he kept his feelings to himself and concentrated on the baffling story being told. Jobeth had lived an entire life without him even realizing it, and something told him there was more, meaning Shauna. He had always wondered how the two could be sisters. Besides the age difference, they looked incredibly different from one another.
Is she really your sister?
In my heart, yes, but no, Jobeth said, looking up at Alan. He looked down on Jobeth with more love than she felt she deserved. Not by blood, that is. She was one of the children at the home. Her sister was killed. Jobeth stopped, remembering how she had feared the same fate awaited her and Shauna. He raped her sister. She died because of it. The blood drained from Alan's face. I never knew her until I was going to run away. She begged me to take her with me. I almost didn't. I was afraid she would slow me down. She ended up being the reason I kept going. No matter what, I needed to keep going for her.
I remember what she looked like when I first saw the two of you,
Alan said. Jobeth's head now rested on his shoulder.
A frightened little lamb. No wonder, poor thing. She was never...
He paused, afraid to hear the answer. No, he seemed to prefer them a little older than her. Jobeth sighed, starting to feel sleepy. It had been an exhausting night. Will I ever be forgiven? She still feared damnation, but not as strongly as before.
You never need to be forgiven, my love.
Alan yawned too.
You have suffered enough loss. You don't need to be forgiven. You did nothing wrong.
His eyelids drooped, and he could hear Jobeth's steady, rhythmic breathing. He held her tighter, feeling drowsy.
I love you. I will wait forever for you,
Alan whispered, falling asleep. Jobeth awoke the next morning in Alan's muscular arms. Careful not to wake him, she got up and went outside to the chicken coop to get eggs for breakfast. The air felt cool and crisp as she walked back to the house. For the first time, in a very long time, she felt peace in her soul. She stopped and gazed around at the view. The ground was glazed with a thin sheet of ice, reflecting like thousands of tiny diamonds in the sun. The chill wind blew her waist-length hair out behind her like a cape, and a feeling of majesty filled her as she looked around at her frozen kingdom. Everything sparkled with life and the promise of hope. Alan loved her. He knew everything and still loved her. Finally, the weight on her soul was removed. She had nothing else to hide. She searched the sky. The morning sun shone down on her fresh, upturned face. She grinned and closed her eyes. Jonah, I miss you so much, and I always will. You were right. Your words of wisdom, once again, ring true. Please watch over my little one. Give him the love I couldn't. Mama, Pappy, I am sorry. But I did not ask for what Father James did to me. I love you. Watch over my boys, and give them the love they deserve. I must say goodbye and start living my life fresh again." She looked away from the sky and continued walking toward the house. Right beside the door, nestled in the corner, she spotted something red, buried deep beneath the frosted grass and other vegetation. She bent down, pushing away last season's greenery to expose the tiny red flower, trying desperately to shove through. Blood coursed through her, warm and alive. It was the same red flower she had planted on her baby boy's grave. The same flower which now covered both Jonah's and the baby's resting place. She thought of the dried seed head she had wrapped tenderly in a hanky in her drawer. They were still with her. They were always with her. Smiling down on the tiny flower, she thought of how she would weed out the other plants to let the flower grow and multiply. She stood up, dusted herself off, and opened the door, where Shauna and Alan waited. Chapter 12. The next day, Jobeth tended to the chores as usual. She was surprised at how easy it was to fall back into old routines. The waning winter sunshine shone down on her face as she stood in her yard, surveying the dirt that would soon be home to a vibrant spring garden. Taking a deep breath, she tasted the sweet anticipation of spring on her tongue. How she loved this time of year! It was a period for fresh beginnings, and this year it was appropriate with her new life spread before her. She walked around her garden, taking in the view of the not yet freshly tilled earth. She kneeled to inspect a few stones and ran her fingers along the rugged, frozen soil. She could almost sense the carrots and onions pushing through the dirt, and the lettuce leaves unfurling under the summer sky. In her mind, she saw a perfect crop of carrots, onions, lettuce, and other vegetables growing in neat rows, lush and vibrant in the sun. Noise from the front of the house disrupted Jobeth's thoughts. Curious and a little apprehensive, she went to investigate. Walking around the corner of the building, she stopped short. She spotted a buggy with a group of women seated inside, rumbling its way toward the dwelling. She gulped, recalling the last group of women she had encountered. She felt trapped and exposed in the open yard. The urge to dash behind a nearby bush to get out of view instinctively took over her. The carriage moved closer and closer toward its destination. Sweat began to form on her brow. What should she do? Where should she hide? "Hello?" waved a pretty brunette. Her other hand held the leather reins controlling 2 horses that pulled the wagon full of women. It was too late. They had already spotted her. "Hello?" Jobeth stood nervously and walked toward the buggy that had now stopped. The women began to emerge from the wagon, chatting amongst themselves. "Did we come at a bad time?" asked the same brunette. She looked to be about 20 years old. No, Jobeth said, clutching her shawl around her shoulders, her nerves starting to settle. The women wore brightly colored scarves and wide-brimmed sun hats that cast shadows on their faces. Each of their laps was occupied by intricately woven baskets full of fruit, freshly baked bread, and desserts. As the smell of the treats filled the air, a warm, welcoming atmosphere instantly enveloped the group. There was no reason for her to fear these women, or anyone else. "Would you like to come in for refreshments?" she asked shyly, not used to entertaining. She was not the same young girl she had once been. It felt strange and a little frightening to be participating in activities long thought gone. "Well, if you are sure we are not interrupting," a young blonde about 18 asked. Jobeth looked them over cautiously, soaking their very essence in. There were 4 of them, all about her age. They seemed friendly enough. Friends. It had been so long since she had a girlfriend. No, you are not interrupting at all. Just give me a minute to clean up. Jobeth ushered them toward the house. The 4 young women followed suit, with welcome baskets held snugly in their arms. Walking with her back straight, she couldn't help but smile to herself. Spring was indeed in the air. Jobeth nervously poured hot water from her kettle into matching blue cups. Tiny white flowers embroidered the bottom, giving them a dainty feminine feel. The 4 women had seated themselves around the kitchen table. Their baskets full of treats were now laid out before them. They were as diverse in appearance as were their choices of gifts. Sarah, the petite blonde who had spoken outside, was 17 and married for a year. She had brought homemade bread with pickled eggs. Mandy was a little plump 18-year-old woman with thick red hair divided down the middle, her tresses on the sides carefully designed into a French twist, which coiled at the back of her neck in a smartly interwoven bun, a style she'd adopted since her marriage. She proudly displayed her famous cinnamon muffins topped with melted white icing. Heather was the youngest at 16 and expecting her first child. She removed smaller bowls and the plaid towels that covered them from her basket, exposing the colorful berries inside. Each bowl held a different color of berry. 20-year-old Lori was the tall, thin, attractive brunette who had driven the wagon full of greeters to Jobeth's door. From her basket, she gently removed 2 candles. Jobeth marveled at their sight, taking in the fine details of the delicate curves and interlocking shapes. The wax seemed to sway and dance in the flickering light as if it were a living material. Seeing Jobeth's expression, Lori was pleased with her choice of gifts. Her candles were her passion, and up until she married 2 months ago, she sold them at the local store. Now she made them for herself. Her husband would not allow her to sell them for money, afraid people would think he could not provide for his new bride. It embarrassed him. Lori sighed, trying to push aside the memory of her joy in selling her prized candles to her fellow neighbors and reveling in their compliments. She was married now and had to listen to her husband's requests. She cleared her mind of what she had lost and focused on the present. She was a wife and a future mother. There was no point in lingering in the past. Besides, being a spinster for life was no longer a concern. Larry said a new young couple had moved into George and Diana's house, and the girls and I decided to make a visit. Lori spoke, the self-proclaimed leader of the small group. The other girls nodded in unison. "Do you like it here so far?" asked Sarah, sipping her tea. Her eyebrows knitted together in anticipation of Jobeth's answer. She was curious about the frail-looking young woman who bustled about the kitchen trying to scratch up some edible snacks of her own. "Yes." Jobeth looked back toward the table, enjoying the banter between the girls. Sarah smiled supportively. She liked Jobeth's pretty face and knew they would become fast friends. "Well, you will just have to go into town with us next week and meet the rest of the ladies. We all go to Max's Cafe," Mandy proclaimed, straightening her spine, and smiled triumphantly, relishing in being the first to tell Jobeth the news about Max's. It was a favorite place to gossip and escape the monotony of housework. "You will just love it. It's just like the cafes in France. Jean-Claude, the restaurant's owner, is adorable. He is a short little man with a thin, twisted mustache that twitches when he talks rapidly in his accent. It's so European, so much razzmatazz," Mandy squealed. "Our town is just wonderfully modern. I feel like I already love it," Jobeth said in all honesty. For the first time since her parents had passed away, she felt normal. It felt good to be back in her old skin. Better. She was no longer a young, naive girl. She was a grown woman with the experiences of a lifetime behind her. "I hear your husband's sister lives with you." Heather beamed across the table at Jobeth. Like Sarah, she immediately liked Jobeth. Jobeth nodded, lowering her eyes. She could not look at Heather in the face and lie. She was certain she would see that her marriage to Alan was a hoax, plainly written all over her face. Heather leaned forward in her chair, her eyes fixed intently on Jobeth. She could feel the stares of the other three weighing on her as well. The atmosphere in the room felt thick with anticipation, and Jobeth looked down at her hands nervously. She could feel a smile tugging at her lips as she thought about Shauna, her pale blonde hair, infectious laugh, and how she had come into Jobeth's life and changed it forever. "Does it bother you?" Heather asked again. Jobeth looked up at them, her smile now wider. "No," said Jobeth strongly and firmly. "She is my sister. I love her." "Well, it is always good to get along with one's in-laws," proclaimed Laurie. She was thinking of Larry's younger sister, whom she did not like. The sister felt Laurie was too old to marry her brother. Cecilia was a constant thorn in her side, and she could not help but notice the love in Jobeth's eyes for her sister-in-law. Laurie felt envious. Jobeth seemed to have everything. "She is just a little thing, isn't she, Jobeth?" she asked. "She is." Jobeth's eyes shone with pride at the thought of Shauna. The little girl was smaller than most children her age, but her spirit was larger than life. She had already seen and experienced more than a child should, but Jobeth, with Alan by her side, was determined to create a new life for them, a better one. There were no more secrets. Not really. Closing her eyes, Jobeth felt a wave of calmness sweep over her. She could almost feel Alan's strong arms around her, the weight of him, wrapped in a blanket of security and safety. It was her Alan feeling. She felt married to him. He loved her, and she loved him. There was no more shame. Alan had taken it away by continuing to love her even after knowing the truth. They had a chance to begin once more. Jonah had been right. She could move on from her past and love. "Would anyone care for more tea?" She rose from her chair and made her way to the fire. She carefully took hold of the black iron kettle, the heat radiating from its handle. She thought of Jonah, and her pang of sadness at his absence reminded her that no one could ever take his place. Closing her eyes for a moment, she tried to push down the pain and longing of his absence. She opened her eyes, steeling her resolve, holding back tears as she waited patiently for a response. "Oh, yes, me," Mandy piped up. "Jobeth, do tell. What are you going to plant in that glorious garden?" The sun glinted in Jobeth's eyes as she glanced out the window and surveyed her new surroundings with satisfaction. She turned away from the view, kettle held firm, feeling the moment's weight in her hands. "I have plenty of plans." She smiled warmly at her guest. In this new place were possibilities. Life was going to be different here. She was counting on it. Chapter 13. Jobeth easily fit in with the social elite of the town. She was a young, pretty, and kind woman. The local inhabitants drank her up. She was a perfect hostess when she entertained guests. Her table was always decorated with fabulous chocolate cakes and scrumptious ginger snap cookies, muffins always dripping with sweet icing, and other delicious snacks. As the months passed, Jobeth's teas had become quite the social event for the ladies of the small town. Shauna was instantly a popular friend among her peers. They were constantly under Jobeth's feet, begging for yummy treats. Alan laughed happily, seeing his ladies become such a success. Life was shining on them, and Jobeth could hardly believe it as she basked in their newfound glory. Their past seemed like another lifetime ago, or someone else's nightmare. Every night, sitting around the dinner table, she would say thanks to God, holding Alan and Shauna's hands tight. Their lives had turned around for the better, and she was so grateful. On a bright summer day, Jobeth was again socializing with her 4 closest friends. These were the same 4 young women she had met that first winter day, 16 months ago. They sat around the familiar kitchen, nibbling on peanut butter cookies and gossiping about the latest news in town. Jobeth, now very acquainted with the daily comings and goings of the town, joined in wholeheartedly. Her shy reservations had long ago melted away. Mandy, the one who always knew the latest bits of information, turned to the girls with a twinkle in her eye. "Guess what?" she asked, distastefully screwing her face up. Jobeth and the others leaned in closer to hear. She was excited. She had news of her own she wanted to tell. Mrs. Black at the general store had confided that they would be getting telephones soon. The very thought of being able to talk to someone from their home to hers dumbfounded Jobeth. Modern technology excited and frightened her. What would they think of next? She hoped Mandy did not know about the telephones. Mrs. Black had promised not to tell a soul, knowing the young woman wanted to be the one to share the details with them. Like everyone else in town, Mrs. Black adored Jobeth and her little family. Mandy sat back and wrinkled her spotted nose. "Someone moved into that old house down on Bayers Road." "Oh, really?" Jobeth asked, delighted. Her piece of gossip had not been revealed. She knotted her brows, confused. She was familiar with this road and couldn't think of any houses along its unkempt grassy lane. It was in the poorest part of town, and she was baffled as to who would want to live down there. "Oh well, the more the merrier," she shrugged. She quickly thought of what to bring the new family. Peanut butter cookies, or maybe sandwiches made with thick homemade bread. She looked up at the 4 pairs of eyes glaring at her disapprovingly. Taken aback, she sat silent, confused at what she had done wrong. "Yes, I heard," Laurie snorted disgustedly. Jobeth was becoming increasingly perplexed. This person who had moved on to Bayer Road was apparently someone of distaste to her friends. "She is a whore, not a person you go greeting," Heather said, patting Jobeth's hand like a confused child. She could not help noticing Jobeth's puzzlement and felt she needed to save her naive friend further discomfort. "She lives there, with a baby and no husband. The father, whoever he is, ran out on her when she was pregnant." Jobeth's face turned red. The little baby boy she had delivered popped into her mind. He had been so small and so sweet, it broke her heart to remember him gasping in vain for air. She had no husband when he was viciously conceived. There were so many bits and pieces her friends didn't know about her. "Yes," grunted Sarah, pushing her blonde hair away from her face. It had been neatly wrapped in a bun, but some strands had escaped in her fury to speak her mind. Her eyes became angry little slits. "Do you blame the father? No proper girl would get herself in a marrying way." "Serves the trash right," snipped Laurie as she stood up for another cup of tea. Rigid with anger, she turned when her cup was full and sat back down with a thump. "And do you want to know something else?" she boomed. The 3 other women looked wide-eyed in anticipation. Jobeth sat back, her face crimson red. The others assumed the conversation embarrassed her delicate senses. Sarah and Heather almost felt they, too, should blush. Only a proper girl would turn the cardinal color Jobeth had. "I even heard that she once lived with a group of boys, and she was the only girl." Jobeth turned pale and swallowed hard, her throat becoming increasingly dry. She took a drink of her tea, looking at her friends, who had transformed into a den of lionesses. If they knew about her past, they would be appalled, but they would never know her. "I bet she doesn't even know who the father is. Can you imagine?" Sarah gasped, looking quite horrified. Heather put a protective hand over her once again enormous stomach. She had become pregnant right after the birth of her daughter. Oh, that poor baby girl! What fate awaits her? That innocent child in the care of that hussy! The shame on that baby when she starts to get older. She will end up just like her mother. All the women nodded with certainty. Jobeth could do nothing but stare at them in disbelief. I think someone should get the baby away from that woman before she does it any more harm. Laurie glared, feeling a twisting in the pit of her gut. It was not fair for this tramp to have a child when she so wanted one herself. It was starting to become apparent that she might be barren. She and Larry had been trying to have a child for 2 years, without success. A tear formed in the corner of her eye. She covertly wiped it away, not wanting her audience to see how upset she was. Larry's sister constantly commented about Laurie's inability to produce children. She said it was because Laurie had waited too long to snag herself a husband. Laurie would retaliate, telling her sister-in-law that she was not yet 22 and that women had children much later than that in their lives. Yes, but they're first? Cecilia would answer cruelly. Laurie squeezed her lips tightly together, causing the blood to drain away, leaving them a grayish-pink color. You don't really mean to take this woman's child, do you? Jobeth interrupted. She had to speak up. The pain of losing her own son was still too fresh to keep quiet. Taking her baby? She doesn't deserve a baby, cried Heather in an emotional outbreak so common for her. Jobeth was not sure if it was the pregnancy or if she was just prone to outbursts. She had never seen Heather when she was not with child. That baby deserves better than a trollop, someone like Laurie and Larry, Heather continued. They all knew how much Laurie wanted a child. Jobeth had been a confidant a few times to Laurie's monthly disappointments. Laurie felt that since Jobeth was not yet pregnant herself, after a year of marriage, she would understand her pain the most. Jobeth noticed a glimmer of hope in Laurie's eyes. She wanted the woman's baby for herself. That woman, Tamara, doesn't deserve a baby. She should belong to Laurie, Sarah said, repeating Heather. She felt proud of herself. She had discovered the perfect solution for the baby and her friend. Tamara? Jobeth whispered, knocking her cup and spilling her tea all over the table. Laurie jumped to the rescue, grabbing a rag from the counter. Jobeth took it from her, embarrassed, and began to wipe up her mess. She could feel the eyes of her friends drilling into her back. Jobeth, is something wrong? Laurie asked. I know the subject is horrible, but dear, Laurie said tenderly, such things do happen in the world. You must not be so sensitive. Nothing is wrong, Jobeth lied, mopping up the tea before it stained the lace tablecloth. She concentrated on the work at hand, not wanting them to see her deceit. Tamara was here? This could not be happening, not now when things were going so well. The women left some time later. Jobeth was glad to see them go. They eventually stopped talking about Tamara and moved on to a more pleasant conversation, like who was getting married and having babies. She told her news about the telephones and tried to act excited, but the accounts of Tamara plagued her mind. She had to know if this woman was her Tamara. Jobeth dreaded what she already knew was the answer. The Tamara she had known had lived with a group of boys, the same boys she herself had lived with. She sat down to finish a quilt she had been working on for Heather's new baby. Her mind kept wandering, causing her to make mistakes. She put her work down and grabbed a shawl, throwing it carelessly over her shoulders. Staring at the door, she wondered what she was doing. If the woman was Tamara, her comfortable life would be over. Did she want to risk it all? This life she and Alan had created for themselves. And for what? A girl who had never been very nice to her. She is family, Jobeth had said out loud, ashamed of herself. Even though Tamara had fought hard to make her feel unwelcome, in the end, they had come to some kind of truce. She looked around her spotless home. It smelled of happiness and comfort. A rag doll sat sideways on a cushioned chair, waiting for its owner to return home to play. Quilting lay slumped in her basket. Alan's pants were hidden beneath, waiting to be mended. This was her home. Her home with Alan and Shauna. She sighed, opened the door, and walked out. Plenty of thoughts ran through her mind as she walked down the overgrown path. Once, she even turned to go back, but changed her mind, continuing on. She had to know if the girl was Tamara. Jobeth kept remembering the day she had fainted while washing clothes with the wild, black-haired beauty. Tamara had been frantic with fear. She had cared for her when Jobeth felt no one cared. If this woman was Tamara, she couldn't turn her back on her. Jonah had not turned on Jobeth when he found out the ugly truth about her. Neither had Alan. She was stronger for their love and devotion. How could she even think of not doing the same for Tamara? She continued down the path to the only house on the road. It was a run-down shack, the type of place they might have stayed in the old days. A chill ran up her spine. She was suddenly afraid of ending up in one of these shacks once again. She took a deep breath, shaking off the creeping sensations, and knocked on the gray wooden door. Inside, shuffling could be heard as Jobeth held her breath, afraid to move. The door swung open fiercely, exposing a pale, dreadfully gaunt woman with blazing black hair. Jobeth gasped at how awful the woman looked, dressed in a ragged red dress that showed off too much of her thin breasts. Dark, angry eyes glared fire in expectation of a fight. Her nostrils flared. It could only be Tamara. "Hello," Jobeth said weakly, swallowing back her surprise. Even though she had expected the creature in front of her to be Tamara, she was not prepared for what she saw. Skin had concealed her bones. Dark circles smudged the bottom of her hollow eyes. "What has happened to you?" she thought, feeling guilty. She was the picture of health. Life had been good in the past year, and it showed on her, just as it showed how hard it had been on Tamara. Jobeth had gained weight and turned into a slender woman instead of the scrawny girl she had once been. Tamara was a ghastly white, whereas Jobeth's complexion was tanned and healthy from hours spent in her garden. Her hair was bright and shiny, in the latest style, piled high off her neck. Although her clothes were modest, they were stylish, clean, and new. It seemed her misgiving about the group of people they had parted ways with so long ago had come true. The concerns she had were answered by the skeletal woman before her. They had not done so well. "Have you come to stir up shit?" Tamara steamed in her familiar voice. Some things did not change. She was still as feisty as ever. "Well, take your Miss Priss ass out of here. I ain't gonna listen to your save-the-soul crap." For such a frail-looking creature, Tamara was still full of vinegar. "Don't you recognize me?" Jobeth asked, knowing very well she looked different. "It's me, Jobeth." Tamara took a closer look. She did not recognize the sanctimonious individual before her. "I was with Alan and John." She stopped and took a deep breath, not knowing why she suddenly felt as though she had run all the way there. "And Jonah. Remember? I was with a little girl named Shauna." It all seemed so long ago. Jonah's beautiful face saturated Jobeth's mind, as it often did. She quickly brushed the thought aside. There would be time later to think of him. As Jonah would say, "The living need you." "Jobeth," Tamara whispered. A sparkle of light flickered in her dark eyes for a moment, and just as quickly died out.
What do you want?
She answered coolly. For a moment, she had felt hope, and then, examining Jobeth's appearance, had dismissed it. This was not the same person she had encountered years ago. "Can I please come in? It's cold out here," Jobeth lied. She was not cold, but she could see Tamara shiver and tell she had nothing beneath her thin garment. Her dark nipples stood erect through her dress, causing Jobeth to avert her eyes from the sight. Tamara shifted just enough to allow Jobeth to enter, not once taking notice of her embarrassment. The inside of the shack was drafty, damp, and filthy. There was no furniture to be seen, only a crumpled mound of clothing in the middle of the dirty floor. In the corner stood a solitary cradle Jobeth could not help eyeing. "How long have you lived here?" she asked, forcing herself to look around the rest of the room. Tamara crossed her arms over her breasts. She began to walk around Jobeth, circling her like a vulture. Resentment was plainly written on her face. "Just came," she snipped. Jobeth could not help but feel pity for the bony mortal before her. Never had she seen someone so pathetic and so in need.
"Looks like you headed in the right way,"
Tamara conveyed in her twangy voice. It had been a long time since Jobeth had heard such ragged speech. She had prided herself on correcting Alan and Shauna's broken dialect.
"When did you leave Alan and Jonah?"
Tamara presumed, giving Jobeth a critical look. There was no way Jobeth had stayed with them. She looked too much like a society woman. Somehow, she managed to pick herself up and get back to the life she had obviously lived before, dumping Alan and Jonah the first chance she had. "I didn't leave them," Jobeth said, feeling the air go suddenly thick and stale. She could not breathe and worried about the infant she assumed was in the cradle.
"You means you still with them?"
Tamara sounded surprised. "Well," Jobeth stalled, dreading telling Tamara about Jonah. She had always been tender toward him.
"I knew it.
Tamara stifled a laugh with the back of her claw-like hand.
They dumped you."
"Shauna and I are still with Alan," Jobeth swallowing, trying to rid her throat of the familiar ball that formed every time she thought of her dead friend.
"What about Jonah?"
Tamara shrieked, looking like a caged animal ready to attack.
"You didn't leave him alone, did you?"
"Of course not," Jobeth countered back, appalled. "Do you think I would do that to him?" A sad, pitiful wail broke the increasing tension mounting between the two women. They both turned at the same time toward the bassinet where the cries originated.
"Way to go! You woke the kid!"
Tamara stormed toward the cradle and roughly picked up the infant inside. She was dressed in a ratty gray sleeper that had a damp spot growing near her bottom. Jobeth's heart skipped a beat. The baby had curly black hair plastered to her small, wet head. "My baby," she whispered, remembering her tiny son with the same black, curly hair. Her chest hurt, and she didn't know why. All she knew was she had to see the child. "Can I hold her?" she asked Tamara. The child seemed pitiful in her mother's skeletal arms. Resting the squirming infant into the crook of her arm, Tamara could not help noticing Jobeth's look of longing. She was confused. Why was Jobeth here? What did she want? "Why are you acting like this?" Jobeth asked coolly, her eyes not leaving the wailing newborn. Small fists belted the air with a fury equal to the child's mother. "I haven't seen or heard from you in 2 years. We shouldn't be fighting." She focused hungrily on the baby. Tamara slowly approached Jobeth, the babe still crying in her arms. Jobeth feared the other girl would drop the child. She was so frail-looking.
"Why on God's big ol' earth would I ever be happy to see the likes of you?"
Tamara threw back her head and laughed. With quick, sudden movements, she popped out a pale breast and began to nurse the baby. The infant sucked forcefully from the flat, pallid bosom, scrunching her face up and turning red. The offered breast did not look like it could nourish the child. From the looks of anguish on the newborn's face, it wasn't far from the truth.
I didn't even like you. You just here to look good in front of your friends? Helping the whore to save her soul, are you now, Jobeth?
Tamara cooed, ignoring the child.
Stop it!
Jobeth collapsed to the dirty floor, causing dust to fly up around her and gently tumble down onto her clean skirt. She did not know why she dropped to the ground so theatrically. She just did, and she looked at Tamara beseechingly. No tears fell from her eyes, but she could see water droplets forming in Tamara's dark orbs. Please, Tamara, I'm here to help. Don't be a fool and let your pride get in the way. We are family, the only family either of us has. We must stick together and not fight. Something in Tamara's tough shell cracked. She had been alone and ridiculed for so long. Now, here was Jobeth, a woman of respect, on the ground begging for her friendship, calling her kin. A sob escaped her chapped lips. She bent down, defeated, beside Jobeth on the dirty floor. Someone wanted her, wanted to love her. She hugged the baby close to her exposed chest and began to cry. She was so alone. Jobeth wrapped loving arms around the scrawny shoulders, shaking with emotion. She held Tamara tightly, comforting her. Don't worry any more. She stroked the black mass of curly hair. It felt surprisingly soft. You are home now. You are home. Chapter 14.
You will stay with us,
Alan stated as he stared at the ghostly figure that resembled the Tamara he had known. They were seated around the kitchen table, awkward with each other. Tamara seemed uncomfortable in the warm, sunny kitchen. She couldn't remember if she had ever been in such a place. The brothel she had grown up in had a large, agreeable kitchen, but this one was someone's home. The brothel was not. She looked down at her narrow fingers, examining the dirt beneath her broken nails.
You know that will cause problems for you all? I ain't married, and I have a young'un.
Jobeth reached across the table and gently grabbed the girl's hand. You are family. We want you and the baby with us. It doesn't matter what others think. Tamara smiled weakly and took another bite of the stew Jobeth had given her. It was her third bowl. She had to admit Jobeth was a good cook. The stew hit the spot in her empty stomach. It felt good to be in their home, safe. She stared at their concerned faces and put down her spoon.
Well,
she said, sipping some of the hot tea put in front of her,
I guess y'all are wondering how I got myself in such a state.
Whenever you're ready,
Alan said softly, unable to look at her. Guilt engulfed him as it had Jobeth. He was proud of how he had changed their lives for the better. Seeing Tamara brought back bad times when things were so difficult. Had the rest of their little group done as poorly as Tamara? He hoped not.
If y'all are willing to have me and the kid, I feel it's only proper to tell you how I got the whelp.
Tamara took another bite of stew and tried to prevent the juices from dribbling down her mouth.
When we all split up back at the old house, Oliver and I headed out and pretended we were married. Seemed the proper thing to do when we was in towns and stuff. Well, Oliver,
Tamara snickered, the love in her eyes plain to see.
He took the pretending as real. I suppose I am to blame for going along with the little devil.
She looked at Jobeth and felt a twang of jealousy. She had a good life with Alan. Oliver had turned into a drunk and would never amount to much. But they had some wild times, gambling and falling naked into bed together, high on the roll of the dice and drunk with desire. They had fooled no one with their marriage facade.
But a girl needs some lovin' once in a while, and Oliver sure did feel good,
Tamara said with a twinkle in her eye, remembering their crazy times together. It had been a roller coaster of emotions. One day they were flying high, and just as quickly, the next day, crashing low. Jobeth flushed and looked toward the bedroom, where Shauna sat on the bed with the baby. She breathed a sigh of relief. The little girl had not overheard Tamara talking. The bright child was too excited about the baby with the dark, curly hair, so much like Tamara's, to be concerned with the adults' conversation in the kitchen. Tamara could not help but notice how embarrassed Jobeth was. Normally, she loved to shock people like her, but a wave of remorse filled her. She had been starving when Jobeth found her. It had become so bad that Tamara had decided to let some of the stinking men who knocked on her door beg her for money. News of her arrival had spread fast. The husbands of the good town had come with hats in hand, feebly asking for her services. She was disgusted at how they ogled her, as all men did, and sent them away, saying it was still too soon after the birth. Now, her money and her food had run out. She planned to let the next man who came calling into her door. In fact, she thought it was a customer when Jobeth arrived. Jobeth didn't know it, but she had saved Tamara from selling herself, saved from a fate worse than her mother's. Her mother at least had a clean, fancy brothel to live in, with warmth and food. There was always the company of the other girls to fight off loneliness and despair. If the townspeople shunned them, they at least had each other for comfort, and it did not seem as hurtful when surrounded by your peers. Tamara shook her head. They had no idea how hard it was going to be now that they had taken her and the baby in. They would be frowned on by their neighbors, especially the men. Tamara was familiar with half of the menfolk. They had looked forward to her speedy recovery from childbirth. When they found out that the town whore was staying with one of the respected citizens of the community, all hell would break loose. It was all right if Tamara knew who each man was, but an entirely different story if she spoke up to Alan and Jobeth. It was not going to be easy, but they seemed willing to deal with whatever came about. Alan and Jobeth were not fools. They knew what the town thought of her, and what would happen to their social status once it became apparent that they called her family. Anyway, Tamara continued, Oliver had a habit of leaving for days. Usually, he spent the time drinking or gambling our money away. I was used to his whoring around. But the last time he left, a week went by, then another, and he still didn't come back. By then, I had learned about the tot. I thought no babe of mine is gonna have a drunk for a daddy who's never there for her ma. So I left. Did you love him? Jobeth asked, remembering the boy with the beautiful blue eyes and brute personality. He was definitely a charmer with his sweet-talking ways. Jobeth glanced at Alan, and warmth filled her heart. He was no Oliver. Alan was reliable and so sweet. He would never abandon her or Shauna. Still do, Tamara said, matter-of-factly, staring blankly into space. Her eyes glazed over. Jobeth wondered what secrets lurk behind those dark pupils. In the next room, the baby began to cry. Tamara's eyes slowly focused. Jobeth stood automatically, her body instantly responding to the child's sad wail, and went to the other room to retrieve her.
I think she's hungry,
Shauna said, leaning over the beaten cradle Jobeth had dragged over from Tamara's shack. There, little one. Jobeth gently picked up the tiny infant and cradled her to her chest. The smell of soiled diapers and baby vomit lingered in her nostrils. She made a mental note to bathe the baby after Tamara fed her. Jobeth smiled. She had sewn some baby clothes for Heather's new baby in her dresser. She had just laundered them so they would be ready to give to Heather when needed. Jobeth could not keep her heart from skipping a beat, thinking how lovely Tamara's baby girl would look in them. She even thought Shauna might have some diapers from her dolls that would fit the infant. "Tamara," Jobeth beamed, coming out of the room, cradling the baby in her arms. Shauna followed close behind. Tamara glanced briefly up from her bowl of food to Jobeth, who stood with the child comfortably in the crook of her arm. The infant seemed content for a change. "I have all sorts of baby clothes here that will fit this precious darling. If you wouldn't mind, it would please me to let the baby have them." Jobeth proudly placed the squealing child into her mother's arms, where she proceeded to pull out a sagging breast to feed her. "Sure," Tamara shrugged, uninterested. Ellen turned away, red-faced, and coughed. Tamara, choosing to ignore him, paid no attention to Ellen's embarrassment. "I have chores," he said uncomfortably, getting up from his chair. "All right." Jobeth clapped her hands together, trying to cover up his discomfort. Ellen hastily left the house. She sat back down in his chair. Her eyes were unable to leave the sight of the child hungrily nursing from her mother. "What's her name?" Jobeth asked as the baby's eyes opened and looked toward her. Oliver's exquisite blue orbs stared out of the tiny face. Jobeth could not believe how beautiful the infant was. "Haven't named her yet," Tamara said a little frostily. "How old is she?" "A month. Hey," Tamara said, changing the subject. "Where is Jonah?" Jobeth tilted her head down, dreading what was to come next. It was going to be hard retelling the awful events that led to Jonah's death. Tamara, seeing Jobeth's reaction, instantly became nervous, and the baby fussed at her breast. "There is no easy way to say this. I have terrible news," she began. Tamara listened with no emotion showing on her face as Jobeth told her the details of the last years. She recounted with sorrow the events leading to Jonah's death, omitting the fact that he had helped her deliver her son and, consequently, bury him. There were certain subjects she did not wish to share about her life, subjects that would always be personal just to her. When Jobeth finished, Tamara looked blankly with no trace of emotion. "I need to lie down," she responded dully. Jobeth nodded and showed her to a room. The frail woman sank into bed, exhausted, leaving the baby in Jobeth's care. She did not come out of her room for the rest of the night. Jobeth had to send Alan to a neighbor's in search of a bottle to feed the hungry infant. She was relieved no questions were asked of him. There would be plenty of interrogation later. She just wanted to settle Tamara and the baby in first. Later that evening, the baby woke. She cried for some time before Jobeth went to get her. As she opened the door quietly, she was assaulted by the smell of dirty diapers. Tamara slept like the dead, not even stirring as her daughter cried out in hunger. She picked up the soaked, squirming bundle and quietly changed her so as not to wake Tamara. Jobeth then went to rock the baby in the other room. She hummed as she fed the infant a warm bottle of goat's milk, her heart feeling full as she looked down on the content babe gulping from the bottle. She couldn't help but love the little child instantly. It wouldn't matter what the townspeople said. Jobeth wouldn't lose this baby too. Tamara was staying. Tamara did not do much but stayed hidden away in the room given to her. She was like a ghost that only showed herself at dinner. Every morning Jobeth would peek into the room Tamara shared with the baby, and without fail, the young woman would be staring out the window from her bed. her dark eyes no longer flashing with fire, but dull, the fire extinguished. She immediately began neglecting the baby from the first night, letting her cry until Jobeth came to rescue her. It was Jobeth who would change and feed the infant. Tamara seemed to be finished breastfeeding, just as her milk, which had been weak to begin with, went dry. Jobeth didn't mind. She loved caring for the child Tamara and Oliver created. She could sit for hours looking at the blue-eyed beauty, touching her tiny toes and fingers. Every moment with Tamara's child was like lost minutes with her son. As much as they hated to create more lies, Alan and Jobeth made up a story to tell everyone. They said Tamara was Alan's cousin they had not seen for many years. She was family, and they could not turn her away. Although Jobeth's friends said they understood the situation she and Alan were in, the friends Jobeth had once longed for stopped coming over. She was no longer invited to any social gatherings in return. Shauna, too, was shunned and no longer popular with her peers. The parents of the children did not want them associating with a child whose cousin was a woman of ill repute. It was apparent to Jobeth that her family was no longer accepted in town. It bothered her at first, but then she would look at the smiling baby cooing in her arms, and she knew she had made the right choice. Shauna adored the baby too, making the sacrifice of losing her friends worth the pain.
"This baby has brought so much joy to our home,"
Shauna would say every time she saw the smiling cherub. Jobeth agreed. The only thing that bothered her was that Tamara still had not named the baby. The infant was 3 months old, and they still did not know what to call her. Shauna was the one who began to name the baby unofficially. While leaving for school, she would come over to the plump child sleeping in Jobeth's arms, rosy lips all puckered up, and kiss the healthy infant's cheek.
"Goodbye, little Joy,"
Shauna would whisper as the baby stirred in her sleep. 3 months later, Jobeth woke as she always did. She turned over carefully so as not to disturb Shauna, who was sleeping peacefully beside her. Shauna's hands were tucked safely under her chin, with her long blonde hair fanned out on the pillow like gossamer.
"Time to wake up, sweetie,"
Jobeth whispered, gently getting out of bed. Shauna moaned, trying to wake up. This was a familiar pattern for the child in the morning. Jobeth smiled lovingly as she watched Shauna struggle with sleep. She patted the little rump reassuringly and went to wake Alan in the loft. She placed her hand on the bottom of the wooden ladder and called up to him.
"Alan! Morning!"
There was no response. Jobeth began ascending the ladder, knowing full well he would not budge from bed till she was all the way up.
"Alan!"
She stepped off the ladder and padded over to him. He was asleep on his bed with his back toward her.
"Time to wake up, sleepyhead."
She sat down on his bed, anticipating what was to come next. Alan turned around and encircled her waist in a great big bear hug. She fell into his arms, willingly.
"How I love being awakened by you,"
he muttered, kissing her softly in the nook of her neck. "How I love waking you," Jobeth giggled, kissing him playfully on the lips. This had become their morning routine. Although they had not proceeded past kissing and petting, they were more in love than ever.
"Lay with me,"
he asked, patting the blankets beside him. Jobeth shook her head. "I need to get Joy. She is probably starving and soaking wet by now." Bending down, she kissed Alan one more time. "I will meet you downstairs for breakfast."
"Abandoned by the woman I love. And for what?"
he jested, lying back on his cot. His naked chest glistened with morning sweat.
"A dimpled-faced baby who melts my heart with a gurgling smile.
He sighed.
The women in my life."
Jobeth laughed at him as she proceeded to descend the ladder and head toward Tamara's room. She had not felt right taking the baby out of her mother's room, even though it was apparent Tamara would have nothing to do with her daughter. She walked up to the door and stopped. It seemed awfully quiet behind the closed door. Feeling nervous for some unfathomable reason, she grasped the round metal knob with a sensation of foreboding. Opening the door, she felt her mouth fall open and heard the baby begin to cry. Next thing she knew, Alan was beside her, looking frantic. Jobeth was screaming. Chapter 15. The flickering light bulbs shone on Tamara's limp figure, suspended from the ceiling beams. Her light frame swayed gently in the dim light as she hung suspended from chicken wire wrapped tightly around her throat, her toes barely grazing the floor below. Dead eyes stared blankly ahead from her pale gray face. Shauna burst into the room after hearing Jobeth scream and collided with Tamara's lifeless body, twirling slightly with the force. The sharp edges of the chicken wire had sliced through Tamara's skin, causing blood to drip from her neck. It trickled down and landed on Shauna's face. Tamara's eyes were open and bulging, her expression a mask of terror. Unable to look away, Shauna's knees began to buckle. Alan rushed forward and scooped up her small, limp body as if she were a rag doll, carrying her away from the gruesome scene. Jobeth stood motionless, shock written across her face. Behind Tamara's frame, the baby was crying. Snapping out of her shock, Jobeth squeezed past the corpse's hanging legs, trying in vain not to touch the bloody body. "It's okay, baby. It's okay," Jobeth cooed, lifting the sobbing infant to her. The baby buried her head in Jobeth's shoulder, calmed by her familiar voice. "Jobeth?" "I'm in here, Alan," Jobeth called back, rocking baby Joy. She couldn't turn to his voice. To do so would mean facing those dreadful, swaying legs. "Are you all right?" he asked, appearing beside Tamara's hanging body. Jobeth shook her head, refusing to look his way. She kissed the top of the baby's soft black hair and fought back the urge to cry. The room fell silent as she searched for the right words. Her eyes scanned his face for anything to make sense of what all this meant. He stared at her with an unreadable expression, his jaw tense. "Now what?" Her throat felt dry and tight as she spoke his name. She shifted her weight nervously, her eyes darting around the room. "Now what?" "Pass me the baby." Alan reached out his hands. Jobeth placed Joy in his arms. Instinctively, the baby grasped at the hem of Tamara's nightgown, causing her body to teeter on the wire. "No, Joy!" Jobeth yanked the baby's hand roughly away. "Get out of there, Jobeth," Alan pleaded, reaching out his hand. She took it, pinching herself through the doorway, careful not to touch Tamara. When she was safely through, Alan handed the baby back. "Go to Shauna. She needs you. This is going to mess her up for a long time." Alan raked his hand through his hair, clenching his teeth. Damn her. Damn her for doing this to Shauna. To us." Jobeth stood beside him, her petite frame trembling. She looked up at him expectantly, her voice barely a whisper. "Alan?" He shifted, gathering them both close in his strong arms. "Don't worry, Jobeth. I'll take care of it. I'll take care of everything." He held her and the baby tight, pressing his lips to her forehead, reassuring her with a soft kiss. Jobeth squeezed her eyes shut, trying desperately to hold herself together. "Go to Shauna. Go." He gently turned her in the direction of the other room down the hall. Jobeth, clutching the baby, walked in a daze to Shauna. Alan began the gruesome chore of taking Tamara's body down from the beams. With trembling hands,
He stood on a step stool, untangling Tamara from the rafters and slowly lowering her limp form. Her glassy eyes stared blankly from her pasty, lifeless face. Carefully laying her on the floor, he gingerly wrapped her in a clean sheet like a precious package, taking a moment to take stock of the tragedy. Arrangements would have to be made to bury her. He would explain that her death was caused by complications during childbirth and a broken heart caused by losing her husband before she gave birth. No one needed to know that Tamara had killed herself. As he started to clean up the blood that had dripped onto the floor, he noticed a piece of paper on the night table. He picked it up. Reading it, his shoulders shook, overcome with emotion, as he read Tamara's last words Jobeth and Shauna had just begun to teach her how to write. Tamara was buried in the town cemetery, inside the church graveyard. Alan and Jobeth's lie about Tamara's death would keep her out of the shunned cemetery. They could not stand the thought of her spending eternity disdained. They knew they were giving her more than a final resting place, but a sense of peace that she was denied in life. Jobeth stood at the edge of the gaping hole in the ground, surrounded by silent friends. Tamara's daughter buried her face in Jobeth's shoulder. She closed her eyes and clutched Shauna's trembling hands, her cold fingers laced with hers. Alan's strong arms swept around Shauna and her, drawing them in close against his chest. His hug was comforting and protective, and he held the three of them for a moment of refuge and security. Shauna released her hold on Jobeth's hands, nestling her head against Alan's chest, seeking shelter from the world around them. They made their way out of the cemetery, huddled together, united in grief, providing the strength that would only be found in each other. Shauna didn't sleep anymore. Every night she lay in bed, wide-eyed, paralyzed with fear. Her mind replayed the horror of that morning. She heard the gentle creaking of the ceiling beams under the strain of Tamara's lifeless body swaying back and forth in a steady but slow motion. Her neck swollen, her eyes bulging, and the blood dripping, drop by drop, splattering red like a broken egg, dousing the wooden floor beneath her graying toes. The nightmares plagued her. Tamara had left them all scarred beyond repair.
It'll be all right.
Alan stood behind her, clutching her shoulders. Jobeth nodded in response. It'll be okay. She paused, bending her head, thinking of how everything was tainted now, stained like the floor that forever would hold Tamara's blood. No amount of scrubbing could remove the darkness left there. That is what Tamara did. She stained them, darkened their lives, their home, everything. As long as I have you and our girls, I will be okay.
She left a note.
Alan's voice coming from behind her seemed disconnected, as if he was speaking to the empty room and not her. Jobeth shook her head emphatically, expelling an exasperated sigh. Of course she did. She tried to pull away, but Alan's arms wrapped around her, holding her firm, her back pressed against him. She breathed heavily, causing his arms to rise up and down with the movement of her chest. He refused to let her go, and she was grateful for it. She didn't know how much more she could handle, the shadow hovering over them, a shadow she'd forgotten used to be with them always. I'm too mad at her to even think about it. What she did to Shauna, to the baby, to us. Her voice trailed off in despair. Alan bent, kissing the soft nape of her neck.
When you're ready, you can read it.
I don't know if that will ever happen. She left Joy mother and fatherless. She left Shauna haunted. Jobeth shook her head, frustrated. I am angry, Alan, very angry. I understand.
And he did. He just didn't know how to make things better. Jobeth looked across the table at Alan, silently devouring his plate of roast chicken. It had been days since they spoke of the letter. Her gaze drifted to Shauna. The little girl had not spoken since the funeral. Longer, really, if she thought about it. More like she hadn't spoken since the day she innocently walked into Tamara's lifeless, hanging body. Shauna had barely touched her own plate of food, her eyes fixed and distant as she stared at it. Reaching across the table, Jobeth grabbed her hand, hopeful for a response from the catatonic child. Her small fingers were cold and still, as Jobeth gently squeezed them, yet the girl remained unresponsive. "Okay, I will read the letter." Jobeth's eyes did not waver from Shauna's pale face. Both Alan and the child looked up together and gaped at Jobeth unexpectedly. Alan quickly pushed back his chair and stood up, absent-mindedly dropping his napkin onto the table after wiping his mouth. He left the room and returned quickly, holding a piece of paper with childish handwriting on it. Unfolding it, he cleared his throat.
Do you want me to read it to you?
Standing tall and straight, the letter held taut in his hands. He stared directly at Jobeth. Shauna's hand silently crept into Jobeth's. She felt the soft squeeze of the little knobby digits. "I think we both need you to read it to us," Jobeth said reassuringly, squeezing Shauna's hand back. Nodding, he cleared his throat.
Dear Jobeth and Alan, he began. I know you ain't gonna understand my doing of this. You ain't the same people as me. I just tired of this world. I don't want to be here no more. I ain't the motherin' type, and I don't want to be no one's ma. You folks will be good for the kid. Give her a home I never knew. She will have a chance in this life if you are her kin. She will be a whore if I raise her. It's true. My ma was one, and I done my share of hustling, but I ain't claimin' to be no saint. I'm mighty grateful for ya all taking me in and calling me kin. I know it cost you lots. Don't tell the kid about me. Let her think you were always her folks. Give her a good name. I kinda like Joy. Tamara.
Alan's hands shook as he refolded the letter and placed it back on the table. The room was saturated with palpable tension, and Jobeth could sense Shauna's distress before her body began to tremble. Her hands balled into fists, and she began to weep, her slumped shoulders shaking with each sob. Tears began streaming down her face, the first sign of emotion since the incident happened. The two quickly moved to Shauna, cradling her in their arms and whispering soothing words into her ear. As Shauna's sobs subsided, Jobeth lifted her gaze to meet Alan's. His eyes were red-rimmed and his face unshaven, but his warmth still radiated against Jobeth's hand as she cupped his cheek. Her fingertips tingled as her heart filled with emotion. "We can't stay here." Her voice trembled barely above a whisper.
No,
he choked, holding her palm to his mouth. He breathed heavily into the moist flesh, then bent down and gently kissed the top of Shauna's head. Shauna turned her hollow, tear-streaked face up to his, her lips quivering. "I just want to go away from that room," she wept. "I keep seeing her there in that room, swaying with every creak."
Shh,
Alan soothed, stroking her long, soft hair.
Everything is gonna be all right.
"Promise?" Shauna sniffled, rubbing her swollen blue eyes. They were so light, they seemed almost transparent in color. Only a hint of sky blue circled her pupils.
Yes, I promise. Nothing bad is going to happen to my three girls again,
Alan said with determination. He meant it. He would rather die than see the women in his life hurt anymore. They had all been hurt too much already in their short lives. Even Tamara's little baby. She had already experienced the loss of both her parents. It was odd, but Alan felt more like he was the baby's father than Oliver. Jobeth was definitely more of a mother than Tamara. His heart thumped, thinking of the baby as his and Jobeth's. It felt so right, so very right. We have to sell the house. We can't raise the baby here. Everyone knows about Tamara, Jobeth said. She would never have a normal life here. Everyone would know. Alan's gaze was fixed on Shauna. His hand gently stroked her soft white blonde hair. He swallowed hard, feeling the ridges of the child's skull beneath his fingers. She was so fragile, defenseless against the world. Thinking of the children, Jobeth, and the life they built together, he pursed his lips, turning to Jobeth. The greens of his feline eyes pierced her with resolution.
We will.
It took a while before the house was sold. Jobeth and Alan tried to bring things back to normal in their home for the children's sake. However, their once cozy home that had brought them so much joy and security was now cold and unfamiliar. They could not wait to leave it and its ghosts behind. All three agreed to name the baby Mara Joy. Mara, after her birth mother. They all felt that since the baby would never know Tamara, or the person she was, the child should have at least a piece of the name of the woman who had given her life. When they were finally on their way again, in another small covered wagon, Jobeth wondered, as Shauna sat between her and Alan, where their lives would lead them now. Mara Joy cooed, sitting in her arms, and Jobeth gave her a gentle, loving squeeze. Alan looked at Mara Joy and smiled as he ruffled Shauna's hair. She playfully pushed his hand away and laughed a little. That was a good sign. Shauna had not laughed in ages. With time, she would heal. Jobeth was sure of it. They all would be fine, as long as they had each other. They traveled for hours. The dusty dirt road slowly unwound, stretching out in a seemingly endless ribbon of brown. The sun lazily began sinking lower in the sky until Alan pulled up to a narrow path leading to a small, whitewashed church tucked away in a cluster of trees and bushes. Jobeth emerged from her thoughts and glanced up at him, her brows furrowed in confusion. "Alan?" she asked, completely confused. She looked around. All she could see was green emptiness. She could make out no buildings except the church in front of them. There were barely any trees, just a few skinny poplars with some meager leaves clinging to them. Alan stepped down from the wagon and bent down on one knee. Shauna covered her mouth, trying to stifle a little giggle. Jobeth suddenly felt awkward and silly. She looked around to see why Alan was kneeling before her. Trembling, Alan lifted his arms up to her, his eyes wavering with emotion. Jobeth gazed at him, her hands clasped tightly around the plump baby.
"I know I'm not perfect, and you could do better than me,"
he stammered, unsure of what she would say. He had been planning this since he sold the house. He knew they would pass through this church and had made all the arrangements days before.
"But, oh hell,"
he flustered, jumping up and running his fingers through his hair. He turned his back away from Jobeth. This was his last chance. He could no longer put it off. He spun around and seized Jobeth's hand, causing her to let out a surprised yelp.
"Will you marry me?"
he asked, his eyes filled with love and tears. Jobeth sat silently, her mouth open.
"We could be good parents," he continued, not daring to stop. "Ask Shauna. She knows better than anyone."
A muffled giggle escaped from behind the child's cupped hands. "Do you have anything to do with this?" Jobeth asked, unable to say anything else. She was totally taken off guard. Never had she expected Alan to propose marriage to her. Shauna shrugged and started to chuckle. The black smudge under her eyes faded for a moment, and light seemed to shine from her blue-gray orbs.
"Will you, Jobeth? You know I love you,"
Alan begged, still holding her hand tightly. He clasped it to his lips and held his breath, afraid to move. Jobeth continued to stare at Shauna's large eyes. "I would be a fool if I said no," she smiled, feeling in her heart she was right.
"We will be one big, happy family,"
Shauna said, smiling faintly.
"The mama and papa and the 2 sisters."
"Do you want Alan and me to be your mama and papa?" she asked, watching tears well up in Shauna's dazzling clear eyes.
"You already are my mama and papa,"
she said earnestly. Jobeth kissed Shauna's warm forehead, feeling her heart break for the love of the child. She turned to Alan, her hand still firmly in his, her eyes crinkled with emotion. Leaning forward towards him, the baby in her arm shifted lightly. She adjusted her, trying not to squish her. "I love you, too." He squeezed her hand in his, looking into her eyes with such love and devotion that she was overwhelmed. A warmth flooded her, and she knew it would be an honor and a privilege to marry the remarkable man who stood before her. He was all and more she ever needed. Mara Joy threw her head back, nearly headbutting Jobeth in the mouth while squealing in annoyance.
"Pass her to me."
Shauna reached for the baby. The infant whined in protest, angered over losing Jobeth's attention.
"Hush now, Mara Joy. Your mama has business with your papa right now,"
Shauna soothed, rocking the baby. She wiggled in Shauna's arms for a moment, then stopped as Shauna continued to rock back and forth. Jobeth leapt from the wagon and into Alan's arms, a giddy laugh spilling from her lips.
"What are we doing here?"
she asked, her excitement uncontainable. Alan's hands reached to frame her face as he smiled at her.
"Marry me, here, now,"
he said, his voice firm but soft. He withdrew a small gold band from his pocket and held it in his palm, his eyes never leaving hers. Jobeth's heart fluttered as she took the ring, holding it up to the light. It sparkled invitingly in the sun before she slipped it onto her finger. It fit perfectly. "Yes," she whispered as tears of joy streamed down her face. "Yes, I will marry you now." No sooner were the words out of her mouth than Alan jumped up and swung Jobeth around in his arms.
"You have made me the happiest man alive."
He beamed with joy, his white teeth contrasting sharply with his tanned skin. Jobeth melted into his embrace, her heart filled with a warmth she had never known. He twirled her around, her feet lifted off the ground, and her dress billowed around her ankles. The world seemed to float away, disappearing in a swirl of greens and blues. She felt like she was in a dream, too overwhelmed to believe what was happening. She was going to be Alan's wife. The old reverend stood before them, his milky blue eyes and fly-away white hair illuminated by the setting sun. He lifted his Bible and began to speak. His raspy voice declared them man and wife. Shauna stood holding Mara Joy in her arms beside them, trying hard to suppress a giggle as Alan cupped Jobeth's face in his hands and kissed her softly. Jobeth's eyes closed in bliss as she felt the electric current of his kiss wash over her, and a wave of joy spread across them. The ceremony was over. They were married. The 2 horses continued pulling the buggy along the dirt road, kicking up dust clouds in their wake. After several hours, Alan eventually brought the carriage to a stop. Jobeth nervously tucked Shauna into a tiny bed in the back of the wagon. Exhaustion from months without sleep spread across the little girl's face. Shauna closed her eyes quickly, sleeping deeply for the first time since Tamara's suicide. Jobeth moved Mara Joy's cradle and peered in at her daughter, sucking her fingers contentedly, sleeping peacefully. Her daughter. She gently touched the soft dark curls, damp with sleep, curls so much like her son's hair. She pulled the blanket up around the baby's neck. She was her child now.
Everything good?
Alan whispered from the back of the wagon. Jobeth jumped, her hand fluttering to her heart. I didn't see you. She shyly faced him, her heart beginning to race. Alan stood in the moonlight, his silhouette seeming to glow. She took a deep breath, watching him as he held open the wagon flap. His broad shoulders and muscular arms were striking against the backdrop of the star-filled night sky. Love swelled in her chest as her stomach churned with a mix of fear and desire. Alan crossed the room, his footsteps echoing across the wooden planks. He sat on the bed that was now his and Jobeth's and gazed at her. He was overcome by emotion as she stood, her eyes slowly focusing on him. He could feel the heat of their connection as he settled into the mattress. His arousal was growing. He shifted his position to cross one leg over the other to hide it from her. He wanted to approach this relationship with caution, as she had been through enough already. Any decision between them would be made with patience, for they had an eternity of love in front of them. He gently touched her arm. His fingertips were electrical, yet comforting against her skin. His voice was soft, like a low hum.
I'm sorry. You seem to be lost in deep thought. What were you thinking?
Jobeth shifted her weight, tucking a strand of hair behind her ear, avoiding eye contact with him. Her fingers flew to her mouth, and she nervously bit her nails. Alan stood up and moved closer, his arms softly encircling her shoulders. She was trembling as he pulled her close.
Jobeth.
We're married, Alan. She trembled, his touch raising goosebumps all over her body. She could not face him, fearing that her legs would give out from under her. Taking a deep breath, she exhaled. She felt her body jerk uncontrollably with anxiety, betraying her. She tried in vain to relax.
I am not Father James. I will never hurt you.
His fingers caressed her arm, causing a shiver to run up her spine.
We have our whole lives to be together. I will wait till you are ready.
She turned to face him. He stood so close to her, she could feel his breath on her body and the response it made. Her eyes rimmed with tears. She whispered a quiet, "Thank you." Feeling the shaking in her body subside, he reached out, his calloused fingers brushing her cheek with tenderness, and gently kissed her forehead. Breaking their gaze, he stepped back, turning to the makeshift bed that had been his home since they had begun their journey. "Alan, I love you. I want to be with you as your wife. I do. I'm just scared."
I love you too.
He stood again and kissed her cheek.
Don't worry. Everything will be fine.
Jobeth nestled into the nook of the bed across from Alan, who sighed, turning on his side, facing away from Jobeth. He closed his eyes, trying to shut out his desire for her. She was his bride. He yearned to embrace her, but he would wait until she was truly ready to become his wife. He would wait forever if that was what she wanted. With that thought, he finally drifted off to sleep. Jobeth could not sleep. The sounds in the wagon told her everyone else could. Quietly, she got up and stepped outside to clear her mind. The cool, fresh air on her face, her nostrils filled with the smells around her. She liked the fragrance of grass swaying in the wind, mingled with the scent of horses. It was liberating. She sensed someone behind her shoulder and she wheeled around, alert. Alan stood before her, his toned, broad chest and shoulders illuminated by the light of the moon. His gaze locked hers, his desire reflected in the slow burning of longing across his face. She stepped forward, wanting to be close to him, and he pulled her tightly against his body. She melted against him, sinking into the solidness of his chest, feeling his heart beating against hers. His scent was a heady mix of musk and salt. She inhaled deeply, pressing her lips to the nape of his neck. His skin was warm as she kissed him, hungrily, savoring his unique smell.
"Jobeth,"
he moaned, rubbing her back. She gently took his hand and moved it along her side. Shivers of fear and joy coursed through her body. Alan sighed deeply, slipping his fingers into the fold of Jobeth's nightgown. She arched her back as he released her breasts. His warm hands encircled each soft mound. Delicately, he bent his head, brushing his lips against an erect nipple. Electrical current bolted through Jobeth's body as Alan began to suckle one nipple and the other. As he moved his lips, his mouth became more and more hungry for her flesh, needing to consume her.
"Are you sure?"
he asked, looking into her flushed face. Yes. She tangled her fingers into his rusty hair, pulling him to her waiting body.
"I love you so much."
He bent back down to her heaving bosom, feeling the texture of her with his tongue. Jobeth arched her back again, a moan escaping from her lips. Alan began to trace his hands down her tight belly. He lifted his head and kissed her hard on the mouth. She greedily accepted his tongue. He peeled back her nightgown, letting it drop to the ground. Moonlight glistened on her skin as his hand traced her exposed shoulders and angular collarbone. Placing a hand between her legs, he felt her warmth. She stiffened briefly as Alan gently laid her on the soft grass and began kissing her face, eyes, and mouth, moving towards the soft ridges of her collarbone and breasts. Jobeth groaned with pleasure. She gasped as his lips began to kiss her belly, moving lower and lower. Her legs fanned out as his lips explored. Her control was lost when his head slipped easily between her legs. Never could she imagine it could be like this. With pleasure, she began to squirm beneath him, her fingers raking the grass beside her. She felt her body wanting to rise, arching towards the full moon, staring down brightly at them. He sat up and removed his trousers, exposing his erection. It no longer scared Jobeth. She reached out and stroked him, wanting him to fill her with a need she had never known. He pressed his broad chest against her, easing her back flat again on the ground. His hands held her face as his lips brushed against hers, gentle yet passionate. She felt a wave of heat wash over her as he swept aside her hair, tasting every inch of her skin as he explored her. His lips trailed down her neck and across her face, leaving a trail of burning kisses. Jobeth wrapped her long, lean legs around his body, surprised at how natural it felt. Alan leaned forward, looked deeply into Jobeth's eyes, and entered her with ease. She cried out his name as he slipped inside her, her body pulsing around him. There was no Alan, no Jobeth. They were no longer two, but one, like pieces of a lost puzzle put back together. Alan sobbed as his longing for Jobeth overtook him. They wrapped themselves in each other, their bodies mingling in unity, crying together as they reached climax and collapsed. Still attached, their chests heaving, and the smell of their lovemaking thick in the air. They drifted off into a deep sleep, only to reawaken an hour later, as if pulled together by an invisible thread. The passion of their embrace burned hotter than before as they held each other, close, moving in complete harmony. Time seemed to stand still. They finally separated when the faintest rays of sunlight appeared and the birds began to chirp their morning song. The children were about to wake up. Reluctantly, they dressed, kissed each other one more time, and headed back to the wagon. Mara Joy stirred. A new day had begun. Chapter 16. 9 months to the day after Alan and Jobeth were bonded in marriage, dressed in lace and swaddled in blankets, Joanna, named after Jonah, made her debut. When Jobeth placed their squirming daughter into Alan's hands, he began to cry, overcome with the emotions he felt holding the child he created with her. Bending down to kiss the warm baby, still hot from being inside her mother's womb, he tried hard to hold back the sobs escaping from quivering lips. He swore to himself he would do everything to protect her. Jobeth, overcome seeing Alan and Joanna together, broke down in tears. It had been a much different birth this time around. Joanna was born on time, healthy, and created out of love. She watched her daughter as Shauna and Alan cooed over the baby. Both bent over the child like there had never been a baby born before, and Joanna was something miraculous. A sense of guilt washed over her, thinking of the last time someone held her newborn child. Jonah shaking hands as he wrapped her dead son, so small and minuscule, in rags. She shook her head absently, trying to force the image away. This was a happy moment. She wasn't going to let the memory of that other birth taint the joyous celebration and wonder of her daughter's arrival. Focusing on the moment, she noticed Mara Joy standing alone, leaning against the door. Her dark curly hair hung in ringlets down her back, her face furrowed, frowning. Jobeth smiled at the silly little thing, already jealous of her baby sister, and the thoughts of the past melted away as she called the little girl, patting the bed beside her. The child's face lit up as she ran barefoot into her mother's arms, planting herself snugly under Jobeth's waiting embrace. She leaned down, kissing the top of Mara Joy's sweet, scented head, giving an extra hug while she did. Today was a good day. She sighed, feeling all the darkness of the past melt away as she snuggled Mara Joy tighter and watched Alan and Shauna with the new baby. They had found a small village, welcoming strangers with open arms, and made their home just outside the town, where it was quiet and they could raise their girls in privacy. Shauna stopped having nightmares and returned to her cheerful self. Life was good. No one could ask for more. 2 years after the birth of Joanna, Constance, named after Jobeth's mother, was born. Joanna was 2, Mara Joy was 3, and Shauna had just turned 13. Late one summer afternoon, Jobeth was working tirelessly in her garden. She loved working her hands in the soil under the sun. Constance, who was 3 months old, was in a sling comfortably tied to Jobeth, shaded by her mother's body. Mara Joy and Joanna sat on the shrouded grass beside the garden, playing with wildflowers. Shauna was at school and would not be home for another hour. The heat of the sun pounded down on Jobeth. Droplets of sweat trickled down her back as she squatted in the garden, cradling the baby. She sat up straight, adjusted the baby, and moved a strand of hair out of her face. In the far-off distance, 2 figures came into her view. She squinted, trying to make out who it was. Alan she could recognize easily, but the other man seemed oddly familiar, like a forgotten ghost from her past. She couldn't quite place him, but something in her stomach dropped as they drew nearer. Jobeth called out to her daughters and waved them into the house. Standing amidst the sun-scorched grass, the 2 girls sprang to their feet. In stark contrast to their creamy skin, Mara Joy's curly black hair bounced along her back as she ran after her mother, her bright blue eyes shining. Joanna, with her long, straight, sandy blonde hair and emerald eyes, moved a little slower, her skin golden from hours out in the sun. She stumbled but quickly regained her footing and ran after her sister, catching up just as they reached the steps of their home. Inside the house, Jobeth quickly wiped the children's faces and hands with a damp cloth while they squirmed in her lap. She promptly tidied the room, making sure to hide any evidence of their disarray.
"Jobeth?"
Alan called out from the front door, his voice strained and uncertain.
"You will never guess who is here with me."
Her heart raced as she stumbled to her feet, feeling a sudden chill in the air. It had been over 3 years since they had faced any major issues, and she couldn't even bear to think of uprooting the children now. She took a deep breath, willing herself to relax, trying hard not to assume the worst. Jobeth sighed, her brow creasing with worry as she gingerly wiped the grime from Joanna's face. The little girl babbled nonsense in her high-pitched voice, as Jobeth felt an eerie sense of foreboding wash over her. She looked into Joanna's tanned complexion, a perfect replica of her father's, the cat-like eyes so full of life. She whispered, "Don't be silly." Joanna flinched, casting her gaze on the floor. Jobeth sighed again and pulled the toddler close, pressing a kiss to her forehead. She hadn't meant to say the words out loud. "Come along, children." She guided the girls into the other room, where Alan stood rigid beside the foreigner. Mara Joy's eyes grew wide when she spotted Alan, and she sprinted across the room with her arms held wide open. She leapt into his arms, and he enveloped her in a warm hug. She clasped her hands around his neck, smiling from ear to ear, excitedly asking if he had brought candy. Joanna circled Alan's feet, uttering cute little shrieks begging to be picked up and cuddled.
"Me too, Pappy,"
she said in her childish voice. Alan bent down and scooped her easily into his free arm. Both little girls who looked so different from each other smothered him with kisses. He laughed, delighted. The love he had for his daughters was unconditional. Besides Jobeth, they were the center of his world. He cherished his family above all else. Jobeth glanced nervously at the tall, dark-haired man standing nearby, admiring her husband. He seemed vaguely familiar to her, yet she couldn't quite place him. Alan carefully lowered the excited girls to the floor and walked to her, taking Constance from her arms and gently nuzzled her into the nook of his neck. The baby let out a delighted coo as she nestled against her father.
"Jobeth, love,"
he said, his voice trembling slightly.
"You remember Oliver, don't you?"
Jobeth's mouth dropped open in recognition. The same dark hair, hawk-like nose, strong jawline, and deep, penetrating blue eyes, like those of her beloved child. How could she not remember the man who had helped to create her daughter? If it had not been for Mara Joy coming into their lives, who knows what would have happened? She didn't want to think about that. She closed her mouth and glanced at the man who unintentionally changed their lives. Oliver looked older. Jobeth's mouth went dry. Her memories of him had changed. He was much more handsome. Her stomach somersaulted as she tried to look away. How had he become even more attractive than she remembered? From the corner of her eye, Jobeth noticed Mara Joy, a small girl with Tamara's fiery black hair and creamy complexion, but it was Oliver she resembled, sucking on a red candy stick by Alan's side. She had their beauty. There was no denying it. "Of course I remember Oliver," Jobeth said anxiously. She nervously went and embraced the man who could destroy her life. He smelled of outdoors and horses. The combination was masculine and becoming. "Excuse my rudeness when you first came in, but it has been so long." She pulled away from him and stood beside Alan, who still cuddled Constance in his big arms.
"Jobeth,"
Oliver said in a serious voice, not in the least bit disturbed by her behavior.
"you still look as pretty as ever."
"I see you are still the same sweet talker," Jobeth smiled, though it was a forced attempt to act normal. Oliver chuckled, his unshaven face scrunching up in amusement. and glanced with a hint of surprise at Mara Joy. Jobeth and Ellen couldn't help but notice how his eyes skimmed past little Joanna, whose face was now smeared with red candy, and rested firmly on Mara Joy. "Oliver!" Jobeth nearly shouted. She didn't know what to say. She just knew he had to stop looking at her child. All eyes turned to Jobeth, including the eyes of Mara Joy. For a moment, she thought she saw anger flare in the little girl's face, almost as though she were upset that the center of attention was no longer her. Jobeth pushed the thought from her mind. How could a 3-year-old know the difference? "I hope you will be staying for dinner," she asked, praying he wouldn't. She wanted him to leave, now, never to see Mara Joy again. A scowl engulfed Mara Joy as her arms crossed tightly over her chest.
"Well, if it isn't any bother, I would love to stay."
Oliver stared at his shoes, not budging. The tension in the air was so thick you could almost see it. "No bother at all. You are always welcome in our home. You are family," Jobeth said without emotion. Joanna began to whimper, rubbing her grimy hands into her eyes. Jobeth absently looked at her and noticed the child had wet herself. She instantly went into mama mode and began to peel the wet clothing off Joanna, who stood sobbing. Ellen gently cradled little Constance in his arms, then lowered her into the thickly cushioned wicker baby basket, which was nestled in the corner of the main room near the fireplace. Joanna's cries became louder with embarrassment over wetting herself. Ellen coughed nervously. It was beginning to get hectic in the closed room, and he could tell Jobeth was not happy with the turn of events. He didn't blame her for her feelings. He was not exactly jumping for joy at Oliver's arrival either.
"Why don't we go outside and clean up for dinner? Jobeth will settle the children, and we can all talk at supper."
Oliver nodded and followed Ellen out the door. Joanna's cries grew louder as Jobeth tried unsuccessfully to soothe her. Mara Joy danced around the two men, her little feet pattering along behind them joyfully. She looked back at her mother with a huge grin, her face beaming with innocence, and waved as she skipped outside. Jobeth smiled back, a warmth in her heart that reminded her of why she was so blessed to have her in her life. Fear began to tingle through her veins. Wonder if Oliver has come to take Mara Joy away. "Stop it!" she screamed in her mind as she went through the motions of cleaning up Joanna's mess. The little girl continued to cry and hiccup, her face a wet muddle of tears, snot, and red candy. Jobeth paid no attention. Her mind was miles away. What was Oliver doing here after all this time? And what did he want? There was nothing to worry about. Oliver didn't know Tamara was pregnant, let alone that she had given Jobeth and Alan the child. Oliver's child. She pushed the thought from her head. Mara Joy was not Oliver's child or Tamara's. She was Alan's and hers, their daughter, and no one was going to take their child from them.
"You two went and got married?"
Oliver roared with laughter as he tucked into the succulent roasted chicken. Jobeth went all out with creamy mashed potatoes dripping with butter, hot vegetables fresh from the garden, homemade bread lightly toasted, and stuffing packed with herbs.
"This is the best meal I've ever had."
Shauna, home from school, shifted in her seat and fixed her gaze on Oliver. His dark hair glinted in the soft light of the dining room, while his sparkling eyes shimmered with amusement. He seemed to delight in Shauna's undivided attention, winking at her from across the table when he thought no one was looking. Her cheeks burned a deep red as she tried her best to contain her infectious giggle. Jobeth saw the way Shauna's gaze trailed after Oliver as he entered the room. Her cheeks flushed pink, and her eyes sparkled with admiration. As soon as Alan announced they'd be having dinner with Oliver, Shauna rushed to her bedroom and began getting ready, brushing her long blonde hair till it shone like pale gold. She emerged from her room looking stunning. Jobeth noticed how she fiddled with the pearl necklace around her neck when she returned to the living room. a gift from them for her 13th birthday. Alan reintroduced Shauna to the devilishly handsome man, finding himself a little amused at his daughter's flustered state. He had never seen Shauna behave like this, and it was plain to see that she had an instant crush on Oliver. You would have to be a blind man not to notice how the girl was beside herself with glee over Oliver's arrival. "I remember Oliver," Shauna said with a twinkle in her eye. She remembered him all right. She remembered how handsome he was and how he had smiled at her so many years ago. Even then, she had found Oliver irresistible.
"And I remember a little girl in pigtails, not much taller than my knees. This ravishing beauty before me cannot be that little girl all grown up,"
Oliver said, smiling at the adolescent. He reached for her hand and gently kissed the top of it, his lips lingering on the soft flesh for just an instant. Shauna turned crimson red, hiding her mouth with her other hand.
"It's me. I'm not a little girl anymore,"
she beamed, unable to contain herself. "Well, you aren't a grown woman yet either," Jobeth piped in as she set the table for supper. Shauna bent her head, mortified. "Shauna, I need you to help with dinner, please." "Yes, Jobeth." She glanced up quickly at Oliver, hoping he had paid no attention to Jobeth's outburst.
"You look like a grown woman to me,"
Oliver whispered softly into Shauna's ear as he followed Alan into the dining room. She grinned from ear to ear, her face burning with fire, and ran off to help Jobeth set the table.
"Yes,"
Alan replied across the table from Oliver.
"it has been about 5 years now."
Jobeth and Shauna both glanced at Alan over their plates of food. They had only been married for a little over 3 years, not 5. Jobeth knew immediately what Alan was doing. If Oliver knew they had been married for just 3 years, he would figure out that Mara Joy had been born before they were husband and wife. Jobeth bent her head so that she could face Shauna's confused look. She gave the young girl a look that told Shauna to keep quiet. Shauna obeyed, lowering her eyes and busying herself, eating her mashed potatoes and gravy. If Alan and Jobeth didn't want Oliver to know when they were married, Shauna wouldn't offer him the truth.
"You have 3 very beautiful daughters,"
Oliver announced while eyeing Mara Joy. A cold bolt shot up Jobeth's spine as she spoon-fed Joanna some shredded chicken and potato in her high chair. Some had dribbled down her chin. Jobeth spooned it up and popped it into the child's waiting mouth. Joanna usually fed herself, getting most of the food on her rather than into her mouth, but Jobeth had wanted dinner to go smoothly. That meant she didn't want Oliver to witness her child decorated with chicken and mashed potatoes.
"Do you think I'm the most beautiful?"
Mara Joy tittered in her childish voice.
"You are very beautiful,"
Oliver replied warmly to the little girl, his blue eyes mirroring the child's. "What do you think of our Shauna?" Jobeth interrupted. She did not like the way Oliver stared at Mara Joy. It was a searching look, a trying to place something, examination. Even though she didn't want to encourage Shauna's crush on the much older Oliver, it was better to distract him with her than to have his attention focused on Mara Joy. The little girl glared at Jobeth and stuck out her bottom lip in a pout. "The last time you saw Shauna, she wasn't much older than these children," said Jobeth, feeling sick, using Shauna's idolization for her own benefit.
"I remember a frightened little girl with large blue eyes hiding behind your skirts."
Oliver turned his attention back to Shauna, who would willingly worship the ground he walked on.
"You have grown into a beautiful young lady, as I have already said."
Shauna's face became flushed once again. She was about ready to burst with delight. She could not help herself. Oliver made her stomach flutter and her heart race. She hated it and loved it all at the same time. Mara Joy's eyebrows drew together in a tight knot as her anger surged. Her fingers curled tightly around the glass of milk, lifting it off the table and letting it slip from between her fingers. It hit the plate with a loud crash. The milk seeped into her food, creating a milky pool. Everyone around the table turned their heads to her and the mess she made.
My food is all yucky,
she wailed at the top of her lungs. Large tears welled in the corner of her eyes and streamed down her face. I'll get you another plate, dear, Jobeth said, standing up and reaching for the ruined dish of food.
Jobeth, sit and eat. I'll do it.
Alan stood retrieving the plate, careful not to spill the milk onto the table. Shauna frowned at Mara Joy. She was now smiling with all eyes on her. It seemed whenever the attention was taken off little Mara Joy and put on someone else, the child had one of her accidents. Alan returned with a fresh plate of food and placed it before Mara Joy.
Any sons for the future?
Oliver asked, changing the subject.
Hopefully.
Alan laughed, patting Mara Joy on the back. She grinned up at him as she daintily took a bite off her fork.
I want a little brother,
Mara Joy said as she chewed her food.
Do you now?
Oliver bit into a hunk of meat, keeping his eyes focused on his meal.
Well, Oliver, buddy.
Alan sat back and pushed himself away from the table, his plate polished clean.
When do you plan to settle down and get married?
Shauna's eyes lit up. Jobeth noticed and laughed to herself. The girl was only 13 years old, still a child, much too young to think of marriage, let alone to Oliver. If she remembered correctly, he was a year older than she. Jonah had told her Oliver's age years ago when they lived in the run-down house together. That would make Oliver 22 years old, nearly a decade older. Oliver cleared his throat.
Well, that's why I'm here.
He coughed again, feeling uneasy for the first time since he had arrived.
I never thought I would run into you folks. Should have seen my face when I saw Alan working in the mill. Almost like seeing a ghost from the past.
His brows furrowed with lines.
Guess I did see a ghost.
He stopped speaking and stared into space, remembering the past. He had been so alone the past 4 years, wanting so much to have the love of a family. When he had seen Alan earlier in the day, hope had filled him. At last, familiar faces. Someone who was home. But Alan and Jobeth's reception of him seemed frigid, almost as though his presence threatened them.
Anyway,
his eyes cleared.
I've been searching for Tamara for the last 4 years.
Jobeth and Alan looked at each other, shocked, not knowing what to do. It wasn't what they had expected Oliver to say. Looking for Tamara? He was supposed to have abandoned her.
I love her and want to make an honest woman out of her. I'm ashamed to say I treated her badly,
Oliver said, frowning. Jobeth looked at Shauna. The blonde girl was rigid, her face crestfallen. One moment, Oliver shined glorious light on her, and the next he had destroyed its fragile beginnings.
I know it's the reason why she left me,
he continued, despite the unhappy faces of the people in front of him.
I wanted to start a family.
Jobeth took a huge drink from her glass of milk and eyed Oliver. The fear she had felt when first seeing him was not in vain. He had come to take Mara Joy away.
You mean you didn't leave her?
Alan asked, amazed. He looked as though the wind had been knocked out of him. His face was a grisly grayish color.
No, I would never leave her.
Oliver stood up, searching the stunned faces around him.
She just up and left one night while I was sleeping. I swear it's the truth.
He looked imploringly from one face to the other.
Have you heard from her?
Jobeth was speechless. Shauna's eyes were glassy and her mouth downturned as she stared at the floor, unable to meet Oliver's gaze. Despite being in the safety of the cozy room, she shivered as visions of Tamara's pale body swinging from the rafters flooded her mind. There were certain things, violent things, you never forgot. Ever.
Jobeth, I think it's time to take the girls to bed.
Alan stood and picked Mara Joy up in his arms. She began to wiggle in protest.
Pappy, no, I don't want to go to bed. I want to stay up.
She pushed against his chest angrily.
You just sit still till we come back, Oliver,
Alan said, walking out of the room, Mara Joy still protesting. Jobeth stood, collecting Joanna out of her high chair. She paused. Oliver's head fell into his hands, and he sat back down in his chair with a thud. Jobeth's lips tightened together. What were they going to tell him? "Shauna, keep Oliver company while we settle the girls?" Shauna nodded, not saying a word. Jobeth left the room abruptly. She followed Alan down the hall and into the small room with 2 beds waiting for their owners.
What is wrong, Mama?
Mara Joy asked. Jobeth's bottom lip began to tremble. She could not bear to lose her girl.
You and Pappy look scared.
Nothing is wrong, baby,
he whispered into her tiny ear. He placed her on her bed. The shelves were lined with an assortment of dolls, from porcelain ones with delicately painted faces to rag dolls with worn and tattered clothes. The walls were painted a soft rose and set against white trim, the same color repeated in the twin beds' quilts. On both beds, colorful wooden blocks, plush animals, and homemade rag dolls were thrown about in anticipation of children eager to play. Jobeth placed Joanna on her bed and quickly tucked her in. She brushed a kiss on the child's warm forehead. Joanna grabbed her favorite teddy bear and snuggled under the covers. She felt sleepy with all the excitement of the day. Jobeth slipped over to Mara Joy's bed and kissed her flushed cheek. Alan went to Joanna and gently pulled the covers above her shoulders, kissing and hugging her goodnight. Jobeth could hear Joanna giggle at her father's attention and proceeded to copy Alan's actions with Mara Joy. The girls settled down quickly. Alan blew out the light and took Jobeth by the hand. She squeezed her fingers tightly as she followed him out towards the kitchen. Alan's face was a mask of determination, but his voice cracked as he spoke.
"She is our daughter,"
he said, unable to hide the emotion in his voice. Droplets of sweat clung to his forehead as he thought about what had to be done. Jobeth trembled beside him, her heart pounding faster with every passing second. He pulled her close, wrapping his arms protectively around her body. The weight of his embrace was an anchor diminishing her anxiety.
"Everything will be okay,"
he whispered into her ear. Because she trusted and loved him, Jobeth nodded, believing him. Chapter 17. "Alan?" Jobeth's voice trembled with fear and desperation as the image of their daughter being taken away flashed in both their minds. They could not lose their child. There had been many losses in her life, but the thought of losing her precious Mara Joy was too much to bear. They stood, comforting each other in the hallway. Alan wrapped his arms around her, desperate to ease her fear. He spoke softly.
"She is our daughter, Jobeth. Ours, not his. We are the ones who have been raising her, caring for her. He lost his chance to be her father years ago."
Alan squeezed Jobeth tight. She clung to him as he rubbed her back in a soothing motion. The words Alan spoke were soft but firm. Deep creases of worry on his forehead accentuated his resolve not to lose their little girl. He stepped back, his face a mask of determination.
"I'm not saying anything."
His face was emotionless.
"Tamara never wanted us to tell. She said so herself."
She could tell he was trying to convince himself.
"I won't lose her. I won't. Not even to Oliver,"
Alan said, looking away from Jobeth's eyes. Guilt was plaguing him. All he could hear in his mind were Oliver's words about how he wanted to start a family with Tamara. "I won't lose her either. She's ours," Jobeth confirmed, their decision made. They held hands, their fingers linked together as they walked down the hallway, united in love for their daughter and their decision. Oliver was waiting. He stood up from the table, tall and dark, when they entered the room. Shauna continued to sit still, her eyes darting between Alan and Jobeth. Her nerves felt taut, and she couldn't help feeling frightened. She had made up her mind to keep quiet and listen to what Alan and Jobeth were going to say to Oliver. She was the only person besides Jobeth and Alan who knew Mara Joy was Tamara's daughter. She had a sneaking feeling that Oliver might be Mara Joy's father, remembering Tamara mentioning something about Oliver when Mara Joy had been a baby. Oliver's voice was stern as he addressed Alan and Jobeth.
"What do you know about Tamara?"
he asked. The two of them exchanged fearful glances, and Shauna leaned back in her chair, eyes wide, quiet and withdrawn at the mention of Tamara's name.
"Oliver."
Alan sat down, shifting uncomfortably in his chair, not meeting his gaze. The room was silent except for the ticking of the clock. Unwilling to meet Oliver's eyes, his gaze swept across the kitchen. The clean wooden counters and familiar warm smells. He cleared his throat and finally spoke.
"Tamara."
His voice wavered as he forced out the words.
"There is no easy way to say this. She's dead."
"What?" Oliver choked in disbelief, clutching the table's edge for support. He was unprepared to hear the words Alan had said. Many scenarios had played out in his head as to what happened to her, but he never expected this. "It's true. I'm sorry," Jobeth murmured, unable to face the stricken man before her. A pinched noise escaped from the back of his throat.
"No!"
He gagged, crumpling down into his seat. Jobeth lowered her eyes, ashamed. The pain in Oliver's face was unbearable.
"I'm sorry."
Alan's eyes clouded with the memory of Tamara's lifeless body wrapped in a white sheet, her empty eyes staring, sightless, up at the ceiling. Oliver lowered his head and cried shamelessly. Shauna, overcome with heartache for Oliver and the vivid memories of Tamara forever stained in her brain, began to silently cry, too. Jobeth felt her inside twisting as she averted her eyes away from the sight of Oliver's bent head quivering in his arms. Alan reached a hand under the table, squeezing her knee for support. They had to stick together in this. She took a deep breath and straightened her shoulders. Oliver would get over his pain of losing Tamara. On the other hand, they would never get over losing Mara Joy if they told the truth about the child Tamara left behind.
"What happened to her?"
Oliver sobbed, trying to compose himself. Alan began to explain the grisly events that happened 3 years prior, omitting the fact that Tamara had a child. Shauna sat silently listening, her eyes trained on her half-eaten food before her. She could not believe that Alan left out the facts that Tamara had a child with her, and that the child was Mara Joy. Oliver listened, quietly crying, saddened by his loss, unaware that there was more to the story purposefully omitted from him. "Excuse me," Shauna whispered, standing up and leaving the room, her eyes avoiding the people around her. Jobeth, frightened, looked toward Alan. He pointed his head in the direction of Shauna. With his eyes, he told Jobeth to go to her, to silence her. Jobeth stood up rather abruptly, excusing herself. "Shauna still finds it hard to talk about Tamara. It was a very traumatic time for us all."
"Of course. Go to her."
Oliver sniffled, rubbing his nose on his shirt sleeve. Jobeth averted her eyes from Oliver. His eyes were swollen and slightly bluer, a sign of his tears. He looked pitiful, and she felt a surge of guilt, knowing she would be consumed if she looked at him too long. Quickly, she went down the hall to Shauna's room. Taking a deep breath, she entered the room unannounced. The young girl lay on her bed, sobbing. Her blonde hair fanned around her tear-streaked face. Jobeth sat down on her bed and began to fiddle with the multicolored quilt bedspread, similar to the little girl's. The two of them had made all the quilts together, just as they had done so many things together over the years. "Shauna," Jobeth began, unable to face the upset girl.
Why are you and Alan lying to Oliver?"
She buried her face deep into her pillow. She loved them and would never want to upset them in any way. But the sight of Oliver's devastated face was too much for her to bear. How could the two people in this world, who had shown nothing but compassion for others, stand by and let Oliver suffer? "Shauna," Jobeth placed a hand on her quivering back. "There are things that—" "No, Jobeth," Shauna interrupted, sitting up, her eyes brimming red with tears. The look on her face made Jobeth shrink back in shame. "Oliver is devastated. How can you both sit there and not tell him he has a daughter from the woman he loves?" "Stop it!" Jobeth had never raised her voice to Shauna before, and both were a little startled by the venom behind it. "She is mine and Alan's child. We are the only family she has ever known." Jobeth stood up and began to pace the floor in the small, bright room, biting her clenched fist. "You are too young to understand. We really don't know anything about Oliver or what kind of man he is." "That is not true, Jobeth, and you know it. I know Oliver is Mara Joy's father, and he has a right to know he has a daughter." "He is not her father. Alan is, and I am her mother." Jobeth stood, her back to Shauna. The coldness of Jobeth horrified her. "Tamara wanted it this way. It is what Tamara wanted," she repeated, trying to persuade herself. "She didn't want Oliver to have her." "She never expected him to show up looking for her," Shauna retorted. Jobeth swiveled around and flared at her. The young girl jerked back, afraid. Never had Jobeth looked at her that way. Jobeth strained her neck, holding back her anger. "Shauna," she said calmly, devoid of emotion, "Alan and I have always been good to you, have we not?" Her brows knitted together questioningly. Shauna nodded apprehensively, unable to recognize the woman standing before her. "We have never asked for anything in return for all we have done." "Yes, I know that, but—" "No one will take Mara Joy from me. Do you understand that?" Shauna sat in disbelief, her mouth hanging open. "We are what's best for Mara Joy. We are her family. You, Alan, and I. We are all a family. We have all lost too much. Do you understand? I will not lose Mara Joy." Jobeth tried to soften her voice, but failed. The tightness still clung to her throat. "What kind of life could he give my Mara Joy?" "All right, Jobeth. I understand," Shauna mumbled, barely able to speak. "I owe you everything. I won't say a word to Oliver about his daughter." "My daughter?" Jobeth forced through clenched teeth, the veins popping angrily from her neck. "My daughter!" She turned abruptly and stormed out of the room, closing the door behind her. "Your daughter," Shauna said, her voice wavering as she stared at the closed bedroom door. "Your daughter, Jobeth." Chapter 18. Alan, Jobeth, and Oliver talked late into the night. With the threat of Mara Joy being taken from them gone, they could relax and enjoy Oliver's company. They spoke of what had happened in the last 7 years. Oliver was saddened by the news of Jonah's death and how it had come to pass. It was hard for him to take it all in at once. Even harder to find out that Tamara and Jonah had been gone for so long without him knowing. He was happy for Jobeth and Alan. Life had blessed them with a happy marriage and 3 beautiful daughters. Oliver couldn't help but comment on what a lovely person Shauna was becoming.
"She will make some man a wonderful wife,"
he said, sipping a cup of coffee. Both Alan and Jobeth agreed. Jobeth smiled proudly as she gushed about Shauna's achievements, her earlier discussion with her forgotten. By the end of the evening, the 3 decided Oliver had no reason to continue traveling. Tamara was dead. His family was also Jobeth and Alan's. Alan would get him hired at the mill where he worked. Oliver was humbly grateful. When Alan and Jobeth were finally in bed, and Oliver was asleep on their couch, Alan sighed and turned to his wife.
"Did we do the right thing?"
Alan whispered, his fingertips tracing the creamy swells of her breasts beneath the delicate fabric of her nightgown. His other hand moved slowly up her thigh, raising the skirt of her gown. Jobeth went to him, pressing her body into his. "We asked him to stay," she whispered against his lips.
"But is that enough?"
Alan pulled her closer.
"I love you,"
he breathed against her shoulder. She didn't answer right away, instead nestled into his embrace, feeling the warmth of his skin against hers. Jobeth looked into his eyes in the shadows of their bedroom. "I love you too," she murmured and pressed a kiss to his lips. He searched for her in the dark, his arousal needing her comfort to ease his troubled mind. She opened up to him willingly, wanting to be one in his arms. The next morning, Jobeth stood by the wood stove cooking eggs for breakfast. Shauna walked into the kitchen looking like she hadn't slept a wink all night. Joanna and Mara Joy sat at the wooden table eating their scrambled eggs, scowling, as usual, at each other. "Shauna," Jobeth said, stopping what she was doing and walking around baby Constance, who lay on a thick blanket on the floor. "Yes," Shauna answered dully, sitting between the two little girls, hoping it would stop their constant bickering. "I would like to talk to you." Jobeth twisted her fingers. Shauna shrugged her shoulders and followed Jobeth into the living room. "Listen, about last night," she began. "I won't say a word. Like you said, I owe you everything," Shauna said stiffly. Her nose was tipped red from crying all night. "Oh, Shauna," Jobeth put her arm around the girl's shoulders. She was nearly as tall as Jobeth. Shauna stood rigid and unmoving. She cleared her throat, grabbed Shauna by the shoulders, and made the girl face her. "You don't owe me anything. I was just frightened last night. I love you. You have no idea how much you have given to me." Shauna looked up into Jobeth's pleading eyes, weakened by her soothing words familiar to her. She hugged Jobeth fiercely, afraid to let go of the only woman who had ever been her mother. She lay awake all night afraid Jobeth would send her away, knowing, without a doubt, that Jobeth would do anything to keep Mara Joy. Anything. Jobeth stroked Shauna's long blonde hair and sighed. She would make it up to her for the harsh words said the night before. "Guess what?" she smiled, pulling Shauna slightly away and brushing the silky strands of hair out of the pretty girl's light blue eyes. "Oliver is going to stay with us."
"Really?"
Shauna squealed, bouncing up and down, her spirits rising. "Really. So you have nothing to feel bad about. He will have all of us as his family." She hugged Shauna to herself again. "He need never know." Shauna frowned slightly in Jobeth's arms. Shouts came from the kitchen. "Those two girls!" Jobeth pulled away from Shauna and rushed into the kitchen.
"She started it, Mama!"
Mara Joy yelled at the top of her lungs, pointing at a confused Joanna.
"Nuh-uh!"
Joanna said, flabbergasted, clutching a strand of her hair.
"Liar!"
Mara Joy stormed, standing up and stamping her small foot close to Constance's flailing hand. Shauna entered the room and saw how close Constance was to being trampled and went and scooped her up. She held the baby protectively in her arms.
"You pulled my hair!"
Mara Joy howled at her confused sister. "Enough!" Jobeth shouted. "Joanna, go to your room now." The child began to cry, confused about why she was in trouble. "Now!" Jobeth hollered. Joanna slowly walked out of the room, whimpering, her head bent low. She had done nothing wrong and couldn't understand why Mama was punishing her. It was Mara Joy who had pulled her hair. Why was she in trouble? Mara Joy watched her sister leave the room rejected. A slight grin formed on her face. That sure brought Mama back into the room, away from dumb old Shauna. Joanna even got punished as a bonus. Mara Joy took a deep breath to prepare herself for a crying fit. She wanted Mama to feel sorry for her, hug her, and say nice words. She was just about to let out a good wail when she spotted Shauna holding Constance in her arms, staring at her. Mara Joy scowled at her and began pouting. Shauna ignored the look on Mara Joy's face. She had seen the precious Mara Joy smirking when Joanna got punished. Shauna was beginning to think the name she gave the girl was anything but a joy anymore. And Jobeth was totally oblivious to it all. Why was she so blind when it came to that child? A year passed in quiet harmony. Oliver didn't court anymore, which struck Jobeth as odd. Many town girls swooned over him, but he seemed content to be a bachelor. Oliver preferred to spend time with the family or to take long walks with Shauna. It bothered her how his eyes followed Shauna around. She blossomed into a beautiful young woman, and Oliver seemed to notice it too much. He spends too much time with her. Jobeth nestled in Alan's arms, voicing her concern, her brow knitted with worry.
Don't worry, Alan assured, tenderly kissing her neck as his hand softly drifted over her swollen belly.
Is it moving yet?
No, but he will. She clutched Alan's hand close to her tight, growing tummy.
Think it's a boy this time?
Alan whispered as he planted soft kisses along her swollen belly. He loved the way she looked when she was pregnant with his baby. Her body radiated with the seed he planted inside her. Jobeth gently ran her fingers through his hair and murmured, "Has to be," wrapping her lean legs around his back. Alan grinned, lowering his head, his hands exploring her curves as he tugged on her panties and spread her legs. She gasped and arched into him, the electricity between them radiating in the room. Oliver and Shauna were forgotten. 2 years passed. Jobeth gave birth to another girl they named Pauline after her brother. Shauna turned 16, and her crush on Oliver was no longer something to ignore. Jobeth was becoming increasingly concerned and constantly complained to Alan about it. Shauna and Oliver spent all their time together. It was almost as though they were courting, and she couldn't stand how they looked at each other.
Jobeth, stop worrying about her. It's just innocent, Alan said, hugging his wife. She is still a child.
Huh. Jobeth shrugged into Alan's arms. They were in bed together late at night. With 4 small children and Shauna and Oliver to worry about, Jobeth and Alan's only time to speak freely was late at night in bed together. "She is no child, Alan. She is a woman now. It is not proper for her to spend all her time with a grown man. She should be courting boys her own age."
I still picture Shauna as a 5-year-old girl with pigtails,
Alan pondered. Jobeth gently laughed. "Even Mara Joy is not 5 anymore. Our children are growing up." It was true. Mara Joy stood tall with a halo of dark curls framing her face, while her blue eyes twinkled with intelligence. Joanna, a year younger and beanpole thin, had the same green cat eyes as her father. Even at 5 years old, she was already trying to blame the chaos she caused on her big sister. Constance, a 3-year-old with blonde hair and sea-green eyes like Joanna's, preferred to spend her days outside. She bent over plants, marveled at the fluttering of butterflies, and asked countless questions. It was easy to see she was an intelligent child. When Constance chose to talk to people, it was always in complete, clear sentences. Her words were wise beyond her years. On the other hand, Pauline was an ebullient 1-year-old who radiated joy in everything she did.
"I guess you're right, love,"
Alan said, picturing his daughters' faces including the tall, pale Shauna, who only vaguely resembled the little girl he had first seen huddled close to Jobeth's skirts. His heart ached for a moment for the child Shauna had been. Could she be 16 already? "What's wrong, Papa? You don't like your girls growing up?" Jobeth teased, sensing Alan's thoughts.
"No, I don't,"
he said, embracing his wife.
"It makes me feel like time is going too fast and I'm going to lose them all."
"You won't lose them. They're still young." Jobeth smiled, her head resting on Alan's bare chest.
"Maybe it's time to have another baby."
Alan sighed, thinking of Jobeth with child. Maybe it's time for a boy," Jobeth answered knowingly.
"Jobeth," Alan sat up. "Is there something you're trying to tell me?"
"Maybe." He propped himself up on one arm, admiring her beauty as she lay on the bed. Her hair framed her face in soft tendrils, and her cheeks had the slightest flush of pink, giving her an iridescent glow. She beckoned him closer, winding her arms around his neck, and he felt the warmth of her breath on his ear as she leaned in closer. "Maybe this time we will have our son, Alan. Maybe this time we will finally get our boy," she whispered softly in his ear, creating a minefield of goosebumps. "Our little boy, Alan. Ours." His stomach clenched, and he felt a cold sweat on his forehead. Why did Jobeth's words make him uneasy? Jobeth was washing the supper dishes the following evening. Mara, Joy, and Joanna were the only children still up. They were studying for a spelling test. Oliver and Shauna were out again, taking another long walk, much to Jobeth's dismay. She couldn't help worrying about Shauna. This crush she had on Oliver was just not healthy. It had grown stronger over the years, and Oliver fed on it, acting like they were a couple. Alan tried to explain that Oliver was just enjoying Shauna's company like a little sister. His intentions toward her were innocent. But Jobeth was unconvinced. She watched Oliver's eyes wander over Shauna hungrily and knew his intentions were anything but innocent. Shauna was no better. She seemed to be flaunting her charms in front of him, egging him on, blushing, batting her eyelashes, and laughing at his jokes. Jobeth had seen enough. Her mind was made up. She was going to put a stop to it tonight. It was just not right for the two of them to behave like this. Ellen sat beside Joanna, helping her with a homework assignment. She had just started school that year, and the teacher said she was a handful. Wiping her hands on a towel, Jobeth sat down with Mara Joy to help quiz her on her test. She was deeply engrossed in her tutoring when the door swung open. Shauna and Oliver tumbled in, flushed and out of breath. All eyes at the table looked up at the couple. They were excited, clutching each other's arms. They were quite the pair. Oliver, dark and tanned from the days spent outside, and Shauna, blonde and pale, as though she had never spent a day outdoors in her life.
"We are getting married,"
Oliver blurted out. "What?" Jobeth stifled a scream as she jumped up. She looked at Shauna for answers. Shauna ignored Jobeth's face and clutched Oliver's arm, beaming with happiness.
"I know this may come as a shock, but we love each other."
Oliver turned to Shauna, holding her hand. Jobeth felt faint. Alan came to stand behind her, grasping her shoulders tightly to support both of them. He looked as though the wind had been knocked out of him. Jobeth had been right.
"Married?"
Alan directed his question to Oliver.
"Are you out of your mind? She's just a child."
His expression filled with disgust and pain. Mara Joy looked over at Joanna and stuck her tongue out at her. She was smiling at Shauna like a silly fool. Mara Joy wanted her mother to quiz her on the test. Who cared if stupid Shauna wanted to marry dumb old Oliver? Joanna ignored her sister. She just smiled knowingly at Shauna. This is what she had dreamed of since Oliver walked back into their lives. She told Joanna many times that she would love no man but him. She would be an old maid if he didn't want her as much as she wanted him. She could never marry anyone but him. Joanna was happy for Shauna. She didn't want her to be an old maid. Maybe dreams do come true, she thought. Alan, Shauna interrupted. She looked happy. It was hard to believe she had once been a frightened, haunted child, a child who clung terrified to Jobeth's skirts. Where had the time gone? When did Shauna grow up before their eyes? I am not a child anymore. She went over to Alan and took his hand. Her other hand grasped Jobeth's. I love you both so much. A tear ran down her cheek. Jobeth felt her own eyes water. You both have done so much for me. You are the only parents I have ever had. If you are not happy for me, I will die. Alan was nearly in tears. He looked at Jobeth in desperation. And I can't live without Oliver. I won't. From behind Shauna, Oliver placed his hands on her shoulders. Her strength seemed to grow with his touch, just like Jobeth felt when Alan touched her. Jobeth bent her head. They were losing her.
I will take good care of her,
Oliver said to their downcast faces.
I am not the man I was when we were kids. I have changed.
Jobeth nodded, knowing this was true. In the past few years since Oliver had come to live with them, he had been hard-working and dedicated to their family. The Oliver from their youth who gambled and drank and frolicked with whores was gone. Alan encircled his arm around her shoulders.
She is so much younger than you.
Alan choked.
We trusted you. I never planned to fall in love with her,
Oliver professed. Shauna beamed warmly up at him, squeezing his arm.
But our feelings for each other are just as true as yours and Jobeth's.
Alan didn't respond. His best friend was taking this child of his heart from him. They had been so afraid for so many years since Oliver arrived, afraid he would take from their family. It had never dawned on him that it would be Shauna and not Mara Joy whom Oliver would steal. Shauna feared her response to Jobeth, unable to stand the look of bewilderment on Alan's face. You know I have loved Oliver since I was 13, maybe even longer. I remember having a crush on him when I was 5. Shauna placed a slim white hand on Jobeth's arm. She was so pale, the veins were transparent beneath the skin. Alan loved you the moment he saw you, and you were younger than I am now. It wasn't the same. We were alone. We had to be older than our years to survive, Jobeth said feebly, knowing she had already lost the battle. You have never been alone. You didn't fall in love because you were alone, Jobeth. Your marriage did not grow into what it is in order to survive. It grew because the two of you are two parts of one whole, complete, just as Oliver and I are complete together. Shauna stood up straight, no longer needing to hold on to Jobeth's skirts for safety.
I will make a good home for Shauna. I promise you both with all my heart,
Oliver said.
You!
Alan burst out. He had the urge to punch Oliver in the face with his fist, but stopped when he saw the look of determination and love on both their faces. His shoulders sagged, knowing they were not asking his permission, just his blessing.
You better.
I will,
Oliver promised, offering his hand to Alan, sensing the battle had been won. Alan received it and clutched the man to him, hugging him. Shauna went to Jobeth's waiting arms, and they hugged each other, crying.
I swear, if you hurt her,
Alan said, pulling away from Oliver's grasp,
you will have me to deal with.
Jobeth glared over Shauna's shoulder, her gaze burning into Oliver. Her face twisted into a tight, bitter expression as her jaw twitched and her nostrils flared. The room seemed to shrink, the air becoming heavy and oppressive. A single strand of light brown hair escaped from the perfect bun that crowned her head, a stark contrast to the dark rage in her eyes. Her thin lips pressed into a tight line, and icily cold words slipped from between them. "And me?" Oliver lowered his head and gulped, feeling himself disappearing into the floor. At the church they attended every Sunday, Shauna and Oliver were married. It was a small wedding with only family and very close friends attending. Jobeth held back as she watched Shauna walk down the aisle. She had never seen such a radiant, beautiful bride. Shauna glowed on Alan's arm as he walked her to Oliver. Oliver's eyes widened in awe as he watched Shauna glide down the aisle in her pristine white wedding dress. She and Jobeth made it from the special silk they had ordered and shipped in. The creamy fabric was as light as air, and the bodice sparkled with delicate beading and embroidery. Her pale blonde hair was swept into a French twist, hidden by a long veil cascading down her back like gossamer threads. They had outdone themselves. Shauna was an enchanting vision like Cinderella going to the ball. Mara Joy and Joanna trailed behind, dressed in cream dresses with puffed sleeves, tossing red rose petals as they went. Flowers crowned their long flowing hair. Jobeth could not help noticing how different the two girls were. Joanna, resembling her with light brown hair that hung straight down her back. Her eyes were Alan's, the strange cat-like green eyes. Mara Joy had dark, cascading curls like Tamara's and deep ice blue eyes, replicas of Oliver's. Her skin was soft and creamy, whereas Joanna's was tanned and golden. Jobeth smiled proudly at her daughters as she held Pauline perched on her lap, her tiny hands clapping in excitement, while Constance sat quietly beside her, her gaze locked on the bride and groom as they said their wedding vows. Jobeth could feel their love and silently prayed that Shauna would be just as happy with Oliver as she was with Alan. She held her breath as she watched them exchange rings. Later that evening, the four gathered in the living room as they had done on many evenings in the past. Shauna and Oliver nervously exchanged glances with each other. Jobeth mistook their nerves for wedding night jitters. Looking down at her restless fingers in her lap, Shauna cleared her throat. "Oliver's work has a new opportunity for us in the city, and we've decided to take it." Jobeth's eyes widened in shock. "You can't be serious. You are taking Shauna away from us?" Jobeth sobbed, hugging Shauna tight on the couch. It had never occurred to her that Shauna would not always live near her.
"Jobeth, we can't live with you forever. We need to have a home of our own,"
Oliver explained. Alan refused to look at any of them. He only stared out the window at the new wagon Oliver just bought.
"Can we have a ride in your new wagon?"
said Mara Joy as she bounced into Oliver's arms. She was the only child still up and awake. Jobeth released her embrace on Shauna and sat up, wiping her eyes.
"Of course."
Oliver lifted Mara Joy up into the air and into his arms, where he held the little girl tightly, much to her delight. His eyes were full of emotion.
"Are you going away with Shauna?"
Mara Joy asked, snuggling into his arms. He sat down on the nearest chair and placed Mara Joy on his lap. He looked deeply into the eyes of the child he had given life to.
"Honey, me and Shauna, well..."
He looked awkwardly at his wife, who smiled warmly, her heart filled with love.
"Shauna and I,"
Mara Joy corrected.
"Shauna and I,"
Oliver chuckled, glancing at Jobeth, who sat stiffly beside Shauna. What he had to say was meant more for her and Alan than Mara Joy.
"We don't want to stay in a small town. We want to live in a big city. We stayed here because I wanted to wait until Shauna was old enough to decide to marry me and
leave her family, our family. We love you all, but we will still see each other. We will visit, and you can visit us with your mama and pappy. Your mama and Shauna will write to each other all the time."
Jobeth felt jealous as Oliver held her darling child. He had already stolen one daughter from her. She would not let him steal another one, too.
"Do you still want to ride in the new wagon?"
he asked, trying to break the tension in the air. Mara Joy looked at Jobeth. Alan had turned away from the window.
"Oh, Mama, Pappy, please,"
she squealed in her small voice.
"Only if Oliver gives your old pa one, too,"
Alan exclaimed. He stood up and reached down to take Mara Joy out of Oliver's lap. Oliver may have taken Shauna from him, but Alan had Mara Joy.
"You have a deal,"
Oliver laughed. They stood to leave with Mara Joy firmly in Alan's arms. Jobeth turned to Shauna, who was paler looking than usual. "What is wrong, sweet girl?" she asked, smoothing back Shauna's bleached blonde hair from her face. She had taken to wearing her hair high up in a twist, similar to Jobeth's. The young woman looked at Jobeth, frightened, her eyes large and quivering. "Jobeth," she looked away, embarrassed. "My goodness! You don't want to go? Is he forcing you? What's wrong?" Jobeth turned Shauna toward her. "If there is anything wrong, please tell me. I will always be here for you. Always. You don't have to move if you don't want to. You don't have to. I know you are married, but—" Shauna placed a pale hand on Jobeth, quieting her, smiling through her fears. "No, that isn't it. I am excited to move with Oliver," she said. "It's just, I'm married. You know you are married and have children." Shauna blushed. Jobeth suddenly knew what Shauna was afraid of. "Oh, my girl, my sweet, sweet girl." Jobeth took Shauna in her arms, just like she had when she had been a little girl and terrified of the night. "I was frightened on my wedding night, too, but I was in love with Alan, and he loved me. Somehow, it seemed to complete our union, bonded us in a way we had never been before, as though I was not whole until we were together as man and wife." Jobeth spoke sincerely to the young bride, who listened intently, though still frightened. "I see the same love in your eyes for Oliver. I see his love for you as strongly as I see Alan's love for me. Accept him, and you will feel whole and complete in your love for each other. Tell him to go slowly and be patient with you. It will be a wondrous experience that will grow as time passes. I am going to miss you so much," Shauna sobbed, her lips trembling. Jobeth had settled all her fears once again, just as she always had done. "I am going to miss you. I don't know what I will do," Jobeth cried, hugging Shauna tighter. "But," she pulled away and wiped her eyes, "we are family, and nothing will ever change that. We will write all the time. You are starting a new and exciting life. Alan and I will always be here for you, loving you, waiting to see you and all the beautiful children you will have. We want you to be happy, Shauna. That is all we want for you." Shauna nodded her head, unable to speak, as Jobeth buried her tear-streaked face into her sweet-smelling hair and inhaled deeply, unable to let go of their moment together, as if it would be their last. It would be a long time before she could sniff Shauna's hair or touch her fair cheek. She put a comforting arm around the young woman, welcoming her into a warm embrace. Shauna clung to her, her hands trembling and tears running down her cheeks. Jobeth stroked her hair and kissed her forehead, assuring her and herself that all would be all right. They would see each other again and be in constant touch with each other. It wouldn't be like the others who had left their lives. Shauna would be back. She had to. Jobeth closed her eyes, refusing to release the little girl she'd stumbled upon long ago when trying to flee Father James and Mother Tomalina. Her strength drained, but the shadow of a child's needs forced her to carry on. The love of this beautiful young woman whom she held in her arms compelled her to wake up daily and continue to fight for survival in her darkest days. How was she ever going to be able to let go now? How? And damn Oliver for taking Shauna away from her. The frenzied newlyweds worked tirelessly to get their lives in order. They quickly packed up their belongings in a whirlwind of joy and excitement. They loaded them onto the wagon, ready to embark on their new adventure within just a week of their wedding day, their hearts bursting with joy and anticipation. They looked ahead to the unknown that would lay before them as man and wife.
"You take care of Shauna,"
Alan said, standing beside the buggy. The couple was already comfortably seated in the wagon, ready to leave. Jobeth walked up beside Alan. She had just put Mara Joy down to sleep after saying her goodbyes to the couple. The child had been in good spirits to see Shauna leave. She hated how everyone fell all over Shauna, wanting her to stay. As far as Mara Joy was concerned, it would be good to see her gone.
"I will,"
Oliver said seriously to Jobeth and Alan.
"We didn't turn out so bad for a bunch of waifs, did we?" "No, we sure didn't,"
Alan said with a laugh.
"Although,"
Oliver said, grasping Shauna's hand,
"I think I'm going to try and find out what happened to the rest of the fellas. If there is one thing I've learned, it is that we are all family. We need our family. I will find them, and when I do, I will let you know what has become of them. I need to know what has happened to them."
Alan nodded, his eyebrows raised.
"I have always wondered, too."
Oliver's eyes clouded.
"We spent a lot of years together, being a family when we were not wanted by anyone. Children comforting children."
He lifted his head up and smiled. Tamara's fighting spirit flashed before his eyes. They had comforted each other plenty in those days long ago.
"Take care of Mara Joy. She is very special to me. Just like Tamara, that one."
Jobeth stepped back, her hands flying to her mouth. Alan supported her arm as they both stood, stunned.
"She is lucky to have parents like you. She is so privileged in ways Tamara and I never were. I think Tamara really would have wanted that for our daughter." "How?"
Alan choked, stepping back.
"How did you know?" "Alan, how could I not know? Look at Mara Joy and look at your other children. They are combinations of you and Jobeth. Mara Joy is a combination of Tamara and me. When I look at her, I see my eyes looking back at me in Tamara's face."
He looked at Shauna, who did not say a word.
"I knew Tamara was pregnant when she left me. That is why it was so important for me to find her. She was nearly due to have the baby. You told me she came to live with you before she killed herself, but you never mentioned her being pregnant. If she had not already had the baby, it would have been impossible not to know she was pregnant. When I asked Shauna if she remembered Tamara with a baby, she would change the subject."
Oliver bent his head, not looking at anyone.
"I guess I knew it all along, from the moment I saw Mara Joy, before you even told me Tamara had killed herself."
Jobeth clutched Alan's hand in fear. "We can't lose her. She is our daughter in our hearts. She brought Alan and me together. She made us a family. Without her, our family would not be complete." Oliver looked up from the reins he held tightly in his hands. How could he tell them? He had struggled to figure out why they would not tell him the truth about Mara Joy. But then he knew the truth. Seeing them all together as a family through the years, he had gotten his answer.
"I am the father who helped to bring her into this world, but you and Alan are her parents. You have given her a life I was not able to. I love her,
but I lost my chance to raise her when Tamara left me. I feel blessed to have seen her grow these last few years."
He looked at Shauna, who was sitting firmly beside him. Her face showed her loyalty was with her husband now.
"What could I offer her then? What kind of father would I have been? I could barely care for myself. Hell, I was homeless until you took me in. It would be unfair to Mara Joy if I had claimed her as my daughter. You two have always been there. You have given her the home I only dreamed of having."
Oliver gazed up into the sky. The midnight was filled with twinkling stars.
"You helped me, even though I must have been a threat to your family. You took me in and made me part of your home. You got me a job and helped me set my goals in motion for the future, a future with Shauna, and you let me have that future with her. And now I can make a life with her and the children we will have together."
"Oliver," Jobeth sighed with relief. The guilt she had felt over the past years had suddenly been lifted from her shoulders. Oliver knew Mara Joy was his daughter and would not take her away from them. She touched his knee, genuinely feeling affection for the man. It was something she never imagined she could feel towards him. A constant threat, his presence always loomed over her, feeling he would steal Mara Joy first, then Shauna.
"Don't tell her about her birth parents. Let her know me as Uncle Oliver. It is the best thing I could do for her."
He sniffed, rubbing his nose, embarrassed over the emotion he felt.
"Thank you,"
Alan said quietly,
"for understanding that we could not lose her, ever. Send many letters, all right?"
Oliver smiled, trying to brighten the mood. Jobeth nodded, feeling suddenly light. Joanna wiped her hand over her wet eyes as she looked out the open window of Shauna's old bedroom. Watching from above, she had been awake the entire evening. While she was sad that Shauna and Oliver were leaving, she was also excited for them. Mama wouldn't let her stay awake to see them off, so she opened the window and watched enviously as Mara Joy got to stay up and say goodbye. She observed and listened to everything that was said below by the adults. Shocked by the information she overheard, Joanna could not believe or understand what it all meant. What she did know was that all was not as it seemed in her family. The realization frightened and excited her. Chapter 19. Much to Jobeth's joy, she finally gave birth to a son. They named him Alan Michael, after both Alan and Jobeth's father. With the birth of her boy, Jobeth felt a sense of peace she had not had since the death of her firstborn. Oliver and Shauna kept in constant touch. 10 months after they were married, their first child, Daniel, was born. He was nearly 2 years old, and Jobeth could hardly wait to see him. Her little Shauna was a mother. She had received miniature portraits of Daniel, but craved seeing the child in person. Shauna and Oliver were going to pay them a visit for the first time since their marriage, with special news for Alan and Jobeth. The day Shauna and Oliver were to arrive, Jobeth was busy in the kitchen cooking a special dinner that Shauna loved.
Mama!
Joanna stormed through the kitchen as angry as could be.
You better teach that girl some manners.
Annoyed, Jobeth turned to her daughter. Joanna looked so much like her, tall and lean. "What girl?" Jobeth asked, disturbed. Shauna and Oliver would be there any moment. She didn't need to have another confrontation with this child.
Mara Joy is behind the barn with that Frank Perkins boy.
Her face was all screwed up in rage. All the children were outside playing in the hot summer sun.
What?
Jobeth yelled, glaring at her child. Quickly, she poured a pot of water from the pump in the kitchen. "Stay in here and keep an eye on the babies. They are going to wake up soon," Jobeth ordered, not looking at Joanna as she reached the front door. As she ran, The bucket slopped water over its rim, splashing Jobeth's skirt. Joanna stood still, unable to move as she watched her mother leave, trailing water behind her. She reached the barn in no time and could hear giggling, both male and female. Horrible thoughts coursed through her mind about what could be happening behind the barn door. Jobeth quickened her steps in the direction of the giggles. She was just about to throw the bucket of water over the two children when she saw what was happening. Mara Joy and the neighbor boy, Frank, were making dandelion jewelry, putting flower bracelets on each other's arms and heads. Spotting her mother, the child stood up, giving her one of her winning smiles.
"Hi, Mama,"
she tittered, her dark curls cascading into her crystal blue eyes. She absently brushed a tendril out of them.
"What is wrong?"
she asked innocently, looking at Jobeth with her sweetest smile.
"Am I not allowed to have a boyfriend over?"
"Your boyfriend?" It was as though Mara Joy could read Jobeth's mind and knew what she intended to do with the bucket of water.
"Yes, I am 10 now. I think I am old enough to have one. What do you think?"
The child spoke while trying to put a bracelet of flowers around her wrist. "Well, I don't think Pappy would agree with you, young lady." Jobeth looked at the beautiful young girl. The older she got, the more exquisite she became. Her long black hair tumbled in loose curls down her back, and her striking blue eyes seemed to pierce through anyone she looked at. You could not help but stare at the striking child. "Why don't you ask Frank for dinner tonight? He can meet your Uncle Oliver and Shauna."
"Don't forget Daniel, Mama,"
Mara Joy squealed, clutching her hands to her flat chest. "Never." Jobeth laughed and felt foolish. How could she have thought her precious Mara Joy could be up to anything wrong?
"Mama?"
"Yes, my dearest," Jobeth answered, getting ready to leave. Mara Joy stood beside the handsome red-headed boy.
"Why do you have that pot?"
Mara Joy seemed confused, her dark brows weaving together. "No reason. Go back to playing with Frank." Jobeth turned away, embarrassed. The girl shrugged her shoulders and pulled Frank by the arm back to their dandelions. "Why did you lie like that to get your sister in trouble?" Jobeth yelled furiously as she entered the house. Joanna jumped from where she stood, stirring food over the stove. Pauline was beside her, watching her big sister. She too jumped, startled by her mother's outburst. Instantly she began to whimper. Alan Michael began to stir on the couch where he had been sleeping.
"I wasn't lying,"
Joanna pouted, forcing herself not to cry.
"She was in the back."
Joanna stalled. Her mother would never believe her now. Mara Joy had the upper hand once again. The girl sighed dejectedly.
"She was doing things she was not supposed to be doing. You told her to watch Constance, and she was not doing that."
"Joanna," Jobeth shook her head and went to her crying girls. "Why you make such a big deal of things, I will never know. Girls, I am sorry that I got so mad." Jobeth bent down and hugged them close to her. She was so jumpy lately. "Where is Constance?" she asked.
"She went to meet Pappy halfway,"
Joanna sniffed, going to the counter to get cookies. "Joanna, we are going to be eating soon. Get out of those," Jobeth said through clenched teeth. She sat down heavily on the kitchen chair and rubbed her throbbing temples. She felt wasted. She was 28 and felt 50. "Joanna, take Pauline and Alan Michael to meet your father, please," she said, holding her head in the palm of her hands.
"Sure, Mama."
Joanna obeyed, taking Pauline's hand and heading for their brother. Alan Michael sat miserably on the couch, half asleep. He didn't want to go meet his father. At 2 years old, he didn't like many things. Joanna forced him out the door, dragging him by the arm, whining. She wasn't about to upset her mother any further. Chapter 20.
What is wrong, Jobeth? Alan asked as he walked into the kitchen. Jobeth had just begun to finish up the last-minute chores before Oliver and Shauna arrived. She turned to him questioningly. The children say you are crabby. He was carrying Joanna in his arms. He placed her down gently, looking to Jobeth for answers. Jobeth thought Joanna was too old to be carried in her father's arms. She was 9 years old and quite tall for her age. She looked ridiculous, clinging to Alan's neck, her long, gangly legs dangling awkwardly around his waist.
Nothing. Jobeth turned away from him and continued to clean the counter. I'm just edgy. She attacked the counter with a vengeance. Alan frowned at her and looked at Joanna, who pouted on the kitchen chair. I made Mama mad at me, she whimpered. Jobeth swung around, glaring at her daughter. She closed her eyes tightly. The girl had a habit of making mountains out of molehills.
Your mother is not mad at you, Joanna.
Alan soothed as he bent down to her level, his hands resting on her bony knees. He scowled at Jobeth with an angry red face. In a demanding voice, he asked, Right, Jobeth? No, I'm not mad at her. She looked away from them both. Her headache had once again returned, and now she was angry that Alan was taking the child's side. Couldn't he see Joanna was playing on his good nature? Go outside and play, Jobeth said in a cool voice, her back still to them. Joanna stared at her mother's straight back and felt empty. She got up and gathered the children around her. She looked at her father pleadingly as she led Alan Michael, Constance, and Pauline outside.
I wish you would not take your frustrations out on the children,
Alan said in a furious voice. Jobeth turned to him, shocked. She couldn't believe the words coming out of his mouth. Joanna plays you against me, Jobeth retaliated, throwing down the rag she was using.
She just wants your attention, Jobeth. You are always so harsh on her. You make her feel like she can never do anything right.
His face reddened. He saw how Jobeth acted with the children. She played favorites with Mara Joy and Alan Michael and doted on their every move, as the other 3 girls, especially Joanna, sat in the background, starving for their mother's attention. That is not true. Jobeth struggled to fight back the tears. She hated it when Alan was irate with her. He never was unless it had to do with the children. She was about to protest more when Oliver burst through the door.
Oliver,
Alan said, turning abruptly into the other man's broad embrace. The men slapped each other on the back affectionately. Jobeth bounced around excitedly, looking for Shauna. She spotted her coming through the door, a baby cradled in her arms. Shauna! Jobeth squealed, scrambling past the 2 loud men. She hugged the young woman tightly to her, nearly squishing the baby between them. This can't be Daniel, Jobeth said, gazing into the blanket. Shauna laughed wickedly. No, she said warmly. This is Donna. Daniel is coming out of the automobile, or trying to get out of that contraption, whatever way you want to look at it. Jobeth's breath caught in her throat as Shauna revealed the sleeping bundle in her arms. With trembling hands, she carefully took the newborn from Shauna, marveling at the tiny fingers and rosebud lips. You never said anything in your letters, Jobeth gasped, her eyes welling with tears. I wanted to surprise you, the other woman beamed, her heart swelling with pride. It nearly killed me not to tell you. Jobeth stared at Shauna, amazed that after all this time, she still couldn't grasp how the little haunted waif of so long ago had grown up right before her eyes. Mara Joy opened the front door to find Oliver standing at the threshold, arms open wide and smiling. As soon as he saw her, he swept her up in a tight embrace and spun her around, her feet barely touching the ground. She was laughing and squealing, her small body engulfed in his large arms. Uncle Oliver, put me down, she squeaked. I'm too big for this. Oliver laughed again, resting his forehead against hers.
I have missed you, my darling. I didn't think it was possible, but you have become more beautiful since I last saw you.
He placed her beside the rest of the children, waiting to be tossed in the air.
Mommy! Mommy! Where are you?
A small voice came from the doorway. The room erupted into chaos as the small blond boy with pale blue-gray eyes walked in. "Daniel!" everyone said in unison, running towards him with open arms. Jobeth felt a warm liquid feeling spreading inside her as she watched fondly as Shauna embraced her small son. It felt so good to see her. She had missed her deeply. She lowered her gaze and looked down at the baby squirming in her arms. In relief, she exhaled. The family was reunited once again. After dinner, and when all the children had been put down to bed, the 4 adults collapsed in the living room, exhausted. With Jobeth and Alan's 5 children and Shauna and Oliver's 2, the homestead had turned into a zoo. It took everything out of the parents to calm their excited brood down. They were still fidgeting and giggling as Jobeth and Shauna tucked the crowded children into their shared sleeping spaces. Oliver smiled and cleared his throat, setting his cup of tea down on the table. Jobeth bustled around the room, ensuring everyone had plenty to eat and drink before settling down in her armchair beside the fireplace. Shauna leaned into Oliver, her face glowing with anticipation, and he reached for her hand, lacing their fingers together.
"We have some fantastic news to share with you both," he said.
"I thought we already had the good news. Your daughter, Donna," Jobeth replied as Alan sat beside her. Early in the evening, she apologized to him for her behavior with the children. They made up with a small peck on the lips and a hug. It would have to do for now.
"Yes, but we have more,"
Oliver said, mysteriously. Jobeth and Alan looked confused. What more could there be?
"Well, don't keep us in suspense any longer,"
Alan said, holding on to Jobeth's hand. His heart was beginning to pound. He couldn't explain the odd way he was suddenly feeling.
"In 2 days, we are going to have our first family reunion,"
Oliver said, nodding his head. Shauna covered her mouth to suppress her urge to squeal.
"What?"
Alan sat up straight.
"We don't have any other relatives." "Yes, that is true,"
Oliver said, leaning in closer.
"But aren't there 3 guys you two have not seen in about, 14 years?
He sat back in his seat, studying the bewildered faces of the 2 in front of him. Alan looked at Jobeth, his face confused. She gazed deep into his green eyes that she loved so much. She could feel his raw emotions as though they were her own. "I think Oliver is trying to tell us that the boys have been found." She spoke softly at her husband's stunned face. He clutched her arm, unable to believe his ears. His face contorted with emotion. A tear began to roll down his cheek.
"Jobeth?"
he asked in a shaky voice. She smiled at him and pulled him to her.
"Can it be true?"
he whispered. She looked at the other couple in disbelief, searching for an answer.
"It's true,"
Oliver said, staring at the floor, his emotions flooding over him.
"Our brothers are alive and coming home."
Jobeth heard a sob fall out of her mouth. "A miracle," she muttered. "They will be here in 2 days with their new families," Shauna said in her sweet, soft voice. Jobeth and Alan sat back in their seats in disbelief. After all the years of wondering what had happened to them, the old gang would be together again. Jobeth looked down at her feet, where old Queenie was curled up asleep. She was an ancient dog now, who had seen it all. Jonah, Tamara. A tear trickled down her cheek. She wiped it away absent-mindedly. Not all the family would be there. Queenie looked up at Jobeth with her foggy dark eyes and gray muzzle and whined. "I know, girl. I know, Jobeth cooed, scratching the silky flap of the dog's ear. Chapter 21. The day came when Todd, Carter, and Adam were to arrive with their families. Jobeth dressed the children in their best church clothes. Shauna and Oliver had done well in the city and dressed their children in very modern attire. She liked their garments and made a mental note to make similar outfits for her children.
I am so excited,
giggled Shauna as she helped Jobeth pack a large basket they planned to bring to their picnic. Jobeth examined the beautiful woman Shauna had turned into. She had cut her long, pale hair into a short bob just under her chin, making her seem years older and more sophisticated than Jobeth remembered. When Jobeth protested, Shauna laughed and said it was modern and that she was too young to be old-fashioned. Shauna had changed in many ways from the girl she had once been.
I don't remember the rest of the group as well as you and the guys, but I do have vague memories of either Todd or Adam buying me one of my favorite dolls.
That was Adam. The gang wanted you to have a normal home with the things little girls should have, Jobeth said, remembering back in time to a group of teens trying to raise a 5-year-old girl properly. Shauna shook her head, her bob swaying back and forth.
I do remember Jonah. He gave me an apple a day to keep the doctor away.
Yes, Jobeth chuckled, recollecting Jonah's inviting spirit. You used to follow him around like a lost puppy. He loved you so much.
I adored him. He was inextricably intertwined with my childhood,
Shauna declared resolutely.
Oliver sometimes asks me about him, if he was happy before he died.
Jobeth stopped what she was doing and looked at Shauna. He was the best of us. She placed a bowl of fried chicken into a new basket. Shauna nodded in agreement.
A blessing to have known. Just like I am glad to have known you and Alan.
Glad to know us? Jobeth asked, spreading butter on a piece of bread. We are just plain country folks. Nothing we do is out of the ordinary. Look at you and Oliver. You all look so glamorous and prosperous. No one would ever guess how you two started life out.
What?
Shauna stopped her packing, giving Jobeth a stern examination.
You have the perfect family. You have beautiful children, and you are madly in love with your husband.
That is true, but sometimes I get bored. Jobeth sighed, putting down her butter knife. She wiped a strand of long brown hair out of her hazel eyes. She felt guilty for how she spoke about her life with Alan and the children, but could not help the words that escaped her mouth.
You should move to the city,
Shauna said with concern.
I think you need the hustle and bustle of city life.
She picked up the sandwich Jobeth had made and took a big bite out of it, trying to lighten the mood. What is it like? Jobeth asked, curiosity winning over her.
Exciting,
Shauna said as her face lit up.
Beautiful clothes, movies, and sometimes you even see movie stars.
Movie stars? You must be kidding. You have actually seen a moving picture?
Uh-huh, and they have the best dances.
Shauna put down her sandwich and began to move her feet in a sequence of light, quick steps, gracefully shifting her weight in time with a barely audible tune she hummed. She paused, smiled encouragingly at Jobeth, and repeated the dance from the beginning.
Try it, Jobeth.
Jobeth tentatively followed, her movements choppy and uncertain. The two laughed, so comfortable in each other's presence that she was not embarrassed by her lack of experience.
It's so exciting. Every day is a new adventure.
Shauna composed herself, returning to her half-eaten sandwich.
It sounds wonderful.
Jobeth sighed, picking up her knife again. But Alan loves it here. He has his work, our home. We always said we would give our children this type of life. What says you can't still give them a good home in the city? Shauna said, offended. She blushed from her outburst. Much had changed since she had become a married woman. The shy, quiet child of her youth was gone, replaced with the strong woman she now was. You have a life too, Jobeth. How do you expect your family to be happy if you are not? Besides, do Daniel and Donna look deprived? She took Jobeth's hand encouragingly. If I thought the city would hurt my babies, would I live there? You taught me how to be a good mother and to take chances. Jobeth turned away from Shauna and looked out the window. It was fine to think of living the life Shauna did, but a different story to actually expect Alan and the children to up and leave their home just because she was bored with life. I just don't know, but I think you might be right. I should hint at the idea to Alan. Jobeth wiped the sweat from her brow. The seed of want had planted itself in her heart, and it was going to be hard to stifle its growth, now that it was rooted there. She watched a little hummingbird fly by the window and felt her own wings beginning to stretch. Could she convince Alan to move to the city with Oliver and Shauna? It would be so much fun. We would all be together again, just two little mamas. Shauna chortled, putting a reassuring arm around Jobeth in the same way she had comforted her when Shauna had been a little girl. I miss you so dearly. Jobeth's hand reached for a strand of Shauna's blunt blonde hair. Shauna clasped her hand in return. Sometimes I cry at night because I miss you all so much. Shauna placed her head on Jobeth's shoulder. I need you and Alan, especially you. You are my mother in every sense. You took care of me and protected me, saved me from a horrible fate. I wouldn't have the life I've lived if it weren't for you. She lowered her eyes. The only thing I regret about marrying Oliver is that I had to move away from my family, my mama, my best friend. It hurts terribly. Oliver knows it, and it makes him feel bad. Oh, Shauna, Jobeth sighed, brushing away the tear rolling down Shauna's fair face. Just then, Oliver and Alan came storming into the kitchen.
They're coming up the driveway,
Alan said, unable to hide his excitement. It seemed everyone owned a car nowadays. Even Jobeth and Alan had purchased one of the automobiles. Shauna took Donna from Oliver's arms and went to stand on the porch. Alan and Jobeth followed, clutching each other's hands. Wide-eyed and eager to meet these strangers they had heard so much about, the children ran up the porch steps. 3 vehicles rumbled up the dirt road, following in procession, grounding to a halt in front of the house. The doors opened, and 3 men, followed by women and children, piled out of the vehicles. Their eyes darted around nervously, taking in their new surroundings. Jobeth's heart raced as her hands flew to her quivering lips. A low moan escaped her mouth. Oh, they are home, she said softly, turning towards Alan. They are finally home. Alan nodded, trying to force back his emotions. He tenderly draped his arm around Jobeth's shoulders and steered her down the stairs to welcome their long-awaited guests. Adam, Carter, and Todd had stuck together over the years since they had parted ways long ago. Adam met Caroline and married her, with the 2 of them now having an expanding family of 12-year-old and 7-year-old sons, with a 3rd child on the way. Carter, too, settled down with a wife and a family of 2 boys, aged 9 and 6, as well as a 7-year-old daughter who loved to laugh and play. Todd found his soulmate in a shy young woman. They were engaged to be married. Their lives had turned out well for the boys they had parted ways with so long ago. They were left devastated by the tragic deaths of Jonah and Tamara. Alan and Jobeth decided not to tell their guests that Tamara and Oliver had a child, and that child was Mara Joy. Shauna and Oliver complied with their wishes. When all the children were asleep in the loft, the adults settled in around a roaring fire in the stone fireplace. The living room was warm and cozy, and the adults felt relaxed and content with one another.
"Mara Joy's a beauty,"
Carter said, sipping a steaming cup of tea. Alan and Jobeth smiled, pleased.
"You must be pretty proud of her, Oliver."
Jobeth grasped Alan's hand tightly, causing pain to shoot up his arm. Her nails dug into his flesh, causing circles of white to surround her fingers embedded into Alan's flesh. He gently pried her grasp from his hand and gave her a gentle squeeze. With his eyes, he told her not to panic.
Oliver said, his eyes nervously darting to a frightened Alan and Jobeth. "Mara Joy is Alan and Jobeth's daughter." "Oh, sorry. I just thought she looked—"
Carter coughed, embarrassed. His wife touched his knee and gave him a warning look. The discomfort passing between the two couples hadn't gone unnoticed. Carter's mind began to work, wondering if something had happened between Jobeth and Oliver, but there was something else. Something familiar about Mara Joy. Something he couldn't put his finger on. Carter's wife glared at him once more. She knew he was trying to figure out the obvious. Mara Joy was Oliver's daughter, and if the two couples wanted to keep the facts secret, who was she to say anything? It was none of their business, and if Carter didn't stop it, the lovely visit would end terribly, which was something Carter, Adam, and Todd would regret.
"Well,"
Jobeth cut into everyone's thoughts. She knew what was going through their minds. How could Mara Joy be Alan and her child when she didn't look like either of them? All eyes turned gratefully to Jobeth. The atmosphere had become increasingly uncomfortable.
"We finally have found a safe place to be together."
Alan smiled proudly at his wife and gave her hand another reassuring squeeze. Jobeth could always get out of a bad jam.
"I think we have done all right,"
he chuckled, helping her along.
"Yes, I never thought we would come this far,"
said Todd, who sat beside his fiancée, Nancy.
"Well,"
Adam said, lighting a fresh cigarette,
"we deserve it." "Hear, hear,"
Oliver cheered, raising his glass of wine.
"We went through hell, but we lived to tell about it. Everything worked out in the end."
Jobeth, her voice trembling, looked into the eyes of each of her friends in turn.
"I want you all to know I love you, and you've always been with us in our hearts,"
she said, her chin quivering as she fought back the tears. She swallowed hard, remembering the fateful day Alan and the others had discovered her and Shauna huddled and freezing in that old abandoned house. Tears blurred Shauna's vision as memories flooded her. Without a word, Jobeth extended her hand to Shauna in silent understanding. Oliver joined them, linking hands with Shauna, as Alan took Jobeth's other hand. One by one, each of them joined hands, completing the circle. Warmth and support followed between them in the unspoken bond of their friendship. Jobeth felt a familiar tightness in her chest as she looked around at her scattered family gathered together. She could almost sense Jonah and Tamara's spirits in the room, watching them with approving smiles on their faces, happy they were finally all home. Joanna stared down between the wooden railings of the loft, her toes curled up against the rough-hewn boards. Below her, the adults were linked in a circle, their hands clasped tightly while they spoke in low tones. She strained to make out their hushed words, trying to hear more talk about Mara Joy. She turned to Constance, who was crouched beside her with wide eyes, reflecting the faint flickering light of the fireplace. The girls had snuck out from the room full of sleeping children and made their way to the railing, to watch the strange scene below them. "What do you think Carter meant?" Joanna whispered. "I don't know," Constance said in earnest, brushing her soft blonde curls out of her face. "Why would he think Oliver was Mara Joy's father?" Joanna whispered, staring straight ahead at nothing. "And why did Mama and Pappy look so frightened?" Joanna turned her cat eyes to her mother. Jobeth had that same look, the same look she did when Oliver and Shauna had moved away. Joanna still remembered when she listened to their departing conversation, and she had played out that night in her mind over and over again. What was this talk about the woman named Tamara? And how come everybody thought Mara Joy was Oliver's daughter and not Mama and Pappy's? Things were starting to make Joanna wonder about her older sister, making her wonder if she was her sister at all.